Chapter 33. The Dark Side. Land of Lightning. Kimimaro Otsutsuki watched the ninja army charge towards him under the leadership of the Dragon King. For the first time, the Otsutsuki was unnerved and eager at the same time. He could feel that power, that unending hatred and pain all buried deep in one wounded heart, waiting to explode. He looked at his half-burnt body, which was a stark legacy of that hate and pain. A grim smile graced his lips as he gave the command, making the legions of dead charge forward with a thunderous war cry under the command of his Otsutsuki fighters. He watched his adversary shout out commands, making many ninjas with powerful chakra signatures take up command of the ninja army. And then their eyes met. Kimimaro's smile widened considerably when a wave of very familiar dark flames set on fire hundreds of his warriors, creating a clear path towards him. The warrior of dawn marched towards him. This time he had no golden armor, no crown, or no one by his side, as his supporters were busy clashing against Kimimaro's pawns. But none could stop this man. Those dark red eyes burned with madness, hatred, and unforgivable fury. It brought back fond memories of the time when Indra had fallen to the dark side. The fool would have been a useful pawn if the love for his brother had not overwhelmed him in the very end and robbed the world from true peace. This boy was much more stronger, much more vengeful, and was everything Kimimaro's queen had ever dreamed to gain from an Uchiha. It was why he allowed his minions to let the king reach towards him while blocking all his other supporters from interfering. The Otsutsuki, however, winced when he saw the Kyuubi unleash a Baijudama, massacring thousands of dead. The beast was going to be a problem, but a minor one at best, if Kimimaro succeeded in his mission given to him by Hinata. They now stood before each other. "We meet again," greeted Kimimaro with an amused smile. "Yes," answered Naruto frostily, raising his ancestral weapon in defiance. "You're different now. I can feel it, your power is so great and dark. The pain in your heart so unbearable, your soul so broken," whispered Kimimaro, and was not surprised when the king winced. "You made me this way. It is befitting I end you for that," declared Naruto bitterly. Naruto narrowed his eyes when a sudden chill enveloped the area around them. The aura was so dark and full of misery that it threatened to suck away every last memory of happiness from his heart. It was then the whispers began. A language he thought lost in the sands of time. A tongue he learned only because of his ancestor. Words full of darkness and evil. Shrenar, Valar lo Daris. Yami no Sekai Tai mi si ta mai zero. Kimimaro smirked savagely as he saw recognition dawn in the king's eyes as Naruto whispered the last words of the saying in the ancient tongue. "Men shall never defeat the children of the stars." A lone tear fell from his eyes as he saw 9 ethereal shadows rise from the ground. They surrounded him completely like wraiths of despair, inflicting on him the dark emotions they must have felt when they were consumed in the end by the soul-stealing dragon. They were once human, people with dreams and ambitions. Not anymore. It was more evident than ever as he gazed into a familiar pair of dark eyes that had always been full of love and affection for him but now held no emotion in them. Naruto Uchiha. The blank soul stared at him lifelessly, and it felt like a dagger being brutally stabbed in his heart. He looked at the others and could not help but be further saddened as he remembered who they once were before being consumed in darkness. Itama Senju. Ayato Uzumaki. Shinoburame. Nihiro Uzumaki. The last 4 ghosts all shared very similar facial looks and dark eyes. Traits which they inherited from their father, Indra. "Men are doomed to die," King Naruto said, Kimimaro calmly. The lone monarch could not help but watch sadly as the ghosts raised their ethereal weapons. Each and every one of them had at some point of time had their souls consumed by the demonic statue, reducing them to haunting wraiths bound to the Otsutsuki. Indra had warned him that this could very likely happen, but nothing could have prepared him to see his beloved aunt be reduced to this horror standing before him. Flashes of her smile, her laugh, her teasing, her tender kisses all flashed before him and then be suddenly ripped away as he watched the vision where her soul was consumed just as life left her body. He watched his brothers die before him again and again, tearing his heart to shreds. He saw his father and eldest brother be surrounded by an army of darkness before being vanquished forever. A maddening scream left his lips as he saw Otsutsuki warriors storm a very familiar temple, butchering every one of its inhabitants to the last child. One of them being a very familiar dark-haired priestess lying in a pool of blood, her lifeless eyes staring back at him, her womb torn apart with 2 half-formed human infants lying dead nearby. "You see it now. Everything you love and cherish will soon fall to darkness. Whether through the swords of my people or those of the one true enemy, their fate is sealed," revealed Kimimaro. "What are you saying? Asked Naruto in despair. Those dark visions were too much for him to bear. The ruin of his house, the death of his family, his daughters, it was just too much. Kimimaro gave him a sad glance which actually had a shred of sympathy mixed in. The real Otsutsuki are coming. The ones who consume worlds like this earth and destroy every life before moving on to their next conquest. No clan, no king, no shinobi, no samurai, no man can stop them. They are a force beyond the power of men, empowered with the energy of the thousands of worlds they consumed across the galaxy. Experienced in war than any other race after their countless conquests. They are legion, an enemy you cannot fathom to defeat even in your most hopeful dreams, explained Kimimaro honestly. Is that why you started this war? Why did you wait for so long then? Demanded Naruto, but Kimimaro had either not heard his questions or simply decided to ignore them as he continued. When they come, mankind shall perish. They are masters of chakra and the shinobi will be the first to fall to their power. The power of my people is a fraction of what those warriors are capable of. They shall first turn the shinobi, then the samurai and use them to conquer mankind. After that, they shall harvest this world and its people from all forms of energy, leaving behind nothing but a dead world. Naruto trembled as he saw visions of a legion of white-haired warriors arriving on Earth. He watched them conquer nation after nation, turning the shinobi and samurai against their own people. He watched them burn cities and villages, slaughter everyone that stood in their way until the world was consumed by darkness, leaving behind a wasteland. The world of men destroyed. Everything and everyone he loved massacred to the last person. In that dream, he saw the helplessness of his race, watched them all fall one after another until there was nothing left anymore. He fell to his knees consumed in despair and grief as tears spilled from his blood-red eyes. He looked up when a pale hand was outstretched towards him by Kimimaro himself. You can still save the ones you love, said Kimimaro calmly. How do I know you're not lying about the return of the true Otsutsuki? How do I know that anyone can even defeat them if they are truly what you are showing me? Asked Naruto hesitantly. I am Kaguya's son, and my mother, for all her faults and mistakes, only wanted to protect humanity. Her ways were harsh, but they were necessary for mankind to have any hope of standing against the Otsutsuki. Mankind was never supposed to have chakra or risk being corrupted by the Otsutsuki, who will use that power against them ruthlessly. Only a selected few descendants of Kaguya can stand by her side and defeat the one true enemy. If mankind is to survive, then they must follow us in the final war, and for that we need you, King Naruto, explained Kimimaro seriously. Why me? Questioned Naruto. I'll admit that I once thought you weak, a part of me still believes so. But there is something about you that makes my queen believe that you are the chosen one. The finest of men, one that shall do anything necessary to save his people, his family, his children, said Kimimaro confidently. I am just one man, countered Naruto, making Kimimaro smirk. True. But you have the power to change the destiny of your race. Join us, and save the ones dear to your heart before it's too late. For Tajima, for Madara, for Tsunade, for your friends and clan, for your daughters, and for your son. Naruto glanced across the battlefield to see his race fighting desperately. Hundreds were dying with each passing minute, and it would only be 10 times worse when the Otsutsuki came to Earth. He watched his friends fighting fiercely against Kimimaro's Otsutsuki's subordinates. He saw Tsunade and Mito fighting bravely against legions of dead. His eyes widened as he felt the faint new life within his wife. She glowed so brightly like a roaring sun in this eternal darkness, making his heart swell with pride and fear. He didn't know how, but he also felt the faint life forms of his daughters burning brightly within Shizuka, waiting to experience the world. One which they shall never see if the true Otsutsuki came to Earth. He looked into Kimimaro's eyes and searched the man's emotions for any sign of deception, but found none. The older man was speaking the truth. If he managed to defeat Kimimaro and his group, would he still be powerful enough to stop the Otsutsuki when they came to Earth? Would he be able to save the ones he loved? Doubt and fear plagued his heart like a storm of dark clouds, making the dark visions play out in his mind again and again. You are the chosen one, Naruto Uchiha. The strongest of your race, you grew up with almost nothing yet, but still went on to become the greatest of his race, the strongest of his people, gained the loyalty and trust of people. You brought peace to the world of men. You are the chosen one, the one who shall bring balance to this world and save it from its imminent destruction. I see it now, that is your destiny, whispered Kimimaro, his hand still outstretched towards the king. The final choice. Time seemed to have stopped for Naruto as he glanced around. Even Indra had not denied the possibility that the original Otsutsuki clan would one day come to Earth for the power it held. His ancestor wanted Kimimaro and Hinata dead, but what if killing them was just not the perfect solution? They at least had an idea about the coming enemy and were doing everything necessary to stop them. If shinobi were doomed to fall to the Otsutsuki, then was it correct to let them become the destroyers of the world of men? He knew what joining Kimimaro meant. He would have to eliminate shinobi completely from this world so as to deny the Otsutsuki any pawns. He would have to revive Kaguya and the Juubi, subjecting human race to the ancient woman's leadership again, for she was the only one strong enough to stop her estranged clan from destroying this world. He would have to go against everything he once stood for, but it could save his people, his family, his children. He looked at the ghosts around him, especially at Nauri. He could not bear to lose any more of his family, would not survive any of his children meeting a similar fate or worse. For them to survive, he had to surrender to this darkness and let himself be consumed. It would break his heart, but at least this way the ones he loved would survive. In this world, you either die as a hero or live long enough to become a villain. Kimimaro watched the king stand back up on his feet. The boy's eyes were still closed and he looked to be deep in thought, but Kimimaro didn't interrupt him. He still waited as Naruto opened his eyes and looked at him and the offered hand. "I never wanted to be king, you know? Too much work and pressure," said Naruto nostalgically. Kimimaro didn't know how to respond to that. Being the leader of his people was an honor and responsibility he was glad to accept. But Naruto was different, and it was why he would always be weak. "But there are a lot of morons in this world who believe someone like me can do something. That I can leave this world in a better state than the one I was born in. Men are doomed to die and yet we still struggle till our last breaths. Maybe we cannot defeat the Otsutsuki and our world shall be destroyed eventually. But I refuse to turn on my people, I refuse to wipe out half of mankind in the hopes that the other half shall survive the upcoming enemy," said Naruto fiercely, as he raised his sword. "What?" asked Kimimaro furiously, "was this boy an utter fool? I'm not the chosen one, Kimimaro. I am just a stepping stone for the future of my race. Let the Otsutsuki come. Men shall live and die as one. As long as the line of Naruto Uchiha survives, there shall always be a king that shall rise to defend the world of men," declared Naruto. "You fool! You shall doom this world," yelled Kimimaro furiously, as his unleashed 2 long white spears from his arms. The 9 ghosts stepped closer and surrounded the king from all sides, yet he smiled. "Just as the ones before me believed in me, I shall believe in those who shall come after me. That is my final choice," declared Naruto, as a bright light glowed from dawn. "Then you shall all die." Kimimaro's roar was the final command required for the 9 ghosts to leap at the king, who grinned one last time. 9 ethereal swords came down at him, making him defiantly raise his own weapon, unleashing a tornado of dark and light sparks as the dark and light chakra from dawn and its counterparts clashed heavily. Kimimaro was momentarily surprised by the defiance and could not help but be impressed when Naruto twisted the weapons of his ghost enemies as if they were mere children. The intel about the boy's swordsmanship might not be an exaggeration. Deciding to intervene, the Otsutsuki king launched both his spears, followed by unleashing a volley of bone shards at the engaged Dragon King. To his utter surprise, the entire army of projectiles went right through the Dragon King as if he was never there and instead hit Kimimaro's ghost allies. Naruto swiftly turned and plunged his sword clean through the heart of one of Indra's sons. The soul screamed in agony but was quickly consumed in dawn, being finally released from its captivity to rejoin its father. The remaining ghosts jumped back on seeing one of their own be destroyed. His sensory powers went off in alarm, warning in him time, making him jump away just as another volley of bone shards destroyed the position he was standing in previously. He looked back and narrowed his eyes when he saw Kimimaro floating in the sky, the enemy leader's entire body now covered in dark yellow chakra mixed with black marks. The sheer amount of chakra being generated and transformed was insane, which further unnerved Naruto. Most importantly, his attention was focused on his opponent's former pale white eyes that were not turning slightly blue with a flower in the center. Dark Will Reincarnation Explosion. A gigantic sword of dark chakra almost as great as a bijou was unleashed by Kimimaro, which headed straight for Naruto. The entire battlefield was momentarily stunned by the sheer amount of power being fired, and that was when the explosion happened, sending massive tremors across the battlefield. Ash and dust rained down upon the lands like a torrent of heavy rain. When it finally settled, there was a massive crater that was several hundred feet wide and lot more in depth. But in that was also a strange figure. Kimimaro clenched his fists when he heard a familiar roar. He dodged just in time as a volley of dark flames was unleashed by the dark beast that soared through the dark skies like a raging missile. Breathing a sigh of relief, He could now finally see the monster that was standing before him now. Almost more wide and tall than the Kyuubi itself, the beast towered like a firm mountain across the battlefield, dwarfing both the living and dead. It had the body of a fully armored man that was covered in dark flames. One of its hands held a brightly glowing sword of light and the other a shield made of dark flames. On its back were two large dark wings, but the most frightening aspect of the monster was the face of a dragon. Its primal roar deafened the battlefield once and for all, momentarily stopping both armies in their brutal battle. The monstrosity flexed its long sword, unleashing a bright beam that instantly slaughtered thousands of dead warriors, reducing them to ashes. The fully scaled dragon head glared at Kimimaro with its dark red eyes, and from within the creature, the Otsutsuki king saw Naruto glaring at him murderously. Instead of being terrified, Kimimaro smiled as he clasped his hands together. Naruto narrowed his eyes when within seconds an army of bones were unleashed from the enemy's body, and soon enough it transformed into an exact same replica as Naruto's own Susanoo. The only difference being the fact Kimimaro's was made up of bones and glowing with pure yellow chakra and had the face of a man and not a dragon. While Naruto's beast was covered in the flames of Amaterasu, both monster forms had wings on their backs along with large swords and shields. The dragon Susanoo raised its sword, which emancipated a beam of pure energy that tore through the skies and dispersed all the dark clouds and even made the rain stop their torrent. A part of Naruto was astonished by the sheer amount of power flowing through his veins at the moment. Even in his wildest dreams he had never imagined something like this. His father would be so proud. Father. He clenched his fists tightly as he remembered the Otsutsuki were probably ravaging across his nation and butchering his people. His father was the last capable and official commander left who would have to face those monsters. The Otsutsuki had already took a lot from him, not anymore. When the dragon charged, so did its enemy. Both monsters flew across the battlefield to meet each other in a fiery clash as their monstrous swords greeted each other. A treacherous shockwave tore through the land alongside a massive earthquake that created further chaos and damage through the battlefield. Kimimaro raised his own giant shield that sparked with yellow energy. Enlightenment. He grinned when a dangerous and large ball of pure yellow lightning burst from his shield, but was disappointed when Naruto's Susanoo raised its own shield and absorbed the blast. However, it was that moment when the trick was revealed. Naruto gritted his teeth in frustration as he felt his own control over his Susanoo be hampered as he tried to battle away the surge of foreign energy in his own form. Kimimaro used that momentary advantage fully to strike forward with the intent to deliver the killing blow. What the Otsutsuki was not prepared for was the thunderous roar of a pissed off fox before it sent the white-haired warrior in his monstrous form flying away by colliding straight into them. The fox glared menacingly even as the Otsutsuki crashed gracelessly before his eyes settled upon the surprised gaze of his friend. Guilt and regret were ever present in Kurama's eyes, while Naruto's gaze was one lost in remembrance of a cherished past. One that was gone but still desired by his heart. "I won't leave you, not this time," whispered the fox. His heart had stopped beating for several long moments as he glanced longingly at his only friend. The Kyuubi was not a being of many words, neither was the king. Their miraculous friendship had developed because they both could understand the other even without words, and Kurama hoped his friend understood what he really wanted to say in that short promise. A wry smile graced Naruto's lips even as his eyes twinged with his ever-present spark which Kurama dearly cherished. "I am doomed to die," Fox teased the king, repeating Kimimaro's prophesied words from before. "Then I shall die with you," promised Kurama without hesitation. A tired sigh left the king's lips, but the faint smirk on his lips did wonders to elevate Kurama's hopes as the young monarch extended his Susanoo hand towards the beast. As Kurama used his tails to reciprocate the gesture, Naruto's words would forever be engraved in his heart. "No matter what happens or how much things change, don't ever lose faith. Not in yourself, not in your friends, not in your family, and not in this world," insisted Naruto calmly, as he glanced at the thousands of former bitter ninjas now fighting together as comrades for the survival of mankind. "What if there is no hope?" asked Kurama hesitantly, as he could not help but remember how good the world once was under the sage and then what it became afterwards. Yet, Naruto still smiled. "There is always hope." Kurama's eyes widened even as a lone tear fell from his eye. For those simple words had shown him a truth that had eluded his grasp ever since his creation. He had lost faith in everyone. His friends, Indra and Ashura. His family, Bijou. His world, the race of men. Duty kept him moving forward, but his heart was frozen under a never-ending ocean of ice until a bright flame ignited it again. It burned so brightly that it restored emotions the fox thought were long lost, made his interests and wishes be reborn again, and most of all made him feel alive again. Made life worth living. The era of darkness and hopelessness was burned away in those bright flames. It was as if someone decided to end a miserable chapter of life to give birth to a brighter one. In that moment, Naruto was the epitome of that hope for Kurama, and one which made the Bijou make the commitment that he had never imagined himself ever making to anyone. Naruto smiled and realigned his Susanoo as Kurama stepped beside him just in time as Kimimaro was starting to get ready. For the world of men. Kimimaro hurriedly raised his ethereal shield as he sensed the massive buildup of energy from the united fighters in front of him. The Kyuubi formed a gigantic tailed beast bomb instantly before launching it mercilessly at the lone Otsutsuki warrior. Naruto took to the skies with the help of his wings even as Kurama's attack nearly eclipsed Kimimaro's entire warrior completely. When the blast died down, he was surprised to see thousands of bones were fully vaporized, but already they were being replaced at an alarming pace and for all intents and purposes. Kimimaro looked pissed. "Forest of Death," roared the Otsutsuki madly, as he clasped his hands together. Kurama howled in sheer pain as white-shaped spears more taller and broader than his own size burst out of the ground beneath him. The beast pummeled a few, dodged another dozen more, but Kimimaro had apparently turned almost half the battlefield in his death trap and thereby managed to impale the Kyuubi grievously in multiple locations. The ancient man's eyes widened when a shadow swooped in from the skies and grabbed his form by the throat. With a furious roar, Naruto threw the bone warrior several hundred feet high in the air as his shield finished his next move. Kamui Shuriken. The dragon Susanoo threw its shield at its sailing target at monstrous speed, and much to everyone's surprise in mid-flight the holy weapon divided into a dozen more dangerous shuriken-shaped projectiles marred in black flames. Very quickly the attack hit home and mercilessly tore away large chunks of Kimimaro's large bone warrior before making those torn parts disappear in quick portals forever. As the shurikens vanished, the broken form of Kimimaro's bone warrior started falling towards the ground. "Naruto, watch out!" Kurama's warning was a little too late as the falling bone debris were suddenly transformed into a dangerous whip by the furious Otsutsuki. With its shield used up for the moment, the Susanoo and its wielder were not fully prepared for the moment when the bone whip wrapped around its neck. A choke scream escaped Naruto's lips as he not only felt his chakra but also his life force be sucked away by the whip as it choked the air out of him. It was then he saw the ancient dark seals engraved in those bones, and that was not even taking into account the fact that the Otsutsuki warrior had large sums of 10 tails chakra flowing through his body. It explained why the Otsutsuki warriors were so powerful and why no ordinary weapons could match their bone-shaped spears in battle. There was no power greater than that of the 10 tails, a fact which Naruto realized a little too late. Kimimaro flew downwards, wrapping his entire body in glowing yellow chakra while his hand yanked the whip mercilessly, making Naruto's Susanoo flip over before crashing on the ground with a thunderous crack. Gentle strikes. Small mountain-sized chakra hands were unleashed by the Otsutsuki king that started mercilessly pounding on the fallen Susanoo's chest. Naruto screamed and coughed blood as each strike felt as if he was being crushed under heavy mountains. With every hit, more and more of his chakra nodes suffered massive damage, depleting his supply to maintain the Susanoo. Once it was destroyed, he roared in pure defiance and conjured all his rage and hatred he had for this man. Amaterasu. His eyes bled and pain was all he felt, but he didn't care as his dragon-headed Susanoo screamed in fury as it unleashed a torrent of dark flames like a raging tsunami. Kimimaro started flying away rapidly, but the dark flames didn't relent in their pursuit. So blinded was he in evading this attack that he barely registered another greater danger approaching towards him. It was out of sheer luck or fast reflexes that Kimimaro managed to avoid getting hit directly by the Baijudama launched by the wounded fox. However, it still went off quite close to his position, delivering a tidal shockwave that made Kimimaro come crashing to the ground. He coughed blood and felt every bone in his body shatter due to the terrible impact. Thankfully, he could create and repair as many of those as he wanted so long as he had chakra. He glared at the wounded fox and flicked his wrist, making the Bijou scream in even more agony as this time more monstrous spears impaled his neck and one of his eyes. The important fact was the presence of binding seals on those spears that had immobilized the dangerous beast apart from wounding it very badly. With one of the two threats neutralized for now, Kimimaro diverted his attention to find no sign of the Susanoo warrior or its master. Kimimaro stretched every last one of his senses in order to discover where the bastard king had went, but came empty-handed every damn time. Until the ground beneath his feet vanished as a dark portal opened up and sucked him in. Dark red eyes greeted him, and from the darkness of space he saw the massive dragon-head Susanoo about to consume him. The beast's mouth waiting to melt him in a volcano of dark flames. Knowing there was no escape now, Kimimaro didn't fight against the force pulling him downwards towards the approaching dragon. The beast opened its mouth full of dark flames, and Kimimaro coated himself in his own chakra. Yet the cursed flames consumed his own energy like a hungry dragon tearing apart its prey, but the move gave Kimimaro what he needed. He saw his accursed enemy right in front of him. Naruto hastily brought up Dawn and blocked Kimimaro's white-shaped spear. He could not help but be impressed by his enemy's power and willpower that allowed him to push through the dragon's mouth to reach the Susanoo's heart where Naruto was stationed. But this small victory came at a terrible price. Kimimaro's body was being consumed in the endless and merciless flames of Amaterasu. The only thing stopping him from melting instantly was his own ancient power and the chakra of Juubi in his veins. Yet his flawless skin was slowly getting destroyed, and it won't be long before Kimimaro was destroyed as well. His arrogance and overconfidence in his invincibility being the cause of his defeat. Yet the only thing admirable about the Otsutsuki king was his tenacity and fanatic belief, which still gave him the strength to fight on despite knowing that his end was near. He did not curse Naruto for the trickery nor cry out in rage. Kimimaro only stared at him with cold eyes that promised only one thing: death. Kimimaro charged and held back his scream as Naruto's Mangekyo swirled again, shrouding his entire body in a flameball of Amaterasu heat. Blood erupted from Naruto's eyes, and he fought back the pain viciously as his vision started to turn slightly hazy. Yet his senses were working perfectly, which gave him the necessary warning. He slashed Dawn forward and destroyed the few bone shards launched by Kimimaro, followed by the final bone sphere launched by the dying man. His eyes widened when, using the last of his strength, the burning Kimimaro appeared right before him. Crack! Kimimaro weakly grinned as the dark flames burning his body died away instantly, just as his chakra-powered fist collided right over Naruto's heart. Shock and pain were the only two emotions in the king's eyes as he felt nearly every muscle around his heartbeat targeted, not to mention his prized blood-pumping vessel giving out a horrible cracking sound. All men must die, but I curse you to die of a broken heart, whispered Kimimaro. He was surprised when, despite the direct lethal strike to heart, Naruto roared in fury before plunging his ancestral sword straight into Kimimaro's own heart. The Otsutsuki didn't scream or grunt, but only gave out a weary sigh that finally marked the end of his long life. Even as the holy power from Dawn destroyed him, there was no remorse or regret in those eyes. Until the very end, the flame of conviction burned in Kimimaro's gaze before it was extinguished from the world and plunged into the eternal darkness of the dark portal. Naruto spat blood and felt his control over the Susanoo start to be disrupted. Clenching his chest that was burning in immense pain, he brought Dawn closer to himself and relished the pure energy that seeped into his body, one that momentarily halted the pain and allowed him to summon his chakra. Even as the Susanoo vanished and the last trace of the Otsutsuki king were consumed in the endless dark portal, Naruto used his Mangekyo to teleport away. He opened his eyes again when he felt himself land upon solid ground. A bizarre sight awaited him. Thousands of souls could be seen departing from Earth as the dead corpses they were anchored to started falling apart as the dark power that bound them no longer existed with Kimimaro's death. He saw Hashirama and Tsunade bid a tearful farewell to Atama as he vanished away. Thousands of more ninjas were doing the same for their lost friends and family. Kurama was gingerly rising out of the now disappearing field of spears that had previously wounded and trapped him. With Kimimaro's death their power had also vanished, giving the beast his freedom. But he looked heavily wounded and was barely able to limp until Hashirama and Tsunade alongside several more healers came rushing towards him. The remaining Otsutsuki warriors were all hanging from tall branches of a monstrous tree as a stark proof of Hashirama's rage over the killing of his beloved brother. To make it worse, all those ancient warriors appeared to be beaten to a bloody pulp by Tsunade before she commanded Katsuyu to drench their dead bodies in acid, making them barely unrecognizable. Ours is the fury. Whoever developed the words of the Senju clan knew them better than anyone else. He collapsed to his knees as fatigue washed over him. It was less physical than emotional as he remembered the things he discovered about the world and, more importantly, about himself. Kimimaro didn't want him on the Otsutsuki side just for his power. He had wanted Naruto to join him, for he knew the Dragon King would cross every boundary to protect the ones he loved. He was not the strongest fighter in the history of mankind, but he was one of the most smartest and creative ones. There was a great darkness lurking deep inside of him, waiting to be unleashed. He might have resisted at this time, but to think that he even thought about the idea of turning against his own race if only to protect his own family, unnerved him. Being a king was not something he had wanted, but now that he was one, a lot of people depended on him. And he almost failed them today. He looked up when he felt the presence. Time stopped for him as he watched her bathed in her familiar light and warmth as she knelt before him. His pain and fears were easy enough for her to see through his troubled gaze. "Nauri," he whispered sadly, as he tried to touch her cheek only for his hand to go through her, earning a look of longing from him, but she gave him a small smile as she sent tingling sensations across his cheek by making her ethereal hand pass through it. "You did well today," she said in proud but faint voice, and it was then he saw that she was fading away just like the other souls that were freed from the Otsutsuki's control. "No." He lunged for her shoulders in order to grab her, but only went through her and crashed on the ground. Nauri looked at him with a sad but firm gaze. "You have to be strong, no matter how much it hurts," she insisted, earning a heartbreaking look from him. "I cannot watch the people I love die before me. I can't let them go away," he confessed sadly, and she felt his desire to go to any lengths to stop that from happening. Nauri knelt before him again. "It is never easy for anyone, not even you. But it is not the end. Remember our clan's last words for our departed?" she asked gently. Naruto blinked. "From the ashes we shall rise again," he whispered. Realization dawned on him just as she looked at the skies where another portal had emerged. There were many people with Uchiha features looking down at them. Naruto didn't know any of them, but Nauri had tears of joy falling from her eyes as she stared at them. She looked back at him one last time, and despite his own sadness, he could not help but give her a reassuring smile when he saw the happiness in her eyes. "I go to my father's, where I shall find peace again." Her words whispered in the air like a final breath of fragrance as her soul vanished away towards the portal. Naruto stared at the vanishing form of her light until she disappeared completely. Farewell, Mother. Chapter 34. Twilight. Land of Lightning. 2 days later, Tsunade relished the warm sunlight falling on her skin. The familiar heat and light being a most welcome sight in comparison to the terrible weather they had to endure for the past several weeks. Not to forget all the tragedies they had to suffer through. She had not been ready to meet her dead brother's ghost and had been heartbroken to watch him go again. It still broke her heart, but the peaceful smile on Atama's face was enough to console her and Hashirama that their brother was going to a better place and one day they would meet him again. Even with heavy losses, they had achieved their first victory in the war against the Otsutsuki. More than 10,500 humans died for that, yet their sacrifice didn't go in vain. And yet they had hundreds more wounded, all of whom were carefully being treated by Hashirama and occasionally by Tsunade herself. She would have liked to assist the medics more had she not got entangled in a pleasant but simple task. She glanced at the man sitting beside her, one who had been awfully silent ever since their victory. No matter how much she or anyone else tried, he never revealed what was bothering him, keeping his worries to himself. At first she was disappointed, even hurt by his lack of trust in her, but then she thought about the position he was in. Something had happened to the king in the last battle, something that hit his heart deeply. It had not stopped him from attending to his duties or motivating the men. Hell, he even tried to be more friendly towards the wounded Kyuubi despite their recent fight. When questioned, his words were so simple but conveyed the sole reason behind his actions in regards to the fox. "Life's too short for regrets. And I already have a lot of them, no need to add a good friend to that." Tsunade had not thought him capable of such forgiveness, and yet it showed her another good side of her husband. Like most normal humans, he too was prone to experience conflicting emotions depending upon the people and situations he faced. He had his own strengths and weaknesses like the rest of them. He made mistakes and accomplished great achievements as well. But he truly did love his friends and family. He might fight with them, disagree with them, and even worse, but when the time came, they all could stay strong knowing that Naruto would be there for all of them. "What's on your mind?" she asked curiously. She watched him still silently staring at a rough picture of the land of fire which he had carved himself on the ground. Even if it was a bit crude at the edges, Tsunade could not help but be surprised by his attention to detail. He had almost carved every province in its exact location, every river and even the capital were at their proper place. It was then she remembered that before the peace, Naruto and Madara were the Uchiha's finest leaders who had led to their clan's victory against the Senju on numerous occasions. "I may have conquered the world of men, but I have yet to conquer the Otsutsuki," he answered honestly. "You killed their king in single combat. I'm sure you will figure out a way to defeat their queen, bringing an end to this war," said Tsunade confidently. Flattery will not win you easy points, Suna, he said with an amused smile. While he went back to staring at his drawing, a faint blush appeared on the blonde queen's cheeks. She had not missed a positive change in him after the battle against Kimimaro. Previously, Naruto had been kind to her and been her friend. But now he looked at her differently. There was an unending warmth in his eyes along with affection. He went out of his way to make sure they had lunch or dinner together. He was there to console her when she had cried on remembering her parting with Atama despite his own grief over his parting with Naori, and had also thanked her for saving his life. He had also started to occasionally call her Tsuna more often, and she could not help but find the name endearing, for he said it with so much love and affection that warmed her heart. Either of them were yet to say those magic words that life partners often said to each other, but she felt completely at ease in his presence. Now she knew she could depend on him, which was much more important than just words, no matter how much she wished to hear them from him. How many fighters do we have left? He asked seriously. Approximately 35,000. I can add a few hundred more, but they are currently wounded and not fit for battle for another 2 weeks at the very least, informed Tsunade, making him grimace. I cannot afford that long a delay. Our nation is burning right now, our people are dying every moment that we spend here, he said bitterly, earning a comforting hand from her on his shoulder. I understand. But we cannot just rush 35,000 troops haphazardly from the land of lightning to the land of fire. Our troops are still recovering from the last battle, and such kind of rush will only weaken them further. You'll lose more soldiers through fatigue, disease and desertion, she warned him. How many horses do the samurai have? Asked Naruto irritatedly. Even shinobi were human and were bound by mortality. For all their strength, both samurai and ninjas would take nearly 3 weeks to reach the land of fire on foot if they didn't encounter any further obstacles. The civilian fighters would take even more time. But the samurai had bred fine war horses that could ride non-stop for 2 days and require very less food and water. Maybe. They don't have enough of those. Maybe around 12,000 horses or even less. Their battles against Hashirama and then against Kimimaro saw them suffering heavy losses of their prized beasts, said Tsunade honestly, which made him clench his fists. Then I'll use my Kamui to teleport my army to our nation. I cannot let the land of fire burn, or else all of this was for nothing, said Naruto frustratedly, earning a sharp glare from her. That is reckless. No matter how strong you are now, you cannot teleport 35,000 people over such a long distance. It will kill you and may even destroy our army. Even if you achieve marginal success, will you able to live with yourself if thousands of our soldiers were lost in that teleportation in those portals? Asked Tsunade fiercely. Naruto sighed and backed down, knowing she was right. His solution of teleporting their army had dangerous risks and could cost many innocent lives if he made even a minor mistake. But the truth was that he was running out of options. War horses, soldiers and not even Kamui were enough to make him reach his nation to save his people. He was stuck here, far from home, and could only hope his father could hold off the enemy long enough for them to return. But it was wishful thinking at best. Tajima Uchiha barely had 10,000 ninjas with him, and those too were the very young, very old or average fighters of their clans. Even if he mustered civilians, he would barely have the time to muster around 30,000 soldiers against an enemy that outnumbered him 5 times. The only hope for the land of fire's survival now lay on Madara and his army returning from the land of wind. Madara was a capable general and had thousands of elite ninjas with him. If he had achieved victory against the armies of Land of Wind and Earth, then it would only further bolster his ranks, which he could use to aid in the defense of their motherland. Still, as their king, it was Naruto's responsibility to come to their aid, and it was why an idea came to him. Tsunade glanced at him warily when he got an eager gleam in his eye. I think I have just the right solution. Hashirama Senju had been tending to one of the wounded samurai in the medical tents when he heard the commotion. Before the visitor even entered, Hashirama realized who they were. How could he not when that person had a chakra signature almost as strong as Madara's? One that was more darker and resilient. Beside him, Mito also looked up when both Naruto and Tsunade entered the tent, earning bows from the medics and nursing staff. The king didn't acknowledge any of those people and marched towards Hashirama. Fortunately, the young monarch had a smart wife who was very quick in greeting those disappointed people whom their king had not even acknowledged. Whatever urgent matter was currently troubling the king, it was still not right for him to ignore his people's greeting like that. It made Hashirama very happy to see Tsunade silently supporting her husband and making up for his weaknesses. Mito and Hashirama had busied themselves in treating the wounded and dying so as to not think about all the loved ones they had lost to this war. Mito had lost more than Hashirama, but none of them felt the other's pain was greater or lesser than theirs. It had allowed them to bond with each other again after so many years, and Hashirama was indebted to the redhead for she greatly helped him cope with the loss of his beloved brother. Only hearing from Itama himself that he had no regrets over his sacrifice had pacified Hashirama, and made him proud as well. Itama's death was painful for him to bear, but knowing that his brother died for their people made it bearable at least. The king stepped before them and greeted both of them respectfully. Hashirama didn't miss the awkwardness existing between Naruto and Mito, with both of them trying their hardest to not look at each other for too long. "My king," prompted Hashirama, when he noticed Naruto was yet to say something, even when his eyes burned with impatience to say what he wanted to say. While Naruto didn't say anything, Hashirama caught the young Uchiha glancing at Tsunade, who was just finishing talking with the medics and nurses. She even went on to chat briefly with the few wounded who were conscious. Naruto looked irritated, but what made Hashirama smile was the boy's patience to wait for his wife to join them before he decided to explain the reason for his visit. That small gesture alone showed the growing importance of Tsunade in Naruto's life. Recently, the king had started being more and more affectionate towards his wife. Knowing that Naruto was an acute sensor just like him, Hashirama was now certain that the king now knew that Tsunade was carrying his child. His nephew. When he first learned of the life within his sister, he had been over the moon with joy. It was a much needed good news when he was dealing with the loss of his brother. He had been so ecstatic to reveal this news to Tsunade, who was yet to realize this blessing herself, but Mito had bonked him on the head and told him not to interfere. The Uzumaki woman had asked him to be patient and let Tsunade discover the good news herself, or let her husband reveal it to her. Even if that didn't work, Tsunade was a seasoned medic and would very soon discover it herself. Naruto's changed attitude towards Tsunade was all the proof Hashirama needed to see that the king was also aware of his upcoming child, but judging from Tsunade's calm appearance, the young Uchiha was yet to tell her that. Hashirama didn't know why Naruto hadn't already told his wife. Most Senjus would be jumping with joy, but then again Naruto was an Uchiha and people from that clan were said to be much more composed in their reactions. More than that, Naruto was the first Uchiha king currently engaged in a world war. That did kind of repurpose his priorities. Maybe it was best if he followed Mito's advice and let the young couple before him figure out how to deal with this development in their lives. "How much do you two know about my teleportation abilities?" asked Naruto seriously. "Not much, except for what we saw you perform on the battlefield," commented Mito sincerely. "It was impressive," said Hashirama with an honest smile, which made the Uchiha before him smirk with pride. No need to boost his already overinflated ego, chided Tsunade playfully, making Naruto pout. "A king is allowed certain liberties," replied Naruto smugly, earning a raised eyebrow from his beautiful wife. "Do tell, what liberties would you prefer, my king?" asked Tsunade very slowly, her voice heavier and gaze more intense than ever. Naruto blushed and looked away. He was not alone, as even Hashirama was blushing and trying not to look at his sister. Mito and Tsunade could not help but look at each other and sigh men. Acting on his feet, Naruto motioned the others to follow after him, which they did without question. After a few minutes of walking, they all found themselves entering the king's tent, where the Kingsguard was already present, and they had apparently set up a mini war room with a large ninja map and detailed figures of enemy locations and troop movements. "Did you arrive at a conclusion?" asked Naruto directly, earning nods from his four friends. "We did. If our intel was accurate, then the Otsutsuki landed on the coastal areas of our nation. Considering how large a force they had from the start, they must have split it off into several large groups to conquer villages, settlements, towns and small cities alike across the Land of Fire," explained Itachi seriously. "If I were the enemy, then I would divide my forces and make them rampage across the Land of Fire in order to not just conquer more areas and bolster my ranks, but more importantly divide Lord Tajima's forces. Make the ninjas spread out too thin trying to save different parts of the nation but ultimately fail," pointed Shisui worriedly. Hashirama was alarmed when he saw Shisui and Itachi point to large march of enemy forces all across the Land of Fire. Takeshi depicted the figure of Tajima Uchiha marching from the capital with 10,000 ninjas and rallying up thousands of more common civilians to fight the Otsutsuki. But ultimately, Tajima would be overwhelmed with the cries of help from all sides. Tajima-sama would never allow his army to be split into smaller factions and be destroyed one after another. But we have to consider the fact that the men following Tajima all have friends and family in different parts of our nation. These ninja clans are still getting used to the idea of living together as allies, but with the enemy attacking their homes on all fronts, they would more likely demand Lord Tajima to let them go in order to save their families. Lord Tajima cannot refuse or order them to stand down, or he will very likely face a mutiny. Maybe Naruto and Madara could have kept that army united, but Lord Tajima does not command the same respect. It is more likely most of his forces likely split off into smaller groups and went across the land of fire to save their families, explained Kagami hesitantly. Tsunade and Mito worriedly stared at Naruto, whose face was set in stone. Even if his face betrayed no emotions, Naruto's clenched fist and troubled gaze was enough to show them the king was worried about his father's safety. For a large part of their lives, Tajima and Naruto had been at odds against each other. But they were father and son. For all their arguments and differences, they both did love each other in the end. What would Lord Tajima do then? Asked Hashirama nervously. He could only imagine what kind of pressure the Uchiha clan head must be under. With one of his last sons and sister rumored to be dead, his eldest son missing with his army. He saw all Uchihas in the room stare at each other knowingly before Naruto answered Hashirama's question. Castle Tsukiyomi. Hashirama and Tsunade stared at the lone Uchiha castle located in the Land of Fire. Apart from being the Uchiha's ancestral seat, Castle Tsukiyomi was more like a fortress. After Uzu, it was the strongest fortification in the world, built by Uchihas through centuries of blood and sacrifices. It had a dark history, but it also served as the home of the Uchihas whenever they faced great troubles throughout history. Whenever that happened, the Uchiha clan took refuge in Castle Tsukiyomi, and never once had any army managed to break through that refuge built on a tall mountain surrounded by dense forests and high hills. If my father cannot risk open war, then he will rally as many fighters as he can, save as many civilians as he can from nearby lands, and give them shelter in our castle. It has enough room, food and provisions to host thousands of people. But more importantly, there are secret caves underneath the castle that lead towards the Naka River. On the edge of those caves at the mouth of the river, there lies a small emergency fleet that was built to take my clansmen to a secret island we built throughout centuries. It is located a few hundred kilometers away from the Land of Fire and has half the defenses that Uzu had. Castle Tsukiyomi can be defended long enough to save thousands as they escape to our island, explained Naruto sadly. Hashirama, Tsunade and Mito could not help but look at the 5 Uchihas in the room with a newfound respect. Both Uzumaki and Senju had always considered the Uchiha to be arrogant brutes their entire lives. To think, the dragon descendants had planned so far ahead for such contingencies went to show how dangerous it would have been to continuously wage war against the sons of Indra. Naruto himself had defended the very same castle against the Fuma clan and had eliminated those warriors completely from the face of the earth. A fine and experienced commander like Tajima could very well hold that castle for several days, saving thousands of lives. It made them thankful for the fact that the Uchiha clan head was there to defend their nation when they were not. He will likely defend it to death with the last of my clansmen, whispered Naruto miserably. Tsunade placed a comforting hand on her husband's shoulders and saw the remaining Uchihas were also equally somber. Nearly every Uchiha warrior in Naruto's army died in battle after battle, first at Uzu, and then at the Land of Lightning. Madara had also taken with him a considerable number of Uchiha and had likely fought in battles off his own. They had no idea how many Uchiha were still alive with the Hokage, not to mention the status of the Hokage himself. Unlike the Senjus, who had several thousand clansmen, the Uchihas were a smaller clan. Nobody could doubt their skill in battle, but they were too few to begin with. Tajima likely had the last few hundred Uchiha of this world left with him. Considering how stubborn that clan was, the clan head and his people would likely or had already laid down their lives in defending Castle Tsukiyomi. The dragons shall roar in this world one last time before fading away forever. Tsunade gripped Naruto's hand worriedly as she remembered those dreaded words from the man she had seen in her dream. She had not understood the full meaning of his message back then, but now she did. The Uchiha clan was on the brink of extinction. It was very likely the line of Indra would not survive this war. Unlike the Uzumaki and Senju, who were blessed with long lives, the Uchihas had more mortal lifespans. Most of their people didn't have unnatural healing or large chakra reserves, they were mortal men in every sense. I never thought our clan would fall, whispered Itachi sadly. It won't. As long as there remains one dragon in this world, the line of Indra will never end, countered Kagami passionately, earning a firm nod from Takeshi. From the ashes we shall rise again, whispered Shisui, as he placed a comforting hand on Itachi's shoulder. Naruto somberly stared at the ninja map. If the enemy had acted according to the predictions suggested by his friends, they would likely have nearly 300,000 warriors in their ranks by now. It would be a mix of Otsutsuki, Hagoromo, Kaguya, their strange creatures, and the army of dead. Not to mention that cursed statue. Shisui had already revealed that the enemy had two-tailed beasts in their captivity. If he added the centuries-long disappearances of the remaining brethren of Kurama, then it was very likely the Otsutsuki queen had all the tailed beasts except for the nine-tailed fox. He barely had 35,000 warriors. It was a death sentence. He glanced at his wife and his urge to make her stay back grew even more stronger. He had no idea about the fate of Shizuka and his daughters. Madara had posted loyal Uchihas to guard the Nadeshia temple, but they were too few to stop an army of dead. If they were gone just like he saw in that vision shown by Kimimaro. Naruto clenched his fist shut as he realized Tsunade was not only carrying the royal heir but also very likely his only surviving child and the first child with Uchiha and Senju blood in its veins. He had to talk to her, but afterwards. We march home. Even if it is to our deaths. Decided Naruto grimly, earning nods from his friends and family members. How will you make our large army reach the land of fire quickly? Asked Mito hesitantly. Her own wounded brother Nagato had been sent to that nation along with the few Kingsguard warriors that were still alive. In the best circumstances, those ninjas had linked up with Tajima, and currently Nagato would be with the Uchiha clan head at Castle Tsukiyomi. Through the combination of my dojutsu, fuinjutsu and ninjutsu, revealed Naruto. Everyone looked at him as if he was crazy, which only made him smile. Kurama stared in silent awe as the entire army camp was consumed in a flurry of activities. Almost every warrior was preparing himself. Weapons and armor were being gathered, only the barest amount of supplies were being taken, the wounded were being left behind with a small garrison to care for them. The beast saw hundreds of ninjas standing around Hashirama. All of them had linked their hands together, and the fox clearly saw and even felt the gigantic amount of chakra being supplied to the Senju leader. Hashirama indeed required every last ounce of that additional chakra as he had clasped his hands together and created a massive forest of trees spanning hundreds of kilometers. The Senju leader had his eyes closed and was sweating profusely, but as a reward for his efforts, every few minutes hundreds of wooden chakra horses emerged from the forest of trees. Mito Uzumaki along with her handful clansmen and few seal masters stood on the edge of the forest. Her group of fuinjutsu specialists were constantly busy as they marked each and every wooden chakra horse with seals. Those very seals helped in forming a parallel and unbreakable connection between those animated horses. Already 20,000 of such chakra horses were created by Hashirama, with more on the way. Mito and her group had so far finished implanting joining seals on half of those created horses. If things went as per their plan, those two should accomplish their task within a few hours at most. Kurama himself was busy pouring large amounts of his chakra into energy scrolls being provided by Mito and her clansmen. Everything was going just as Naruto had planned. It was one of those times when humanity had again surprised the Bijou with their innovation. Naruto had accepted that physically sucking and transporting thousands of ninjas with his Kamui was risky, but it had only made the king devise another innovative way to make their massive army reach the land of fire in 1/10 the time than a normal march would take. The king had suggested Hashirama to create an army of wooden chakra horses on whom their ninjas, samurai, and even civilian fighters could mount upon. These beasts could not carry as much weight as living horses could, but they were more faster and stronger. More importantly, the king had suggested Mito to link all those thousands of chakra horses through fuinjutsu, creating a single chain. It was possible for humans as individuals or even in small or large groups to get lost in the space dimension, but a single connected chain of chakra being led by Kurama, who was himself a beacon of energy, had more of a chance of staying together. The king had already formed large pathways in his travel dimension which would be used by Kurama and the massive human army mounted on chakra horses made of wood to travel. Naruto had posted several of his clones across different intervals from the land of lightning to the land of fire itself, creating a series of portals which his people could cross more easily and quickly rather than risk transporting everyone from one point to another in a single try. To put it more crudely for the average shinobi to understand, they had to mount on these chakra horses who shall all be joined with Kurama's energy. Together, they would pass through multiple portals of Naruto's dimension like a person rushing through a series of connected doors covering thousands of kilometers of distance in half the time. In the end, their army would split into 3 groups led by Naruto, Hashirama and Hanzo each. They would all assemble at one common point which the king had predicted to be the main target of the Otsutsuki in the land of fire. To sustain those multiple portals for nearly an entire day, Naruto and his clones would need gigantic amount of chakra, which was why Kurama was providing his energy to be used by Naruto and his clones, for if even one of them faltered in their duty, then their army could become trapped for a very long time. It was still risky and not everyone would survive this dangerous space-time travel, but it was all they could do to save the land of fire in time. Even the soldiers were nervous, but knowing they had very little choice or alternative, they had reluctantly rallied behind the command of their king. What worried Kurama was the fact that Naruto was putting his own life in tremendous danger by taking up the responsibility of maintaining a lethal jutsu like Kamui for an entire day. Even if Kurama gave him chakra to compensate his lost energy, the boy's mangekyo and body would be severely damaged. But Naruto had waved off those concerns raised by Kurama very easily. It was almost as if Naruto knew. And was the reason why Kurama could still feel the raging aura of Naruto and his wife clashing against each other. "You baka! You'll get yourself killed if you do this," yelled Tsunade furiously, staring at her silent husband who was seated in his chair inside their personal tent. "Even so, I have to do this. For our people. It is my duty," he answered much more calmly than her. He still felt the occasional pain in his heart where Kimimaro had hit him. Dawn's chakra had healed most of the critical damage and Tsunade had stabilized his torn chest muscles, but it still did not make him ready to undertake such a stressful activity, and that was not taking into account the final battle against the Otsutsuki queen. And he had a feeling that Kimimaro, no matter how strong, was nothing in comparison to the enemy queen that Shisui had encountered. The fact that a battle with her had unnerved someone like Shisui was enough to show Naruto that she was extremely dangerous. Kimimaro had also said she had taken a personal interest in him, which would only mean they were bound to face each other in battle. He looked up when Tsunade knelt before him and took his hands in hers. There was grave concern burning in her eyes. "What are you not telling me?" she asked worriedly. "I curse you to die of a broken heart." Dismissing the dead man's voice from his memory, he looked at his wife with a reassuring smile. "I know what I am risking, Tsuna. But my people are dying, my clan is almost extinct, my daughters," he whispered hesitantly. "Naruto," she whispered sadly, even as she squeezed his hands gently. "If we are doomed to die, then I choose to die fighting. That means doing everything in my power, including putting my own life on the line to save our people. I will not be able to live with myself if I don't give it my all," he confessed, eyes gazing into hers. "The Otsutsuki queen wants you dead," said Tsunade worriedly. She had heard tales about that woman's power and frankly it scared her. "That makes it more important that I face her with the fox. Together we shall try to defeat her," said Naruto with as much confidence as he could muster, but looking into her eyes he knew it was not enough. "I'll fight with you," decided Tsunade, earning a firm look from him as he grasped her cheeks. "No. You shall stay in the rear ranks and be away from danger," said Naruto frustratedly. "You're a moron if you think I'm letting my husband go out there all alone," yelled Tsunade furiously, her eyes ablaze with righteous fury. The corner of Naruto's lips twitched into a faint smirk, which he tried to fight back valiantly but couldn't stop himself from asking his next question. "I'll not be alone, Tsuna. The people cannot lose both their king and queen, besides, why are you so against this?" he asked seriously. A tight slap across his cheek stunned him momentarily before he looked back at her. Tsunade's hands were shaking, her eyes shining with tears, and her lips were trembling as well. "You know why?" Her voice was barely above a whisper that for a moment he thought it was just the air. But when he looked in her eyes, he knew. He slowly got up from his seat even as she took a few steps away from him. Her tears now freely falling from her eyes. They both stood apart from each other, but their eyes never lost contact. He didn't know what was going through her heart at this moment, but he could not help but think about their first meeting. Despite the situation, it made him chuckle a little, earning a nasty scowl from her. Never could he have imagined to come to care for someone like Tsunade. She was so fierce, stubborn and prideful. She was also very opinionated in her views and beliefs, but there was also a gentle heart in that beautiful chest of hers. One that cared deeply for those close to her, and a smart mind that had covered up for his own lackings without any protest. Now that he thought about it, she had started to occupy both his mind and heart with every passing day. It was subtle at first and only became worse as they went through so many events together. He remembered his own apprehensions at the time of their marriage and how she would to adjust coming into his family. He remembered being delighted in finding a nervous but gentle woman who had the courage to extend a hand of friendship and partnership towards him despite their past family history. He remembered their growing affection followed by their fight, how she had plagued his mind all the way to Uzu, to the moment where Kimimaro struck him down. A part of his heart had lamented the fact that he had that stupid fight with her and would never get to see her again. How elated he had been when she was the first face he saw when he woke up. Most importantly, Kurama was still his friend because of Tsunade. She had always been a little jealous of the way he trusted the fox and his Uchiha friends over her, but had never made any move to sabotage those relationships to favor herself. Even when Kurama and his friendship was on the brink of destruction, she didn't use that chance to make her position more favorable in his heart than that of the foxes. She had thought about his interests and given him the right advice. Even now she was worried and fighting so fiercely only for his safety. "I love you, Naruto," she confessed finally, after their never-ending silence stretched too long. He felt ashamed when he saw no need for reciprocation of that gesture in her eyes. Instead, she came forward and hugged him fiercely. His own emotions were a mess. "The family cannot survive without you, Naruto," she almost begged him, and tightened her hold over him. To her dismay, he gently broke the hug and grasped her shoulders with his hands. "It can and it will because they will have you," he insisted with so much conviction that it scared her even more. "Naruto. I have repented my sins and I don't fear death. All that matters to me right now is saving our world and our people from extinction," he confessed honestly. "I will not." He silenced her with the appearance of his Mangekyo, and suddenly she felt a large part of her strength fading away from her. "Listen to me. If I fall, then you must assume leadership of the kingdom. It may take years, decades, generations, but mankind must never surrender to the Otsutsuki. If we fail, you will take refuge in these mountains with the survivors and continue the rebellion," he insisted fiercely. "There is nothing left if you are gone," she confessed miserably. She gasped in surprise when he placed his hand on her belly and released a gentle wave of chakra. Her breath stopped when, instead of that wave of chakra passing through her body, it was instead stopped midway. It could only mean one thing, and his next words confirmed her suspicions completely. "The whole tree does not die because one branch falls, Suna," he whispered. She now knew why he didn't want her to fight alongside him this time, but this new reason alone ignited her desire to protect him tenfold. She didn't know whether to jump in joy or yell at him. It was this emotional turmoil that was allowing him to exert even more influence over her with his powerful eyes. It was subtle, but she could already feel its effects taking over her. "This child will need you just like I have," he whispered softly, as his hands gently caressed her flat belly. "Don't do this," she pleaded, but could already feel her consciousness fading away. She barely heard another person entering the tent as her eyes were fixed on his sad but warm gaze. "I know what you have done for me, Tsunade." He glanced at the person standing behind them before focusing back on her, and this time she saw all he wanted to say in that saddened gaze of his. "Thank you." Their lips met each other for a final moment before he parted from her, and the next thing she felt were strong arms gripping her shoulder and Naruto's voice that was quickly fading away from her. "Keep her safe," ordered Naruto. "I promise, my king," answered Itachi confidently, just as Tsunade's consciousness faded away. Kurama watched Naruto disappear in his portal dimension, and for several long minutes the Bijou watched the largest cavalry in human history line up. Men and women from different nations, young and old, ninjas and samurai, even civilians, all ready to face the doom of their world. Majority of them had accepted that most of them wouldn't be coming back alive, yet there were also optimists and determined zealots who refused to give up. Honestly, humans were too confusing for the Bijou to understand. Only a force of more than 1,000 wounded soldiers, medics and few dozen guards would be staying behind with Itachi and the Queen. In case their army failed to defeat the enemy, then this force would probably be the last hope of humanity. Kurama had already sensed the growing life within Tsunade, and considering how strong its chakra was, it had to be a boy. Hundreds of censor ninjas had discovered the Queen's pregnancy, and few religious zealots had somehow started pinning their hopes on the unborn royal heir. Humans could be so dumb sometimes that it astounded Kurama even after thousands of years. Regardless of that stupidity, he understood why Naruto left his wife behind. If everyone else failed, Tsunade and Itachi would be the last commanders left in this world. The unborn prince could become the last hope of the dying ninja kingdom if Naruto failed to defeat the Otsutsuki. These were not fable stories where good triumphed over evil. Considering the sheer number of dead the enemy must have amassed by rampaging across the heavily populated land of fire, and combine that with the support of Kaguya clan, Hagoromo clan, and that cursed statue, the human army didn't have much chance of victory. It was very likely they would all die in the land of fire. But still they would fight till their last. Hashirama and Shisui along with Hanzo, Mifune and Mito unleashed their swords as the primary portal started opening up, courtesy of one of Naruto's clones. Many more of those shadow clones were already posted across various checkpoints from the Land of Lightning, with Naruto himself maintaining the final portal in the Land of Fire. It would take them a day at least to reach their destination. Kurama roared defiantly and linked up his chakra with each and every one of the 35,000 riders. Together they charged. Land of Fire. Castle Tsukiyomi. The oldest and strongest defense of the Uchiha clan. A fortress in all but name that had faced countless armies and repelled each and every one of them. Yet today there was an aura of doom and misery present in the unbreakable stronghold. A few hundred fighters from the Uchiha, Nara and Hatake clans were all that was left of those ancient families. The rest of their people having perished in various battles. Inside the castle, nearly 40,000 civilians had taken shelter when Lord Tajima offered them aid. The Uchiha patriarch had been unable to stop most of his army from splitting up. Initially, his 30,000-strong force made up of ninjas and civilians had fought tooth and nail against the Otsutsuki hordes in the coastal areas. Thousands died, but it allowed the civilians in the inner lands to reach Castle Tsukiyomi. Not everyone reached there in time, but it was still better than everyone dying. But after that the enemy adopted a different tactic which worked flawlessly. Not only did the enemy split its forces all over the Land of Fire, it started spreading horrific rumors of Madara dying with the rest of his army. Having no idea about the status of Hashirama and their main fighters, Madara had been the last hope for the Land of Fire. To learn that he too had fallen was the final straw. Various ninja clans broke faith and ran to save their own homes and people. It was folly, for even united they were no match for the unending Otsutsuki army. Tajima pleaded his men to see reason, but they never listened. Defeated and dejected, the Uchiha lord took refuge in his stronghold. Most expected him to flee and save who he could, but surprising them all, both Tajima and Sakumo Hatake decided to carry on their duties despite the repeated setbacks. Both men had at first been hopeful for the return of their sons with their army from the Land of Wind, but as days passed and no help came, they too realized that the enemy rumors were the truth. No help was going to come, for their sons were dead. Sakumo still kept himself together to oversee the evacuation of the thousands of civilians on the Uchiha fleet to the Dragon's secret island. But Tajima was miserable. How could he not? All his sons had perished. His sister had died as well. His clan was on the brink of extinction. And yet that same man along with his clansmen had refused to abandon their stronghold and flee to their secret island. The Uchiha clan had decided to make Castle Tsukiyomi their final ground where they would fight and hold the enemy to death so that thousands of civilians could escape. Not only would it save more lives but give hope to humanity in the future by not providing the enemy with more dead soldiers. The Hatake and Nara were the only clans still standing alongside the dragons. Their members were also majorly wiped out, but they too had decided to stand alongside the Uchiha in this final hour. Together, the three clans had defended Castle Tsukiyomi for 4 days but were ultimately helpless against the endless enemy army. Level after level of the castle was overrun, tower after tower destroyed, wall after wall crumbled. The brutal rattling of the main gate of the courtyard brought Sakumo out of his despair. Barely 250 Uchiha, Nara and Hatake, who were fortunate/unfortunate enough to survive till now, were trying their level best to defend the final gate. There were still 4,000 civilians left to be evacuated, who were all currently hiding in the caves built deeply inside the mighty castle. Sakumo wished they had Den Nara here with them to offer some strategy they could use to defend against the enemy, but the Nara leader was the sole officer holding the capital and would soon enough be surrounded by the enemy. Thousands of civilians had flocked to the capital while Tajima and his allies bought them time. Many chose Castle Tsukiyomi, but several thousand more decided to run to the capital, believing it would offer them salvation against the army of dead. He approached Tajima, who was currently busy instructing one of his clansmen. "Make sure that no harm comes to her. You must know how important she is," instructed Tajima fiercely, earning a devoted nod from the Uchiha ninja. "2 of my brothers died to save her and her people against the enemy. We shall all defend her to death, Lord Tajima. For our nation's future, for our fallen king," promised the lone Uchiha. "Is this about the priestess?" asked Sakumo seriously, earning a curt nod from Tajima. They were all surprised and elated when a few Uchiha arrived at Castle Tsukiyomi with a small group of priestesses from the Nadeshia clan. Among them was a woman named Shizuka who claimed to carry the king's children. No one had believed her at first until Shizuka showed them Madara's personal seal that had been given to her by the Hokage's personal guard stationed around the temple to protect her. Madara had planned for an emergency and had given Shizuka his personal seal with a letter addressed for Tajima to provide her shelter in any emergency, as she carried Naruto's children. Most of the garrison deployed to protect the Nadeshia clan had laid down their lives when the Otsutsuki attacked in order to let the priestess escape so the line of their fallen king could survive. Tajima had been on the verge of falling apart after realizing that Madara was also probably dead when he came to know about the existence of his granddaughters. The veteran Uchiha had wept tears of joy and relief before doing something that had not just shocked his allies but fellow Uchiha as well. Lord Tajima, who was a stickler for rules and traditions, had bowed down before Shizuka, offering the priestess his sincere gratitude and protection. Knowing that his sons had left something for Tajima to still fight for gave the veteran warrior the motivation to fight again. "My lord, the priestess will be due in a week or two. The king had promised to name his daughters, but," said the Uchiha soldier hesitantly. Tajima grimaced as he was again reminded about his fallen son. But he steeled himself and looked at Ishikawa Uchiha seriously. "Then as their grandfather, I name the elder of the two girls as Hikari Uchiha. She shall be the next leader of our people, and the younger one I name Naori Uchiha," whispered Tajima sadly but with grim determination in his eyes. "You're not coming with us, my lord?" asked Ishikawa in shock, not sure whether to be more stunned by his leader's decision to stay here or for the fact that Tajima just named a female as the future Uchiha leader, something which had never happened in history. But with their clan almost on the brink of extinction and Madara or Naruto not leaving behind any male heirs, Shizuka's daughters were directly in line for the Uchiha leadership. "A dragon never flees," replied Tajima simply. Sakumo grinned weakly even as Ishikawa Uchiha nodded and ran off to carry out the last orders of his liege lord. There was a grim sadness in Tajima's dark eyes as he saw the vast enemy army knocking at his gates, but there was also hope, for the man now had a small satisfaction that his line was not going to end today. Sakumo was the same as his own daughter Kiara was going to escape with a handful Uchiha, Nara and thousands of civilians to take refuge on the Uchiha's fortified island. He didn't know how they would survive this war in the future, but for now they would survive this day. "What can we do against this sorcery, Sakumo?" asked Tajima tiredly. Sakumo glanced at the thousands of dead that were storming all over the castle. He looked at Tajima with a smile. "We hold the line," answered Sakumo. Tajima grinned despite the dark situation and saw the dragon banner still flying proudly from the top of his castle. He had done everything in his power to save as many as he could. "I hope you can be proud of me now, Naruto." He looked at the last of his clansmen, and in everyone's eyes he saw one emotion. Not resignation, but defiance. "The dragon shall roar in this castle one last time," declared Tajima, earning loud approving cheers from his clansmen as he unleashed his sword. He and Sakumo alongside their few remaining men all took up positions near the final gate, which was slowly falling apart. The seals on it were already destroyed, the strong wood and metal crumbling under the relentless attacks of the Kaguya and their dead minions. "I never thought I would die fighting side by side with a Hatake," joked Tajima, much to the amusement of many Uchiha, Hatake and Nara as well. "That's what friends do, Lord Tajima," replied the Hatake leader, earning a grateful nod from the Uchiha veteran. Tajima gripped his sword as the first cracks in the gate started to appear, and he saw the hideous form of the Kaguya and their dead warriors on the other side. "From the ashes we shall rise again." The upper layers of the gate crumbled. "For our people," yelled Sakumo as he unleashed his sword. "For our king," yelled one of the Nara officers. The gates were utterly destroyed as Tajima's defiant roar swept through the entire castle. Fire and blood. The Uchihas altogether unleashed a fierce volley of fireballs that set alight the entire first wave of Kaguyas and dead warriors. The Nara officer along with his clansmen used their shadows to trap the next wave of enemies, allowing the Hatake ninjas ample time to blast them all with explosives. Tajima and his army of ninjas charged down the slope of the castle like a tidal wave, slaughtering surprised enemy forces mercilessly. The Uchiha clan head led the attack and used his sword brutally to carve apart Kaguya morons stupid enough to attack him. Then suddenly the enemy stopped. One of the Otsutsuki warriors stepped forward and glared right at Tajima. The enemy army reformed their lines once more and were about to follow after their ancient leader when a thunderous blast rocked the entire area. Tajima and Sakumo both were left speechless when an entire hill near the castle was blasted apart. Both armies saw a monstrous shadow emerge from the ashes and take to the skies. What followed after was a beastly war cry. "To the king! To the king! To the king!" Every Otsutsuki and their supporters near Tajima were instantly set ablaze in dark flames, making them screech in horror and agony. If that was not enough, Sakumo watched in silent awe as a young boy sitting atop a massive ninja dog tore through the enemy lines outside the castle with feral viciousness. He was joined by a brown-skinned veteran man seated atop a monkey who also started wreaking havoc among the Otsutsuki ranks. Kakashi Hatake and Sasuke Sarutobi were not alone in the fight, as they were joined by thousands of angry ninjas from the land of fire, wind and earth who all pounced on the enemy army with pure murder in their hearts. Tajima could only stare at the massive Susanoo flying in the sky, unleashing hell across the battlefield. After Indra, very few Uchiha had awakened this power, and to see his eldest son be its new wielder filled him with pride. The fact that Madara was still alive alone was enough to make the clan head raise his sword again. A single cry was unleashed across the battlefield by the furious Susanoo warrior. Kill them all. Chapter 35. Fire and Blood. One day later, Kyoto. It was a cold but beautiful night. The wind was almost non-existent. The land's ever silent. The last of humanity hiding behind the strong walls of the city. But they all knew, it would not be enough. One man knew this bitter truth better than anyone else, and yet that didn't stop him from standing proudly to defend the last stronghold of his nation. Out of all the likely scenario concerning his end, Madara had never imagined one so cruel as this. His clan was gone, all of his brothers were dead, his best friend missing, and his nation on the edge of utter annihilation. Honestly, there was nothing left for him to fight for. Only his hate and desire for revenge kept him going on, but to be honest, he felt hollow, as if someone had taken away everything from him, leaving only a dead husk behind. Yet he could not help but remember the hopes his youngest brother had for this nation and its people. It was not just Naruto, but Tobirama, Naori, almost every single ninja regardless of their clans who died for this country. They all made the ultimate sacrifice for the land of fire. He had never imagined himself being a Hokage, much less a king, but there was no choice in those matters. He would most probably be the last king of men, but it would not stop him from offering the most fierce defiance to the Otsutsuki. It was this sheer determination and hate that had allowed him to utterly crush the enemy army besieging Castle Tsukiyomi. So sudden and brutal was the attack staged by Madara along with his forces, that the Otsutsuki had been forced to retreat, allowing Tajima to fall back with the survivors to the fire capital with his last son and his army in tow. This miracle would not have been possible had the Otsutsuki queen been at the head of her army. Fortunately, she had not been present, and her fellow clansmen had been no match for Madara. She must have realized her mistake, as this time Madara felt a monstrous presence marching towards him along with an army of darkness. A force nearly 300,000 strong. Against that he barely had 25,000 ninjas and civilians combined, most of whom were tired, scared and battling despair. One final stroke and it would break their back, marking the end of everything. It was why he had, with the help of Nagato Uzumaki, helped in erecting a series of dozens of walls across the capital. All of them marked to the brim with seals of all nature. In between each walls he had placed forces ready to respond in the event of a breach. Tajima Uchiha would lead the defense of the northern walls. Sakumo Hatake would lead the defense of the southern walls. Den Nara would lead the defense of the eastern walls. Sasuke Sarutobi would lead the defense of the western walls. Each of these four commanders had nearly 6,000 men with them, while Madara stood outside the city with a vanguard of 1,000 elite forces who had chosen to fight and die by the side of their last king. Among those were the Dragon Guard. Apart from his defense of Castle Tsukiyomi and the capital, as the new king, Madara had officially established the noble order of warriors sworn to defend the king. It was more of a symbolic gesture, but every little action that boosted morale was crucial. Unlike the legendary Kingsguard of the first Dragon King, Madara's sworn defenders included the likes of Mikoto Uchiha, Danzo Shimura, and Kakashi Hatake. All three had fought alongside their former Hokage, now king, in all his battles, and were also present by his side in this final clash. Watching the enemy armada approach made the three Dragon Guard warriors step beside their king. "What are your orders, my king?" asked Kakashi Hatake seriously. He and his other two comrades were surprised when Madara grinned despite the horrific situation. The king turned to look at his Dragon Guard, followed by looking at the 1,000 men standing behind him. "Can you all feel it?" asked the king calmly. He didn't need to be a genius to understand the emotions burning in the hearts of his ninjas. It was clear to see just from a single look into their eyes. "Fear. I feel the same, it happens to me in every battle," admitted Madara honestly. His eyebrows twitched when almost everyone looked at him in disbelief. Almost no one believed that someone like him could feel something as trivial as fear against anyone. Not even in death. Madara sighed. How did his brother ever deal with such simpletons? You feel it too in almost every battle of your life. This one is no different. Your heart is beating faster than it should, your throat is dry, and your legs threaten to betray you every few moments. We all consider ourselves to be brave and skilled, we have trained for moments like these our entire lives, but in truth almost every one of us wonders whether it would be enough? Whether we would be able to complete our mission or succumb to doubts and fears. There is no shame in fear, but don't let it overcome your strength or you are already defeated. The truth is, brave men feel the same fear as cowards do, explained Madara frankly. Then how can a person be brave when they are afraid? Asked Danzo hesitantly, making Madara smile. You fight. You may piss yourself but you stand your ground, you may tremble but still grab your sword, you may cry for your mothers or loved ones but still meet an enemy you cannot defeat, you may lose hope but still continue fighting no matter what. It does not matter how weak or outnumbered you are, one truth never changes in this world. Everything can be killed. Even the dead. The king was pleased to see hope return in many eyes, including those of his dragon guard, as they stared at the monstrous enemy army with a newfound determination. Make a choice today. Choose to die or choose to make those bastards die for you. Most of all, keep on fighting until your enemy is dead. They can be killed, they can be wounded, they can be defeated. Maybe we are too few to win this battle, yet this is where we fight. This is where they die, declared Madara loudly. The ground beneath their feet trembled and more than one shocked gasp could be heard as the daunting form of the humanoid statue marched towards them alongside its army made up of Kageyas, Hagoromo, and dead warriors. The monstrosity glared down at the vanguard and each fighter felt the killing intent of a god rain down on them, threatening to suck away every last memory of happiness from their hearts and replace it with misery. Yet the aura of death and gloom was stopped. The humanoid statue and the Otsutsuki army stopped dead in their tracks when a sword of lightning was unleashed. Ashura Senju's sword now being wielded by Madara Uchiha. Madara sensed the power of the enemy, but he still smiled confidently as he glanced at the holy sword in his hand. Its former master had alone held off an Otsutsuki army all by himself. If that man could accomplish such a feat by himself, then why couldn't he beat these monsters with the help of others? He refused to surrender. He refused to fall to despair. He refused to fail. With a proud smile, he glanced back at his elite soldiers whose eyes found his unwavering gaze. For Tobirama, Madara charged. Mikoto, Kakashi and Danzo all unleashed their swords together with one final battle cry leaving their lips as they charged. The roars of 1,000 elite ninjas from all over the world followed after them. The dark-haired warrior leading the final charge of mankind had no crown upon his head. All he had was his clan's armor, the sword gifted by a good friend, the support of the men following him, and the desire to fight till his last. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Madara and almost every fire user in his army finished their hand seals to deliver their opening attack even as they charged towards the enemy army. A wave of raging fire spanning across the entire battlefield was unleashed and headed straight towards the enemy army, only to be absorbed away completely mid-charge. Madara clenched his teeth as he caught the amusedly smirking enemy queen seated atop the humanoid statue. Her outstretched hand now pointed a mocking finger towards Madara. Her smirk soon vanished when Madara grinned savagely. Amaterasu. Hinata Otsutsuki was forced to jump from her statue immediately as it was set ablaze in the merciless flames of Amaterasu. Those very same flames were again unleashed by the deadly Uchiha's eyes and directly incinerated the entire frontal line of the Otsutsuki army. Dragon Guard, let's dance! Cheered Madara. His men roared in approval when the familiar form of Madara Susanoo started forming around him. The humanoid warrior with the face of a demonic bull roared again as it started rising in height and mass. It charged forward, crushing hundreds of enemy warriors under its gigantic legs without mercy before the wings on its back flapped wildly, making it take to the skies. The Susanoo had a monstrous sword of lightning in its hands and its beastly mouth was brimming with dark flames. Dragonfire, yelled Madara fiercely. The Susanoo, forever bound to the commands of its master, opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of dark flames like a raging dragon, consuming thousands upon thousands of Otsutsuki warriors in its wrath. Their screams earning another round of cheers from the ninjas as they tore through the disorganized and panicked enemy lines. The Kageyas were not to be deterred as they pushed forward, but many Hagoromo, on watching their fellow clanmates be burned in the flames of a dragonlord, broke ranks and ran. If only they knew their ultimate fate. Madara made another pass, unleashing a second wave of dark flames, setting aflame thousands more. Hinata Otsutsuki clenched her fists on seeing the havoc being wreaked upon her forces. She had been unable to stop this disastrous rampage due to her being forced to extinguish Geto Mazo from being destroyed in the flames of Amaterasu launched by Madara. The Uchiha had intentionally hit the statue, expecting her to scramble to save it, thereby leaving her army open for decimation. The trick had worked once. Not anymore. Her eyes narrowed dangerously at the flying beast as she finished gathering the energy required. Banshu Tenon, gravitational pull. The Susanoo felt a fierce power suddenly grabbing hold of its body before yanking it down to the battlefield brutally. Nobody cared if hundreds of Otsutsuki allies and even few ninjas were crushed in that crash. To his credit, Madara quickly regained his bearings and was about to make his Susanoo stand back up when he heard a gruesome roar. The humanoid statue, now having recovered from the initial attack, charged right at him with murder in its hideous eyes. On top of the beast was the enemy queen. Yet Madara was not intimidated as he again tried to set the beast aflame, but the enemy kunoichi was prepared and easily absorbed the cursed fire before it spread across the statue. Reikiri. The enlarged holy sword of Madara's Susanoo fired off a dangerous bolt of lightning, but he was surprised when the humanoid statue swiftly dodged the incoming attack. Madara raised the sword of his celestial warrior in order to defend and was again surprised when Hinata Otsutsuki glared at him. Shinra Tensei. Sensing the power behind the attack, Madara instantly stabbed his Susanoo sword deep in the ground just as the gravitational force hit him like a tidal wave. The Susanoo was brought to its knees even as dozens of fighters from both sides were sent flying away. Even if the Susanoo managed to prevent itself from being sent flying away, it was left open and too slow in reaction for the next attack. The Geto Mazo connected a solid punch to its adversary's face, sending it crashing away. Yet in mid-flight, Madara roared even more furiously and with 10 times the defiance. Yasaka Magatama. Large black beads of dark energy were formed in the Susanoo's only free hand before being launched towards the enemy queen and her statue. Watching the incoming attack, the queen pushed both her hands forward. Tendo. Much to the surprise of the ninjas, dozens of missile-like projectiles were launched by the white-haired woman, which sailed and collided head-on with Madara's attack. Both jutsu ultimately ending up destroying each other rather than being able to inflict any actual harm. Madara flinched when the demonic statue opened its mouth to launch an attack that had caused great suffering and misery before. The purple ethereal dragon came rushing out and roared in eagerness as it dashed forward towards its prey, which was Madara's personal force. Panic spread through his mind as he scrambled for any idea that might help him stop this beast. Not having the time or idea, he did the only thing that came to his mind. Hinata Otsutsuki had become used to the idea of self-sacrifice after watching so many shinobi die for their brethren in this war one after another. Their actions, while valiant, were futile since the end result was the same. Except for Madara. The new and last Dragon King literally slammed his Susanoo right into the soul-stealing purple dragon. The beast itself was stunned when it didn't pass through the Susanoo and steal the soul of its master. A brutal left hook saw the dragon crashing to the ground. It looked up to see nothing but pure rage in Madara's eyes. The extended form of Raijin no Ken merged inside the Susanoo was raised in the air. For my brother. The holy sword plunged through the ancient beast, making it scream in agony as the lightning weapon surged a destructive power. The pure chakra clashed violently against the darker one of the dragon and ultimately subdued it. It was not enough for Madara, as he still remembered reading about the fact that this monster had killed his last brother and aunt. The dragon was already ripped into half and convulsing in agony on the ground, much to the shock of the Otsutsuki. Madara gave it the same justice which he had given to the rebel leaders who had tried to destroy his army in the Land of Wind. The holy sword held by Susanoo severed the dragon's head mercilessly, and Madara grabbed the hideous face of the monster before tossing it right in front of Hinata. The Otsutsuki queen was shocked. It had been a very long time since she had seen such brutal power. Even the previous Dragon King fought more with tactics than power, yet he had also lost. But this king. The hatred in Madara's eyes for her was more deep and violent than the one she had seen in Indra. The king Susanoo gave a fearsome cry, making many of Hinata's fellow clansmen and allies take several steps back. How will you defeat us, Uchiha Madara? A king with no dragons and a pitiful force, mocked Hinata. To her surprise, instead of the remark riling up Madara and making him attack recklessly, it only made the Uchiha stare at her as if she was a dumb child. You're looking at a dragon, and I'm not the one using dead people for their dirty work. So far have the mighty Otsutsuki fallen, or were you this pathetic even during Kaguya's reign? I won't be surprised if that's true, scolded Madara harshly. Be careful with your words, Uchiha. Insult our queen again. Fuck the queen. Madara's moment of triumph was soon replaced by dread when Hinata quickly performed a set of hand seals and slammed her hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. It was a moment of awe and despair both for the handful Uchiha along with their king when the smoke disappeared to reveal 3 magnificent beasts that were thought to be long lost. Only they had been taken captive by the Otsutsuki. 3 beasts that were almost as large as the Susanoo now stood before the Uchiha king. Their scales as tough as the armor of Susanoo, their fiery breaths as deadly as the flames of Amaterasu, their murderous eyes emitting the same anger and hatred present in the eyes of the Susanoo. To think I would be forced to fight against them. Sadness gripped Madara's heart as he saw the 3 dragons be placed against him. He, like the rest of his clan, had always believed that the ancient beasts had existed in the world once upon a time. To be finally proven right and see them with his own eyes brought him great joy. Knowing they were forced to serve the enemy filled him with anger. The Geto Mazo, for all its power, was no match for these creatures as they flapped their wings and took to the skies for the first time in thousands of years. "Let the dance of dragons begin," said Hinata coldly. Watching that smug smile be wiped off from Madara's lips only to be replaced by dread gave her great satisfaction. The Uchihas were so predictable, and they were the same as Indra had been. Take away their pride and power, and they were nothing. She had seen nearly half of Indra's determination falter when his dragon-summoning creatures were defeated and stolen by Hinata and her kind. In the first war, all of Indra's sons had received the dragon contract from their father. All of them had ridden those beasts into battle, and when they fell, the sons of Indra lost hope and were ultimately defeated. Seeing the same despair and sadness present in the eyes of the last Uchiha survivors gave her immense satisfaction. How ironic that they would die at the hands of the very same beasts they had worshipped their entire lives. Still, she could not help but be impressed with Madara as the Uchiha king took his Susanoo to the skies to meet the approaching 3 dragons head-on. Only someone like Madara would have the balls to risk such a move. For all his faults and weaknesses, even the Otsutsuki queen could not deny the fact that Madara Uchiha was perhaps the most fearsome warrior she had ever seen. He knew he would die today, he knew his defeat was imminent, he knew there was no hope, he knew his family was gone. Yet only word came out his lips for his terrified soldiers battling against the Otsutsuki hordes. "Fight!" Hinata raised her hand as she saw the Susanoo warrior about to clash against the furious 3 dragons charging towards them. The battlefield being consumed in their fearsome cries and looming shadows. As one, the 3 monstrous dragons unleashed a hurricane of bright red flames at the approaching Susanoo. Even if those monsters fought high in the skies, every warrior on the ground felt the scorching heat in those flames as they raced towards Madara, whose own warrior form unleashed its counterattack. Amaterasu. Dark flames were unleashed by the demonic bull-headed Susanoo, and they clashed head-on against raging dragonfire. To everyone's utter shock, the dark flames started not only pushing the dragonfire back, but also started consuming it, much to the surprise of the 3 dragons. The Otsutsuki queen was again left speechless by Madara Uchiha. He was not joking when he said he was a dragon himself. His anger and hatred burns even more brightly than those of the beasts themselves. How much power does he have in that mortal body of his? Deciding not to take any more risks against this dangerous foe, Hinata Otsutsuki gave the command. Geto Mazo fired off a large bolt of lightning that directly hit the heart of the Susanoo where Madara was located. The warrior jolted, making the stream of Amaterasu flames falter. The 3 dragons pushed their own flames more viciously than ever. As the first cracks in the Susanoo started to appear, Hinata decided to deal the final blow. Banshu Tenon. Madara's control over his flames collapsed as he was brutally yanked back towards the ground. The dragons used the golden opportunity to swoop down straight towards the Susanoo and bathed it in their merciless fire. Hinata smirked as the warrior king fell to the ground brutally and was totally consumed in dragonfire raining down on him from all sides. She marched forward knowing it was the end for Madara. She was about to raise her hand in order to crush the diminished elite of the ninja when she heard that horrible scream. Turning back, she could not believe what she witnessed. One of the dragons crashed to the ground screaming in unbearable agony courtesy of the lightning strike that rained from the sky and pierced through its tough scales. The reason for that strike was the lightning sword being held defiantly by Susanoo even as it was being burned alive. Madara and his beast, despite being badly burned, rose from the ground and jumped high in the air. The remaining 2 dragons had not expected this defiance and were too close to fly away. The holy sword of Raijin pierced through one of the dragon's heart as the remaining hand of Susanoo grabbed the last dragon by its neck. The Uchiha king was panting harshly with blood leaking all over his body. While he was yet to be burned, his Susanoo was utterly charred from head to toe and crumbling apart. Madara roared defiantly as he flipped the last dragon wildly in the air before slamming the beast brutally into the ground, killing hundreds of more enemy forces. The beast screamed in agony before falling silent again. The king looked at the ancient creatures. One of them was dead, thanks to Raijin piercing its heart, the other 2 were mortally wounded and would probably not survive. It was a true shame that such magnificent creatures were reduced to this state. Madara doubted that any normal ninja could have taken down these ferocious beasts easily. If not for Susanoo, then they would have roasted him alive. He gasped in pain as he felt something pierce through his Susanoo. Looking down, he saw a long and broad white-shaped spear lodged clean through his Susanoo. Dark seals started spreading from the spear towards the Susanoo's body, and Madara felt his energy being suppressed rapidly. Chakra suppressors. He was barely able to turn his monstrous Susanoo around, but was too late as the Otsutsuki queen had already floated through the air with her attack ready. Gentle fist. The Susanoo's chest cracked open as it stumbled backwards and gracelessly fell to the ground. Madara coughed blood as he tried to fight off the immense pain the strike had caused to his heart. The enemy queen had seen through Susanoo's weakest point and delivered a merciless strike. From the corner of his eyes, he saw his elite forces led by his Dragon Guard being surrounded by all sides by the massive enemy army. He glanced at the capital, knowing his father, all those ninjas, and nearly 100,000 civilians were holed up in there. If he failed, then they would all be killed. Gathering his strength and suppressing his pain, Madara started to rise back again, only to receive small boulder-sized chakra fist attacks from the enemy queen. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Madara was sent back to the ground as massive fists of chakra delivered precise and brutal strikes all over his Susanoo form. The warrior king, already battling his own pain and losing more and more of his chakra to the suppression seals, was unable to continue providing chakra that his crumbling Susanoo needed. With a final grunt, Madara was flattened across the ground with his Susanoo now crumbling fully around him. Hinata saw a river of blood leaking from Madara's eyes, and she could only imagine the amount of pain the Uchiha must be in. The Mangekyo Sharingan was a double-edged sword which consumed its master and enemies both in the end. "Now you die," she declared calmly, as she produced one final white-shaped spear aiming at Madara's still form on the ground. The blood-soaked warrior looked at her, and even now the defiance in his eyes irked her immensely. "One day, you shall fall," cursed Madara. Hinata didn't reply as she threw the spear and growled angrily when the stubborn Uchiha ignited it in black flames. The little pest refused to die. She was about to close in to finish the annoying pest once and for all when another war horn was heard across the battlefield. It was neither hers or Madara's. 3 dark portals appeared across the west, east and south side of the battlefield. Much to everyone's surprise, the roars of the 1,000 of warriors mounted atop horses invaded the battlefield. With the capital city in the northern direction, this new army had effectively surrounded the Otsutsuki on all sides. Hinata clenched her fists when she saw nearly 25,000 ninjas and samurai approach on foot to surround her army from the rear. The Senju flag was held proudly by Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki, who stood at the helm of this massive army. On the eastern flank was flying the flag of the samurai nation, with a 5,000-strong mounted cavalry taking up positions under the leadership of Mifune and Hanzo. But it was the western flank that shocked everyone on the battlefield. "Damn you, Kimimaro!" cursed Hinata bitterly, as she saw the 3-headed dragon banner once more. Madara smiled in relief and joy when he saw his last and youngest brother mounted atop the Kyubi. He had no golden armor or a crown upon his head, yet even wearing a simple Uchiha armor was enough to make Naruto Uchiha strike a fear in the hearts of his enemies. Behind the king stood the king's guard and a cavalry of 5,000 ninjas. Tajima and the other commanders were hardly able to believe what they were witnessing. Not only was the enemy surrounded, but their king was alive. And he had returned for vengeance against the enemies of mankind. A massive infantry led by Hashirama had surrounded the Otsutsuki from the rear, cutting off any escape from that route. Knowing the power of the Senju leader, the enemy was going to be in trouble. A 10,000-strong cavalry had surrounded both the flanks of the enemy. Tajima looked at Sakumo Hatake, Den Nara, Sasuke Sarutobi and Nagato Uzumaki, who all had the same looks in their eyes. They had all been forced to stay safe behind the city walls since Madara ordered them to preserve their forces. Tajima had been about to charge out, ignoring the order, when he saw his last son about to be killed. It would have led to everyone's death, but now it might just save their lives. "We stand with our king to death," declared Tajima. The roars of 25,000 ninjas within the city made the Uchiha patriarch smile as he unleashed his sword. Together, the ninja army charged out of the city to complete surrounding of the enemy army from all sides. The Otsutsuki had nearly 300,000 warriors in their forces along with that statue, but even they bristled along with their queen when almost 70,000 humans surrounded them from all sides. Naruto heard several sharp breaths being taken from his own ranks as everyone saw the sheer size of the enemy army for the first time. It was like a picture of a massive wave of darkness which dwarfed them all even when surrounded from all sides. The sight of Geto Mazo sent a wave of panic and fear among his 5,000-strong force. He felt Kurama tense as well, but to everyone's credit not even one ninja, samurai, or civilian warrior fled at the sight of the massive enemy army. They trembled but stood their ground. Turning back, Naruto saw his three friends staring at the enemy army with a mixture of nervousness and determination. Their 5,000-strong force was made up of ninjas, samurai and even civilians, as was the case with the cavalry led by Mifune and Hanzo on the opposite flank. "We stick to the plan. Kagami, take command of our left flank and support my father's forces near the city walls. Takeshi, take command of the right flank and support Hashirama in crushing the enemy's rear. Shisui, you and your men shall follow me right towards the heart of the enemy army," commanded Naruto. "Hi!" Chorus 3 reply. The three Kingsguard swiftly parted to take command of the respective troops assigned to them. Naruto wanted to launch the attack immediately but saw that his men were still trying to accept the dreadful sight before them. It was one thing to accept your death but an entire different matter when you see it right in front of you. The defiant roar of the enemy army as they scrambled to defend all their flanks under the Otsutsuki leadership didn't reassure the human army. They had managed to surprise the enemy, but their resolve was yet to be broken. "Warriors of this world," yelled Naruto, surprised at the power of his own voice as it was heard across the entire battlefield by both enemies and allies alike. Kurama had the foresight to travel through the dimensions in its smaller form, and Naruto used this fact to make sure he and his men looked eye to eye. "A great battle shall happen this day. Today, mankind fights for its survival. Let the dead see the resolve of the living. Let them taste the power of swords," declared Naruto. The sight of the king unleashing dawn was the cue for the rest of the army to raise their own weapons. A day of reckoning. A day of justice. A day of victory. As Naruto galloped across the lines of his men, he narrowed his eyes for a moment when he saw a distant face in the crowd. Dismissing those thoughts, he focused on making his last observations of his troops. The desire to fight and make the Otsutsuki pay was now re-emerging in every warrior's eyes as they listened acutely to their king. "Stand now. Fight now," encouraged Naruto with every ounce of his own determination. He narrowed his eyes dangerously when he saw the wounded form of his eldest brother being carried away from the battlefield by several ninjas. The Otsutsuki queen had lost interest in him and had instead scrambled to defend her surrounded army. But the fact that she had hurt his brother filled his heart with even more fierce hatred. He clashed his sword fiercely against those of the men near him and made sure they saw the fire in his own eyes. Fight for vengeance. Fight for the lost. The first rays of the sunlight pierced through the dark skies to fall upon the lands. Looking at his friends, he declared the words of his clan. "Fire! Fire!" As one, the entire ninja army roared, silencing the entire battlefield with their war cry. Naruto turned to face the enemy army with his sword raised defiantly in the air. "Blood! Blood!" His eyes met the gaze of Hinata Otsutsuki for the first time as he pointed his sword at the enemy army, giving out his final order. "Death!" From all four ninja armies surrounding the enemy came out one reply. "Death! Death! Death! Death!" The Kyuubi roared as the king pointed his sword forward, unleashing the fury of his race. "For mankind!" The ground shook terribly as thousands of humans charged from all directions. From the flanks came a combined 10,000-strong cavalry. From the front and rear of the Otsutsuki came a furious force of 50,000-strong ninja fighters on the ground. Naruto activated his Mangekyo Sharingan as he felt Kurama start to increase in size. Within seconds the beast gained its true monstrous form and was quickly shrouded in Susanoo armor. The new entity of man and beast made an intimidating sight as its head was a mixture of fox and dragon face. The monster charged on four paws, yet it also had two large hands holding the Sword of Dawn and a shield of Amaterasu. Behind this monster was a roaring cavalry of 5,000 angry humans. The Otsutsuki army, to their credit, were quick in forming deep and wide defensive lines on all sides, with the dead warriors at the front, bloodthirsty Kaguya in the center and Hagoromo in the rear with the remaining strange troops. Each side was being commanded by at least two Otsutsuki officers, with the queen herself taking charge of the rear where Hashirama was charging with his massive army. The dead who were unable to use jutsu simply locked their shields and raised their swords or spears, forming a firm defensive wall in each direction. The Kaguya and Hagoromo had no such restriction and were quick to start gathering chakra at the command of their Otsutsuki officers. "Slaughter them, yelled the Otsutsuki officers. Each ninja faction charging on every side saw a storm of arrows, shuriken, kunai, fireballs rise high in the sky. On the ground, the enemy army split the earth into vast swamps, jagged rock spears, made the ground slippery or simply caused a massive earthquake to break the ninja army's charge. Hundreds of ninjas, samurai and civilians succumbed to the series of attacks on all sides. "Charge!" yelled Naruto murderously. On the rear, he saw Hashirama unleash a forest of trees that annihilated the entire frontal ranks of the enemy despite the Otsutsuki Queen's best efforts to defend her men. On the east flank, the samurai cavalry led by Mifune and Hanzo continued their charge despite their mounting losses, and Hanzo even unleashed a smokescreen of poison that directly hit several Kaguya and Hagoromo. On the frontal side, braving all losses, Tajima and his ninjas unleashed a variety of jutsu, making the enemy pay for every ninja they killed as they charged in closer and closer. Several of Naruto's own cavalry fell to the numerous attacks launched by the enemy, but no one stopped. Not when they all saw the Susanoo/Kyuubi form a massive Baijudama. "Fire!" commanded Naruto. The tailed beast bomb was launched forward and it sailed right for the enemy forces stationed on the western flank. A disastrous explosion happened on the western flank as the Baijudama literally evaporated thousands upon thousands of enemy forces. The attack showed no mercy to either Kaguya, Hagoromo, or even the dead. One of the Otsutsuki officers on the flank was also killed in the explosion. The remaining lone Otsutsuki officer on the western flank saw half of his flank be destroyed in seconds and the other half was completely disorganized with the threat of collapsing any moment. He commanded what few hundred dead he had left to form another defensive line, but froze on seeing thousands of murderous cavalrymen charging right at him, led by the Dragon King himself. The last thing the Otsutsuki ever saw was Naruto's monstrous Susanoo sword crashing down on him, and then he knew no more. The Susanoo/Kyuubi monster thrashed its 9 massive tails, sending the remaining Otsutsuki fighters crashing away. The king mounted atop the fox also used his monstrous ethereal sword and shield of black flames to pummel dozens more every second. The last presence of enemy forces on the western flank were utterly annihilated by thousands of angry cavalrymen led by Shisui, Kagami and Takeshi, who tore through the enemy lines with ease, their wooden chakra horses making quick work of the enemy stragglers by crushing them under their feet. The eastern flanks faced a similar situation, with Hanzo's salamander going berserk on enemy lines and the remaining enemy unity being broken by the disciplined and ferocious samurai led by Mifune. Hashirama and Tajima's massive forces had already clashed against the enemy on the front and rear sides. Unlike the enemy flanks, which were almost destroyed completely, those two sides were holding well, thanks to sheer numbers on the front and the presence of the queen in the rear. Naruto and his cavalry had effectively wiped out the entire western flank in one single strike and were busy eliminating the stragglers when they heard a monstrous roar. The king looked ahead and saw the Geto Mazo tremble, and soon enough it unleashed 8 shadows from within its body. 8 shadows that took up the shape of very familiar monsters that made Kurama growl furiously. They were the 8-tailed beasts thought lost over the centuries. Naruto's worst fears came true, as those very same destructive beasts were now revealed to be captured by the Otsutsuki. Judging by their blank eyes and heavy seals on their massive bodies left no doubt as to under whose control they were. Now all 8 of them zeroed in on the largest threat on the battlefield and roared. Every tailed beast was quickly commandeered by one Otsutsuki warrior as they all now made a straight line towards Naruto and his cavalry. The ground threatened to sink into the earth with the terrible rumbling, and the killing intent of the ancient beasts instantly stopped the ninjas on the western flanks as their terrified eyes glanced at the death approaching their way. "Form up! Regroup!" roared the king urgently, as he raised his Susanoo sword. Naruto's timely command and the quick thinking of the 3 Kingsguard saw the scattered cavalry again reforming itself into an inverted V-shaped attack formation despite the tailed beasts charging right towards them. The Dragon King pointed his sword forward and yelled out loudly for every man to hear the command. Charge! Chapter 36. The Last Dragons. He was afraid. Never before in his life had he encountered something so grand and enormous than this. Every instinct inside of him was screaming at him to run away. Yet he charged. So did the thousands around him. Together they not only stood their ground but also ran to face the greatest powers of their world. Each one of them knowing what would be their fate. Yet everyone had something worth fighting for. It could be a loved one, a friend, the love for country, the need for revenge, or just a desire to earn glory or even be a part of this great battle. He did not know what was going through the hearts of his men, but he did know what he was fighting for. The image of his beautiful wife holding a small infant in her arms, one who he had her hair and his eyes and face. A child who would inherit the best of both him and her, a life that would never be forced to vanish at the hands of monsters. The battlefield was dwarfed in the thunderous roars of the gigantic beasts. He saw them all create monstrous balls of dark chakra at the command of their Otsutsuki riders and aim them at his army. He and his men prepared themselves. 8 large Baijudama were fired at once, making the skies and lands tremble with their power as they raced towards their target. Him. While expecting an attack like this, he had not anticipated the Otsutsuki using their final trump card solely against him instead of against the entire ninja army. But then again, he was currently the greatest threat after Hashirama on the battlefield. Kamui. His prized dojutsu obeyed his command faithfully and opened a portal quickly to absorb the series of tailed beast bombs. However, that action had slowed down his charge while his supporters did not. With suicidal war cries, the ninja cavalry clashed against the tailed beast squad. No matter how brave or skilled they were, not every human could match the power of a bijou. The very first proof of this heartbreaking truth was witnessed when the 6 tails literally smashed hundreds of humans in one swing of its numerous tails. Takeshi was one of the many to be hit and was sent flying high in the air with one of his legs already severed. Mikoto's brother screamed as they 6 tails grabbed him by its teeth in mid-air. Naruto roared in fury and moved to save his friend but was blocked when 3-tailed beasts literally jumped over him, sending him crashing down. From the corner of his eyes, he saw the Otsutsuki commanding the 6 tails glance at the trapped form of Takeshi with a satisfied smile. He couldn't decipher the words said by the white-haired ancient warrior, but he did sense the massive buildup of energy. Takeshi was about to be evaporated courtesy of a Baijudama while he was trapped in the 6 tails' mouth. The boy grinned weakly when a dark green blur of energy appeared behind the Otsutsuki commanding the 6 tails. The ancient ninja didn't even sense the blow that vaporized him to ashes as Kagami had unleashed his most lethal technique. Naruto's eyes widened in shock and awe when his childhood friend delivered a powerful kick on the head of the 6 tails, making the creature roar in agony as it crashed on the ground. If not for his Mangekyo, he would have never seen Kagami flash like a green blur, delivering merciless strikes all over the bijou before delivering a brutal chakra palm strike that literally sent the 6 tails flying away like a rag doll. The king smashed his Susanoo shield straight into the 1 tail's face and shoved Dawn's glowing and larger form right into the 2 tails' midsection. Both beasts screamed even as the Susanoo-clad Kyuubi unleashed a powerful shockwave, sending the 4 tails crashing away. All 3 Otsutsuki riders of those beasts did not survive the counterattack. As he got up on his feet, Naruto ran towards the still form of Takeshi, who was being looked after by Shisui, while Kagami was wreaking havoc over the tailed beast squad with his unstoppable power. Naruto could not help but be impressed by his friend to the point that he even felt inferior. Kagami didn't have the Sharingan, but he had the heart of a determined man. Without dojutsu or any other Kekai Genkai, he was still able to not only stand toe-to-toe with tailed beasts but push them back as well. It was because of people like Kagami that gave Naruto hope. No matter the situation or adversity, humans would always fight for what they loved. He was not alone in his admiration of Kagami, as even Shisui and Takeshi were staring at their friend with pride in their eyes. Naruto closed his eyes on seeing half of Takeshi's body was already gone, eaten by the tailed beast. It was a gruesome and heartbreaking sight for any warrior to witness. One made even more heartbreaking when the person suffering such a fate was a dear friend. Yet the same boy was grinning like a maniac. Don't underestimate humanity, stupid beasts. Takeshi Uchiha, the hothead of the Kingsguard, died with those words with his 2 friends by his side. There were no cries of rage or grief. Having grown up in the clan wars era had made most ninjas develop a self-control over their emotions. The hurt and grief were buried deep in hardened hearts as Naruto and Shisui both gave a final cremation to the mortal remains of their deceased friend. No words were exchanged as the 2 boys looked at each other and then at the battlefield. They both barely saw more than 24 of their clansmen still fighting on the battlefield alongside trusted allies. Yet one by one they were dying as well in face of the overwhelming enemy that swarmed them from all sides again and again. On the other side of the battlefield another catastrophe was about to happen. Hanzo and Mifune along with their samurai cavalry had been doing well so far, but that was all about to change when the Geto Mazo charged towards them all. Alarmed, Naruto's Susanoo ran to intercept the monster but was forced to stop when he felt the power. One moment the king was watching the Geto Mazo wildly charging towards the samurai cavalry, and then the next the statue was brutally slammed down to the ground by a shadow that fell from the skies. As the dust and debris started to settle, Naruto saw a large skeleton structure with crumbling wings trying its best to hold down the Geto Mazo. "This dance is mine." A heavily bleeding Madara grinned back at his brother with a maniacal smile on his face, even with his crumbling Susanoo that was barely able to hold back the Geto Mazo. Both brothers saw each other for the first time after what felt like an eternity. In one's eyes there was relief, joy and unending determination. In the other's there was worry and hesitation. Madara saw his brother glancing across the battlefield where their people were being slaughtered on all fronts. No matter how motivated or skilled they were, the bitter fact was that the humans just didn't have enough numbers. The enemy, despite their heavy losses, had more than enough. Now that the initial shock and awe of Naruto's arrival with his army was over, the Otsutsuki under their queen's command were rallying perfectly. The tailed beasts currently being held back by Kagami had already inflicted more than enough losses and would soon crush any hope for victory. Madara made his Susanoo punch the Geto Mazo straight in the face as the statue's struggles intensified tenfold. It was itching to get free and cause mayhem. Not on Madara's watch. Hashirama was engaged in a deadly duel with the enemy queen and was not doing so well at the moment. It made Madara's blood boil when in this dire moment he saw Naruto's resolve wavering in the face of the devastating losses and mighty enemy. Naruto. The stunned king glanced at his eldest brother, who glared back at him with unwavering determination in his eyes. It doesn't matter if we all die here. It doesn't matter what the future holds for this world. It doesn't matter if there is no hope, yelled Madara fiercely, even as he ignited the flames of Amaterasu on the face of the Geto Mazo, making the statue scream in agony. The eldest Uchiha vomited blood from his mouth, eyes and his numerous wounds. He had not recovered from his battle against the dragons and the enemy queen, with his wounds catching up. He sensed the statue's power, and it was more than his own. Maybe if he was at full strength. It didn't matter. His brother looked shaken and disheartened with the brutal death of his friend. If Naruto lost hope here in this darkest hour, then they were already defeated. All we can do, all anyone can do, is just one thing, roared Madara in pain and anger, as the Geto Mazo headbutted against his Susanoo, making him crash backwards. Madara grabbed the statue's legs, making it crash again, thereby saving hundreds of samurai from being slaughtered. Yet the Geto Mazo only got more angrier and started brutally kicking Madara's crumbling Susanoo. The Hokage's command was heard not just by his brother but by every human across the battlefield. Fight! A primal scream echoed across the land as the dragon-headed Susanoo roared once more. Tajima saw thousands of dead warriors led by many Otsutsuki officers charging towards his youngest son. Madara and Hashirama, along with every heavy fighter, were already fighting their own desperate battles. On the other side, Kagami was finally starting to slow down as his body started to fall apart from the unbearable pressure. The tailed beasts looked badly beaten but still in the fight. The only one capable enough to subdue them once and for all was one person. Shisui's fierce cry rallied every nearby ninja. Protect the king! Dozens of nearby samurai warriors were the first to obey the command as they valiantly charged straight into thousands of dead warriors and their Otsutsuki commanders. The cavalry was very small and was instantly overwhelmed as the dead jumped over them, but the intervention bought time for the ninjas led by Shisui to intercept a quarter of the enemy forces charging towards the king. Shisui himself led the charge and plunged his ancestral holy sword clean through the first Otsutsuki's heart. "What the hell are those idiots doing?" asked Den in shock. Tajima glanced on the eastern front where another large contingent of enemy forces were trapped in a strong barrier held by Uzumaki ninjas led by Mikoto, Kakashi, and Danzo. The three members of Madara's guard barely had 4 dozen allies with them, and yet they had went ahead in their move to trap the enemy for as long as possible. The dead trapped inside the barrier screamed furiously as they charged at the handful humans in waves on the command of their Otsutsuki. "Doing what is necessary," answered Tajima grimly, knowing very well that every ninja in that barrier would never survive their last stand. "The plan," argued Den, receiving a sharp look from Tajima, "is fucked. Whatever advantage we had is now gone and the enemy is surrounding us. It's fight or die. I say we give these Otsutsuki bastards all the hell they deserve," decided Tajima. Tajima raised his sword and charged forward with Sakumo right by his side. Even Sasuke Sarutobi joined them, leading every warrior left alive to follow after the veterans. Den could only sigh in defeat as he charged after them. "Fucking Uchihas. Always so troublesome," thought the Nara head, as he and his few clansmen unleashed their shadow binding technique to trap as many enemy as they could. Den grinned a little when the previously overconfident Otsutsuki backed away to their rear lines when they saw hundreds of their Kaguya and Hagoromo allies be trapped first in the shadows. The handful Uchiha and Hatake still alive had nothing more left to lose as they charged forward and slaughtered dozens of enemies mercilessly under the leadership of Tajima, Sakumo, and Sasuke Sarutobi. The Nara leader heard a horrible scream and was satisfied when the rampaging Seven Tails that was about to pummel a dying Kagami was surrounded in numerous space portals that opened up all around it. The beast had large parts of its massive body sucked into the portal violently, but before it could be absorbed quickly the portals was closed. The Seven Tails was blasted to pieces, unable to survive the violent exposure. Before anyone could even digest the gruesome murder, they all saw their king charge towards a wounded One Tails that was recovering from its wounds inflicted by Naruto himself. The beast only had time to blink before the glowing sword of the Susanoo took its head off. Naruto and Kurama both fought back their screams as they were shrouded in dangerous dark energy of the deceased One Tails. Killing a Bijou in such a violent manner was bound to unleash the enormous energy stored in its form. With the Seven Tails, such exposure was controlled as most of the dark energy was sucked in the portal, but creating such a move again was next to impossible. Certainly not when the remaining Bijou had realized the threat and were now all charging towards the Susanoo. "You call this as a fucking winning strategy?" asked Kurama in disbelief. "Stop whining. Besides, it was your idea to kill your fellow brothers and sisters," yelled Naruto irritatedly, as he prepared his Susanoo again as it had cracked deeply in various spots due to the violent energy explosion caused by the One Tail's execution. "It's the only way to stop them. They'll reform again in a few years, but what's more important is that we need to free them from Otsutsuki control. There is no time to figure out how to undo the ceiling holding them as slaves." "I don't like this, but it is necessary," confessed Kurama sadly. Naruto glanced across the battlefield where his people were paying the ultimate price just to stop the dead from getting in his way. At this rate, even if by some miracle they won, there won't be anyone left to enjoy that victory. "What do you need?" asked the fox warily. The joining of Susanoo had involuntarily given him a small connection to Naruto's heart and mind. What the beast felt right now made him very worried. "Help my people." Before the Bijou could say anything, the Susanoo broke their joint connection to now stand in front of it. There was a bittersweet smile on Naruto's lips even as the remaining 7 Bijou glared at him murderously. He looked back at his childhood friend, and this time there was no doubt in his eyes, for he had made his choice. "For a long time my people have believed your kind to be nothing but destruction and source of power. Now that opinion will only worsen. If there is to be any hope for man and beast to live together in harmony, then you must create that hope. For all of us," requested Naruto. Kurama could only glance at his friend with even more sadness in his eyes as he realized what the boy was doing. "Naruto, No. You will do this. It is your mission from me. To be honest, I have failed on many fronts, and yet my brother is right. All I can do is fight for the future of my people. I couldn't save my daughters, but for the sake of my unborn son, I will give it my all so that one day he will have a world to live in," decided Naruto, as he made his Susanoo raise its sword. Kurama glanced at the battlefield and saw dozens of skirmishes where his assistance was desperately needed. Together, he and Naruto were a powerhouse, but the need of the hour was for them to split up and save as many as they could. His friend understood it better than Kurama ever could, yet it did not stop the beast from giving the young king a warning glare. "If you get yourself killed." Naruto smirked as the tailed beast charged at him all at once. "Wars are won by killing your enemy. I intend to do just that, albeit much more smartly." Kurama tensed when with those words Naruto charged forward in his powerful Susanoo. The Bijou were all approaching at dangerous speed with menacing balls of energy already being formed in their mouths to vaporize the king once and for all. The fox was quite surprised when Naruto made his Susanoo glow so brightly that it momentarily blinded nearly everyone on the battlefield, including the tailed beasts. By the time the light finally died down, 2 more screeching sounds were heard, and Kurama along with every person on the battlefield were left speechless when the monstrous Susanoo beheaded the 2 and 3 tails with its ethereal sword. The 2 beasts were dead before they even realized what hit them. The sudden execution released a sea of dark and poisonous energy, but Naruto had already opened several dark portals that were sucking away that energy, thereby saving any nearby humans from a gruesome death. Yet even with 4 tailed beasts now dead, there were still another 4 left, and they were mad. Kurama flinched when the 4 tails bit Naruto's Susanoo from behind, even as the 5 tails and 6 tails slammed their massive tails on the Susanoo's exposed flanks. The 8 tails delivered a series of devastating strikes with its tentacles, and the 2 tails jumped in the air before delivering a roundhouse kick over the Susanoo's head. The 9-tailed fox saw his only human friend scream in horrible pain as he was swarmed and attacked from all sides. He was about to disregard his friend's prior order and go to his aid when he saw Madara's Susanoo crumbling rapidly. The eldest son of Tajima was on his final legs and was the only thing standing between the mad Geto Mazo and the samurai cavalry that was fighting under Hanzo and Mifune. If that cavalry was wiped out, then the battle would definitely be over. It was one man's life against those of thousands. Kurama's gaze connected with Naruto and he saw the boy give him a firm nod even as the tailed beast holding him started forming Baijudama all around him. Tears fell from the Biju's eyes, but he steeled himself and turned away from his friend. Naruto grinned weakly when he saw Kurama roar and charge straight towards the Geto Mazo. The ghastly statue felt the approaching power and was met with the sight of the Kyuubi jumping at him. Both beast and statue crashed gracelessly on the ground, crushing the bodies of hundreds of dead. Madara, despite his injuries, saw the golden opportunity and charged ahead. The first Hokage stabbed his Susanoo sword right inside the Geto Mazo's chest, earning another terrible scream. Yet to the Uchiha's surprise, the statue didn't fall apart but only cracked. Madara grimaced as he now understood the sole way to defeat the statue once and for all. Without the statue, the Otsutsuki would be badly affected. Madara didn't know much about their plan, but he knew this statue was vital to their mission. Most of all, it was a power that could destroy the human army. It had to be destroyed. But it was too ancient and strong. It could not be killed by a man. Yet the same was not the case for a beast. He now knew what he had to do. He glanced at his trapped brother one last time, even as the young king was about to be evaporated in a series of Baijudama. Their gaze met, and it was at that moment Madara gave a grim smile to his brother, who returned the gesture. The first Hokage looked at the nine-tailed fox, who probably knew what Madara wanted. Somehow the last words he said to Tobirama before his death was all Madara could think about, and were the ones he said to the Biju before him. For our people. Kurama saw Naruto open up a massive dark portal all around him just as the tailed beast around him launched their final attack. The king was vaporized right before Kurama's eyes just as the remaining tailed beast were sucked into the dark portal. Tears fell from the Biju's eyes as he started to form its own Baijudama and set eyes on his final target. Madara trapped the Geto Mazo completely with the crumbling form of his skeletal Susanoo. For the first time, the statue started struggling rapidly as it saw the Kyuubi forming its largest and most lethal Baijudama. It glanced at Madara only to see the Hokage smile at him victoriously. It saw the young Uchiha utter something just as they were consumed in a Baijudama. Chapter 37. End of an era. Tajima knelt before the wounded man lying before him. By all accounts he should be dead, yet by some miracle Madara was still breathing. His pulse was weak and he was barely hanging on to life, but his heart still functioned. Looking in front of him, Tajima knew the reason behind Madara's survival even after being hit by a Baijudama. The young dragon. It still felt unreal for Tajima to even think of the powerful warrior king that his youngest son had become. A boy who had nothing went on to unite the world, brought nations to their knees, and now was all that remained between humanity's extinction. The same boy who had defeated tailed beasts on his own yet was now missing one of his two powerful eyes. A power he sacrificed for the sake of his brother. Shisui had torn off a piece of his own attire and made it a rough eye patch that now covered Naruto's blind eye. Yet even with one eye there was a fire in the young king's eyes as he glanced at the few thousand of his people that had survived the bloody carnage of a battle. The enemy army had shattered and fled the moment the Geto Mazo was destroyed by the Kyuubi's Baijudama. The enemy's last hope, which were the tailed beast, were sealed in dark space by Naruto himself. The king would have died himself had he not used one of the Uchiha's most costly but effective techniques to alter reality. Izanagi. Naruto had been one of the handful Uchiha who had fully read the Uchiha tablet that had the secrets of that technique inscribed on it. He used that power to not only save himself but also his brother, while ultimately destroying the Geto Mazo and making the remaining tailed beast free from the Otsutsuki's grasp. One of his Mangekyo eyes was the price for that, and Tajima could not help but admire his youngest son's resolve. The enemy queen, on realizing that her most powerful trump cards were no longer existing, had cut her losses and fled with as many of her minions as she could. Many among the remaining human army wanted to follow, but Naruto had forbidden it. The same king now watched his last brother and Hashirama sleeping side by side. Both men were badly wounded, one fighting the Geto Mazo and the other against the enemy queen. It was Hashirama alone who kept the Otsutsuki queen engaged and forced her to retreat by injuring her, but it costed him dearly. Breaking the Otsutsuki army costed even more terribly. Naruto looked at his people and grimaced when he saw less than half of his army still alive, and only a quarter of those were in any fighting shape. Rest were either too injured, tired or defeated to raise their weapons again. What are your orders, my king? He looked at Shisui for a moment before his gaze settled on Mikoto as she stepped beside him. Having recently learned of her brother's demise, she was bottling her emotions quite well in hopes of extracting vengeance from the one ultimately responsible for Takeshi's death. Lord Tajima. The Uchiha patriarch glanced at his son and stepped towards him. With Sasuke Sarutobi dead and Sakumo along with Den Nara wounded, also with Hashirama and Madara incapacitated, it left Tajima as the most senior commander after the king. What do you need? Asked Tajima seriously, but his eyes were full of pride as he looked at his son. Consolidate our remaining forces and retreat to the Land of Lightning. Link up with my wife and reorganize our army, commanded Naruto without blinking an eye even when nearly everyone glanced at him in shock. We are winning, my king, insisted Tajima fiercely, even a bit heatedly, but Naruto didn't waver. In fact, the king looked downright heartbroken. I am winning battles, but I am losing this war, confessed Naruto, his voice barely above a whisper, but Tajima heard it nonetheless. Glancing at the remaining human army and the condition they were in, he understood what was going through Naruto's heart. We are with you. In life and death, promised Tajima, earning a grim smile from his son. I appreciate that, but the real aim is for our race to survive this war. The enemy is most likely going to flee to the Land of Water. It is their stronghold that has never been invaded. With the state of our forces, it'll take us years if not decades to replenish our numbers and strength to invade that place. And then too, we are most likely to be defeated. The enemy is expecting us to chase after them blindly and will most probably organize a full guerrilla warfare for us. They'll bleed us slowly until we die a slow and painful death, explained Naruto harshly. Kurama saw the fear and hesitation in many eyes, as most of the humans had heard terrible tales about the Land of Water. Most of all, Naruto was speaking the harsh truth. The human army didn't have the strength or will left to invade a place like the Land of Water. Then what do you suggest? That we let them get away? Let them amass another army? Asked one of the few surviving Uchiha. Shisui glanced at Kagami's dead body while Mikoto remembered Takeshi. Both Uchiha kept their silence but still looked at Naruto, who was maintaining his cool even when others around him weren't. If we fight this war their way, then we will lose. We will not do it their way, declared Naruto icily, daring all the people around him to oppose him. He smirked when Kurama growled, making even more men flinch away, added that to his killing intent there was not much room left for disobedience. You have a plan, deduced Tajima, earning a nod from his son as he glanced at the lone Otsutsuki prisoner that was being held captive. Every warrior should abide by their oaths. A king most of all should set an example. Protecting this kingdom and its people is my responsibility. I intend to do just that, said Naruto fiercely. The king then turned around to march straight towards the lone prisoner, making others follow after him. The sole Otsutsuki warrior glared at the approaching young monarch hatefully but flinched when Naruto grabbed his throat and lifted him in the air. The man struggled for air but Naruto looked him in the eye. Leave me. To the Otsutsukis and everyone else's surprise, Naruto released the prisoner and threw him several feet away. Surprised, the Otsutsuki looked up when Naruto stepped forward and knelt to look straight in his eyes. Tell your queen, fire and blood will come to her lands. 15,000 humans will invade her home to see if it's really impenetrable, whispered Naruto fiercely. The pale-eyed warrior flinched away from the lone dark red eye glaring at him. He could feel the dark power and pent-up rage burning inside this man and could only imagine the havoc he would cause in the Land of Water when he invaded with his remaining army. While the Otsutsuki queen was yet to be defeated, she had lost a massive chunk of her forces and her greatest trump cards. With Kimimaro gone as well, the situation was extremely fragile. Still, the ancient warrior glared at the young king before him. Few victories mean nothing, cursed the Otsutsuki bitterly, earning a tiny smirk from Naruto. It's better than the ass-kicking your faction just received. The Otsutsuki gave one final glare but soon enough fled as fast as he could without another word. When Naruto turned back to face his people, he saw most of them were not happy with his decision to let the Otsutsuki run away, but none dared to raise their voice. Certainly not after what he did to the tailed beasts. He placed his hand over the eye patch covering his lost eye that he sacrificed. It felt weird to just be able to see with one eye, but it was a price he would pay 1,000 times again if it helped to save his brother's life. When he arrived at this battle, he had seen a small glimpse of the loyalty that Madara had gained from many ninjas due to his actions in this war. Madara was a good leader, a bit stubborn and prideful, but one who actually cared for the people under him. His brother would never admit such a thing out loud, but his actions were more than necessary to prove it. In that manner, Madara was better than Naruto. How can I call myself king if I cannot even defeat the enemy who butchered my people and world? The truth was that his forces were in no shape to invade any nation, much less a place like the Land of Water. It would take months just to gather supplies for such a campaign, not to mention he needed more men, which he simply didn't have. Most of all, he had no shred of intel on the layouts, defenses, or the number of enemy waiting for him and his army in the strongest bastion of the Otsutsuki. He gestured toward Shisui, who nodded and requested Tajima, Mikoto, Hanzo, Mifune and the few high-ranking officers still alive to follow towards the city. As the leaders started walking away and the remaining humans started burning the dead or helping the wounded, Kurama came beside the young king. "What is going through that head of yours?" asked the fox with a sigh, as he noticed an all-too-familiar look on his soul friend's face. "We cannot invade the Land of Water, because if we do then we are finished," admitted Naruto, earning a sharp look from the beast. "That's not what you said to your freed prisoner," pointed Kurama, and got a nod from the boy in return. It was then Kurama blinked as he realized some of the things that Naruto was planning, which made him look at the boy with skepticism and curiosity both burning in his eyes and heart. Before the fox could voice his opinion, he saw Naruto wordlessly walking forward to kneel before the bodies of his friend. He sat there and simply observed the body before him even as Kurama came beside him. The beast growled at the nearby soldiers, making them run away very quickly, and was saddened when he saw tears falling from Naruto's lone eye. Death was not something new in this brutal world, yet even so there were a few people who had cared for this boy regardless of his past or status. Looking at the deformed corpse, all Kurama could see was a human who died for his race by sacrificing all he had. But one look at Naruto's grief-ridden eye was enough to show what the boy was to the lone-eyed monarch. The king's entire body shook with rage and grief as he gripped the hands of his dead friend. Takeshi was already cremated, while Kagami had aged completely due to using the 8 gates and was now nothing more than a husk that would soon vanish from this world. It was a gruesome sight even for someone like Kurama to witness. "I'll annihilate all of them, will hunt down and butcher every single one of those bastards, even if it is the last thing I do." If the fierce hatred and grief in Naruto's voice was not proof enough of his anger, then the level of desire for revenge in that lone dark red eye was more than enough for Kurama to understand that the Otsutsuki queen was going to be hunted down until either she and her minions were dead. Or Kurama dismissed the thought as he looked at Naruto. Such a disaster was not an option, one that the beast would never allow even at the cost of this entire world. As the flames of Amaterasu started consuming the remains of the Kingsguard member, Naruto stood still as a rock with tears falling from his eyes as another one of his friends departed from this world. Shisui observed Mikoto from the corner of his eyes. The girl was silently sitting in a corner surrounded by several dozen more ninjas on all sides. Her eyes were a picture of grief and shock. Takeshi was the only family she had left in this world, and now he was gone. Even his death was not painless. Shisui knew better than most that offering her comfort after that tragedy was probably the last thing Mikoto needed right now. How was he supposed to console her when he himself was yet to come to terms with the death of his 2 friends? For as long as he could remember, Kagami and Takeshi alongside Mikoto, Naruto and Itachi had always been by his side. They were a team, and now 2 of them were just gone. Being a senior officer in the army was forcing him to control his emotions lest he instill further chaos among the men, but it could not stop the grief and anger from overcoming his heart. Nor could it stop his trembling hands that wanted to choke the very life out of the Otsutsuki queen's body. Thankfully, Tajima had rounded up most of the elite ninjas that had survived the battle and were in any condition to fight. Nobody knew what was going to happen next, nor did any of them want to find out. Months of fighting and losing one's loved ones had left most fighters tired and sad. Most just wanted to stop and mourn their losses, but Shisui knew there would be no peace for anyone unless the Otsutsuki were annihilated from the face of this world. He looked up when he saw Naruto walk towards them with the Kyuubi by his side. A small whispering started among the crowd of 1,000 people as the king stepped before them all. While the battle had ended in victory for humanity, the amount of loss suffered had not left any room for rejoice. More importantly, the enemy leader was still alive and many had already seen her power. As long as she lived, there would be no peace for mankind. "What are we going to do now, King Naruto? You cannot possibly think of invading the Land of Water? We are in no shape for such an invasion. Do you have any idea about how many we have lost to this war that you started? You promised us victory, yet our people are still dying. Our lands are destroyed. What kind of a king are you? Where were you when the land of fire was invaded? Where were you when they butchered our families, our homes, our friends? Tajima was hardly able to believe the amount of anger and accusations being laid at his son. He looked at the boy who was silently taking it all in without a word. The only thing stopping the crowd from attacking the king was the fox's presence. Yet even the Kyuubi was not enough for people to spill out their anger at their leader. The truth was that humanity was never ready for a war like this, certainly not against a power like the Otsutsuki. No matter how strong or powerful a king could be, they would not survive this war without heavy losses. Yet Naruto had tried his best to save as many as he could, but the harsh truth was that humanity had still not achieved victory even after losing more than half of its population. Humanity was in a lot of pain and anger, all currently being vented out on its current leader. The screaming and accusations went on for longer than Tajima was comfortable with, but his son just stood there and heard it all. It was only when the fox growled did the angry humans stop their shouting. Is that all? Many in the crowd flinched and stepped back when Naruto's lone Mangekyo glared at them coldly. It is true that this war has been the most devastating that humanity has ever endured. We have lost so much and suffer more every day, yet we are slowly inching towards victory as well. Every sacrifice puts us one step more closer towards victory. The reason we could not achieve victory till now is, because we are weak. Shisui grimaced as even he knew those were not the words the people wanted to hear right now. They would have erupted in even more fury had the Kyuubi not been present to keep them in check. He saw Naruto looking at them all and in the king's eyes there was nothing but cold determination. Thousands have died following my command in this war. More will continue to die, and that is the reality, confessed Naruto. What do you think we are? We're not disposable pawns. No, you're not. But each and every one of you is a warrior. The best humanity has left to offer, so I ask you to follow me one last time, urged Naruto. He saw hesitation and fear present in many faces until one man stepped out of the crowd. It didn't take the king more than a moment to recognize the man as Nagato Uzumaki, the now recovered and acting leader of the Uzumaki clan. What kind of plan do you have in mind, my king? You saved my people when we needed help. My clan will follow you to hell itself if you want us to, promise Nagato sincerely. It was not just Nagato, but his sister Mito Uzumaki and all their remaining clansmen who nodded at their leader's words before looking at Naruto. It was enough to silence the remaining crowd as they pondered over the new development. Kurama saw Naruto give a grateful nod to the Uzumaki. Who could have known that Naruto's sincere decision to help the Uzumaki would prove so crucial for him in this hour? The Uzumaki were one of the finest that humanity still had to offer, and each and every one of them had fought the Otsutsuki longer than anyone else, as they were the first to be dragged into this war. Their help was not something to be taken lightly, and it was a fact that not even the other angry ninjas could dismiss. I know that currently our army is in no shape to stage an invasion across the land of water. But the fact remains that the Otsutsuki need to be stopped, no matter the cost, said Naruto. How can we do that? Demanded one of the many ninjas. No army has been able to conquer the land of water, and that fact will not change. That leaves us with only one choice. Kurama glanced at his friend and trembled when he saw the cold look in Naruto's lone eye. We wipe out land of water from the face of this earth. Not a single person in the crowd had expected such a resolution by their leader. Even a cold-hearted man like Tajima was left gawking as he stared at his stoic son. He could understand wiping out enemies, even entire clans and whole armies. But Naruto wanted to destroy an entire continent. Not only was it impossible, but simply out of understanding of the ordinary human. We destroy the land of water and destroy every Otsutsuki and their allies once and for all. It is a drastic move, but under our current circumstances, humanity is left with no other choice, confessed Naruto honestly. How? Asked Shisui hesitantly, as even he didn't know how that was possible. No human, including Naruto himself, was capable of such a feat. I have a weapon that will destroy the entire continent. I will kill the Otsutsuki queen personally. All I need is men willing to follow me into that hell, said Naruto frankly. You all are the best that humanity has to offer. I cannot take an entire army to the land of water, so I made the enemy believe otherwise, but in truth a small elite force should be enough for this final strike, announced the king. What is this weapon of yours that can cause such massive destruction? It can't be the fox, because even he cannot wipe out an entire continent. Pointed Mifune calmly. I cannot say. More than one in the crowd flinched or growled at the king's flat refusal to divulge the identity of his secret weapon. For his part, Naruto stared at all of the people present before him without batting an eye despite their furious looks. You are asking us to risk our lives and follow you into that hell? Invade a continent that we have never seen in our lives or have any solid intelligence about? And yet you won't tell us the weapon we are supposed to risk everything over. Is that correct? Questioned Hanzo flatly, and was surprised when Naruto just nodded. Don't you trust us, my king? We have fought and died for you. Accused several ninjas. For the success of this mission, I will not divulge this information. It is possible the enemy may have infiltrated their spies into our ranks. I have read reports of creatures named Zetsu that are capable of taking on the perfect appearance of another person. Maybe one of them is currently hiding among us and we still don't have a way to identify them. I have already risked a lot by revealing my deception to the enemy, I won't say anything more. This is the situation and the odds are not in our favor. Make no mistake, most of us if not all will die in this mission. To be honest, I am asking you to commit suicide. I cannot even guarantee as to whether we will succeed or not, all of you have followed me faithfully and have sacrificed so much. It is why I won't punish or force anyone to be a part of this, but I request you to stand and fight for humanity's future one last time, confessed Naruto. Pin-drop silence swept over the area as the reality of Naruto's plan started to sink into the elite fighters of humanity. As he looked at the fighters, Naruto could only imagine what could be going through their hearts and mind. He had not even bothered to summon the ordinary ninjas and fighters, for they were not suitable for such a mission. Even for the elite standing before him, it was going to be a difficult choice. You were too upfront about this, Naruto. They'll all leave without you ordering them to join you, whispered Kurama disappointedly, only to receive an understanding look from his friend. There comes a point when people stop caring about orders or about anyone else. This war has brought us to that point. I have already asked all I could from my people. They have lost friends, family, their homes, even their very lives. Now I am asking them to do something that scares even me. I am asking them to die. The least I can do is give them a choice, answered Naruto calmly. I really don't understand you sometimes, Baka sighed Kurama, making Naruto smirk. Does that count as a yes? Asked Naruto with a smirk, earning a tired sigh from his beast friend. You ask as if I have a choice, grumbled Kurama. The beast and the king grimly watched as dozens of people started leaving. Soon those dozens were joined by many others until it was hundreds of people leaving now that the king had given them a choice not to participate if they didn't want to. This war had made most people reach their breaking point and now all they wanted to do was rest. But there were others who remained steadfast and stared at their king. One of them was Mikoto, whose harsh and cold eyes burned with nothing but hatred for the Otsutsuki. She was one of the many who had lost everything in this war and wanted nothing more than to burn the ones who took her family from her. There were other loyalists like Shisui who had stood by Naruto no matter the situation. This situation was not any different, as the leader of the Kingsguard only gave a small smile to his friend which said all that needed to be said. Tajima beamed with hidden pride when he saw the last of his clansmen not leave and instead they all gathered around Shisui. The same was the case with most Senjus and every Uzumaki, who too stood their ground despite knowing the odds. The three great clans that descended from the Sage of Six Paths were on the verge of extinction. Yet they were standing together for the first time in history. For men like Hanzo and Mifune, it was a matter of choosing the way that would save their people. They both looked at the king and then at each other before sharing a nod. Watching their leaders standing their ground was more than enough for the honor-bound samurai to stand behind them as well. Long minutes passed as hundreds of humanity's best walked away until only a small crowd remained. Naruto stared at the 245 brave souls that had found the courage in their hearts to stand and follow him into hell itself. It was not to say that they were not afraid, but quite the opposite. Yet these same men, women, and even teenagers were standing their ground. He spotted so many familiar faces that gave him some hope. Shisui, Mikoto, Nagato, Mito, Hanzo, Mifune, Kakashi, Danzo, every last surviving Uchiha, Senju and Uzumaki alongside so many others. Tajima watched as a small smile arrived on his son's face. The king stepped before the 245 souls and looked them all right in the eye. Then let's hit them where they live. Chapter 38. The Will of Fire. 4 weeks later, Tajima carefully stepped inside the tent occupied by his son, only to see his child currently surrounded by his advisors while they all looked at the rough map of the land of water. He waited and simply observed his son, listening to the suggestions while offering some of his own every now and then. There was so much focus and determination in his hardened eyes that made Tajima proud and sad at the same time. Proud of the man his son had become and sad for all that he had endured and continued to endure in this war. The past few weeks had not been easy either. The land of fire was completely devastated by the Otsutsuki, Majority of the population was dead or missing, there was large-scale destruction of critical resources and there was acute food shortage. A phenomenon the residents of this nation had never thought possible. Already 2 minor rebellions from the civilians had to be forcefully put down as the people blamed the only one they could for their misery. Their king. The king who lost his kingdom. Tajima felt his blood boil every time he heard people whispering such things about his son every now and then. The ninjas and fighting men understood just how difficult it was to defeat the Otsutsuki, but the civilians were another matter. They had never faced so much hardship and pain before. It had gotten to the point that many even believed that being ruled by the daimyo was far better than letting Naruto be their leader. Yet despite all this scorn and mayhem, never once had Tajima seen his son waver in any manner. The boy had tried his best to maintain the peace among humanity while doing all he could to stem its suffering. But the scale of destruction and misery that the Otsutsuki had left behind was too large for any man to eradicate alone. Even so, Naruto had continued pushing forward while also preparing his 245 men for the final assault on the land of water. Tajima looked at the 9 people currently standing around his son, warriors who had proven their worth on the battlefield and had chosen to follow their king into hell itself. The Uchiha leader was not surprised to find Shisui, Itachi and Mikoto be present because for as long as he could remember these kids had always been by his son's side. He still remembered the moment when Itachi returned to join the rest of the army alongside the queen. The boy had been saddened when he learned how Kagami and Takeshi's death in battle but had wordlessly joined Naruto when told of his plan to assault the land of water. Kakashi Hatake and Danzo Shimura were sons of loyal Uchiha bannermen, so it was no wonder they too followed after their king. The 2 boys were good fighters, but more importantly they could lead men into battle. The Uzumaki siblings, Mito and Nagato, were also given leadership roles, with Tajima having the feeling that they were going to play a crucial part in Naruto's plan. Last 2 members were Hanzo and Mifune, the most experienced warriors among the entire force that was going to invade the land of water. We put up the decoys here and here. Armed units acting as a fog screen to make the enemy focused on the coastal front, directed Naruto, as he placed his finger on some of the key areas serving as landing zones of the land of water. A sound strategy, but one bound to be discovered sooner or later. Even if we make the decoys engage the enemy in full force, they will get wiped out easily. Then the ruse will be up, my king advised Hanzo, earning a nod of consent from Mifune as well. And then the enemy will know we're there, deduced Itachi. We'll be ambushed by their entire remaining army, added Mikoto grimly. If that happens, then even with our elite force and the Kyuubi will be at an added disadvantage. The enemy will have numbers, the knowledge of the terrain. Combine that with the power of their queen. Realized Kakashi, some hesitation already creeping into the young boy's voice as he looked at his one-eyed king. It is a suicide mission. As the last elite warriors of humanity, we must be willing to take all risks, including the sacrifice of our lives for the future of our race, emphasized Danzo fiercely, his dark eyes demanding the same level of conviction from the older warriors in the room. Tajima didn't miss the tiny smirk that graced Naruto's lips as he stared at the son of Tobi Shimura. That particular clan had always been Uchiha loyalists and were one of the most fiercest group of warriors. And while they were yet to produce shinobi of the same caliber of the Uchiha and Senju, their fighters had a sense of determination and purpose greater than either clan. Madara had recognized the same talent when he recruited Danzo in his personal guard, and the Hokage's youngest brother also saw the talent which Danzo Shimura had. But still, said Mito hesitantly, but was cut off when Naruto stepped forward and laid a hand on Danzo's shoulder. Well said, Danzo. It is exactly as you believe, which it is why I appoint you in charge of the defense unit that shall protect the special operations team, said Naruto proudly, as he placed a piece across the map surrounding a structure that Tajima couldn't decipher. Whatever it was, it could be significant to the success of this entire mission, as Danzo visibly paled on realizing the responsibility being laid on him. My king, I am not worthy of this honor. I'm not the strongest man for this task, said Danzo nervously, earning a faint smile from the monarch. No, you're not. But you are the most determined and fiercest ninja in this room, and I can see the desire to win in your eyes. While most of us in this room are worried about the odds, the countermeasures and whatnot, you are only focused to achieve victory at all costs. I respect that conviction, and it is why I believe that you can do this task. However, the question here is not that you're worthy or otherwise, but will you do it? Asked Naruto calmly. Tajima saw the young Danzo glance at the map for a few brief moments before looking back at the king with an unwavering sense of conviction and fierceness. I will defend the Special Operations Team until my dying breath and even after that, promised Danzo. As Naruto smiled and gave a proud nod to Danzo, there was another person that caught Tajima's eye. The said boy had clenched his fists so tightly and there was great turmoil visible in his eyes. But soon enough, he too stepped forward and knelt before the king. I request you to assign me the command of the decoy army. I will buy as much time as I can for all of you by keeping the enemy engaged, requested Kakashi. Kakashi, do you know what you're asking for? You're the only son that your father has left. With the Hatake clan all but wiped out, it is imperative that you come back from this mission alive at all costs, advised Naruto patiently, and saw a faint guilt visible in the young boy's eyes. My brother Ken vowed to defend Madara-sama and our nation at all costs. When the time came, he sacrificed himself without hesitation. I couldn't even move back then, but he acted and died for what he believed in. For honor, I never truly understood my clan's motto, but I think I understand it now. It is why I must do this, more than that I am the only one who can do it. The strongest in this room must help the king eliminate the Otsutsuki queen, explained Kakashi sincerely. Tajima watched the slight tension that came on Naruto's face as he looked at Kakashi and then at the ship stationed near the coasts of the enemy nation. That entire coast was full of enemy figures, and Tajima's years of experience made him realize what leading the decoy army meant. Sakumo was badly injured, and his eldest son Ken had died protecting Madara in their first encounter with the Otsutsuki. The Hatake clan was all but wiped out save for a handful members, including Kakashi's sister, Kiara. Entrusting Kakashi with this responsibility could only lead to one outcome for the boy, and Naruto knew it. So did Kakashi, if the conviction mixed with resignation that was clearly visible in those eyes. It's a true shame when the young ones of today try to overestimate themselves. Boy, it will take real skill and experience to keep the enemy focused with the decoy army for long. While you have guts, you are not fit for this task. Stay by the king's side and protect him at all costs. I will lead the decoy army, declared Mifune calmly. But argued Kakashi, however he was forced to stay silent when Naruto raised his hand. Kakashi, you shall help Danzo in protecting the Special Operations Team. Mifune, you shall lead the decoy army. That is my final decision, concluded Naruto. Danzo placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and took him backwards as the king gave a firm but thankful nod to the veteran samurai commander. Tajima didn't miss the gratitude in his son's eyes for Mifune, which only earned a short nod from the older leader. Nagato and Mito shall lead the Special Operations Team. I entrust the success of this plan to the Uzumaki clan, said Naruto seriously. We will do all that we can, however time will be of great essence if we are to succeed, cautioned Nagato. I agree, said Mito, earning a grim nod from the king. Noted. Hanzo, you shall command the majority of our forces and lead the vanguard. Engage and eliminate any additional forces that Hinata Otsutsuki might have at her disposal. While I, Shisui, Itachi, Mikado alongside the Kyuubi will go ahead to eliminate the Otsutsuki leader and her top officers, commanded Naruto in his composed but firm tone. The chorus of affirmative but grim nods received by the king was more than enough to portray how tense the situation was. You can come in now, father. Tajima blinked and saw his one-eyed son now staring at him with a faint but amused smile. The rest of the group offered short bows to the two Uchihas before making quick exits. As Tajima stepped inside, he saw the dark shadows beneath his son's eye. His skin was becoming more and more pale courtesy of his lack of sleep. How are the preparations going? Asked Tajima silently. As well as they could be. It's only thanks to the information I managed to glean out of the one Otsutsuki prisoner I freed that we even have an idea about their homeland, answered Naruto hesitantly. Don't underwrite yourself, Naruto. What you did with Kakashi was a sound choice. The Hatake clan is on the verge of extinction. As their overlords, the Uchiha will forever bear shame if they go extinct. More than enough clans are already gone, lamented Tajima. He stopped when a firm hand was placed on his shoulder and was even more surprised when he saw a melancholic smile on his son's face. Don't dwell on it, father. You'll regret it, advised Naruto calmly. But protested Tajima weakly, but was silenced when Naruto looked at him with a smile Tajima had long thought lost. If you regret it, then it will consume you. Take it from someone who has lived a life full of regrets. I couldn't save my mother, my brothers, my beloved aunt, my friends, my kingdom or my people. If I look at my failures, then all that is left for me is eternal darkness, yet all I can do is move forward as best as I can. I don't know if my choices are right or wrong, nor can I change the past. All I can do, all anyone can do is just fight till their dying breath, explained Naruto patiently. How can you, after all that has happened? Asked Tajima hesitantly. It's because I made a promise to Izuna, confessed Naruto, a faraway look ever present in his lone eye. Izuna? Questioned Tajima. Be happy, little brother. Those were my brother's last words, his last wish. I owe it to him, to give it my all to be happy so that his death does not go in vain. All my life, no matter what pain came in my way, I never gave up, not because I didn't want to. There were so many times when I thought death would be better, but even dead, Izuna gave me the strength to face life head on even till this day. I will never give up so that one day I can achieve that happiness for which my brother gave his life. A small smile came on Tajima's face as he saw shadows of his 3 dead sons standing around his youngest son. Humanity is not finished yet, father. As long as even one of our people keeps on fighting, the war will never be lost. Nobody knows what the future holds, yet I ask you to believe in me one more time and I will save our people. I promise, said Naruto confidently. Tajima nodded without hesitation and watched as Naruto went into the other corner of the tent. The Uchiha patriarch bit his lip as he wondered whether to tell his son about the fate of Shizuka and the 2 unborn children. This issue had troubled Tajima for weeks, as the small band of survivors whom had fled to the Uchiha's secret island had cut off all communications with the outside world. It might also be possible that they all perished on sea or were discovered and murdered by the enemy. Naruto had already made his peace with the fact that his unborn children from the priestess were dead. He never talked about them, but the pain was easily visible in his eyes. Should I really give him hope only to snatch it away later on? I don't know which is more crueler, keeping the fact that his children could be alive or tell him the truth only to discover they have perished? Thought Tajima worriedly. Tajima couldn't help but feel trapped and guilty, which was why he approached his son once more even as the young king was busy sharpening his ancestral sword. Naruto, there is something I need to ask you. It's a bit personal, stated Tajima hesitantly. Naruto didn't miss the nervousness on Tajima's face and couldn't help but feel a little wary, as this was far from the normal behavior of his father, who was always stern and composed. Tell me, encouraged the young monarch. You never told me about the priestess. Tajima cringed when for a moment those words hit his son like a lightning bolt, eliciting an extremely pained look which was soon replaced by barely concealed remorse. Madara told you? Asked Naruto quietly. No. The king blinked and looked up at his father in surprise. There were only a handful people who knew about Shizuka and the unborn royal children she was carrying in her belly. You know something, and I would like to be briefed right now, stated Naruto tersely. Tajima flinched again on the commanding tone, but it was the intense gaze of that lone eye that made the Uchiha patriarch hesitate. But in the end, he had to take a decision and face the consequences that followed. It all happened. Naruto listened without blinking as Tajima revealed the fact that how the Uchiha men that Madara had placed around the holy temple laid down their lives and managed to evacuate Priestess Shizuka to Castle Tsukiyomi. He went on to even reveal the fact that Shizuka along with hundreds of refugees were further evacuated to the Uchiha's secret island. Tajima didn't hide anything and even confessed that he had kept this fact from Naruto because they had not received any communication from the survivors on that island, and he didn't want to give Naruto any false hope. I'm sorry to have kept this secret from you, Naruto. I just confessed Tajima hesitantly, unable to meet his son's eyes. Thank you, father. Tajima blinked in surprise and looked up to see a lone tear fall from Naruto's eye, yet there was a relieved smile present on the king's face. Naruto. Tajima was even further surprised when Naruto gave him a firm hug, one which the father returned as he wrapped his arms around his youngest child. You saved them despite knowing their very existence can destroy our clan in this fragile kingdom. The old you would not have understood what they are to me, but you have changed, father, said Naruto happily, earning a tiny smack on the head in return. Of course I did, Baka. They're my grandchildren. Besides, this war has taught me a lot. But most of all, watching your journey through life has changed me. I cannot change the past, which is why I will do everything in my power to protect my family. As long as I and Madara live, nobody will harm those children. I promise, answered Tajima. Naruto gently broke the hug and Tajima was glad to see an happy smile on his child's face. I know. To be honest, Tsunade will also slowly come around to this reality, and with Hashirama's help we might be able to make the scene just accept the same, suggested Naruto. They better, because we're not giving up on my grandchildren, warned Tajima seriously. Naori and Hikari. Naruto smiled as Tajima took a step back on hearing those words. It took the older man a moment to understand and even longer to open his lips to speak, but no words came out. However, the swarm of tears that came in his eyes and his trembling hands said all that was in his heart. Naruto, you whispered Tajima in a choked voice. If they are girls, we will name them after Hikari who gave me life and Naori who gave me the strength to live life. And if they are boys, and since there'll only be 2 of them, then we will name them Izuna and Inashiro, Inabai and Yashiro, who were my beloved brothers. That is my choice, said Naruto with a smile. Tajima was left speechless even as tears continued to fall from his eyes, and all he could do was bow before this child and his unwavering spirit. Yes, my king, promised Tajima humbly. Naruto smiled as he placed Dawn at his hip and started walking towards the outside where a world full of challenges and threats awaited him. And yet, his smile never wavered. Leave the future to me, father. Chapter 39. No regrets. Tsunade sat in the open field atop the soft grass observing the shining moon in the sky. If she looked below the walls, she could see the residents of the capital were trying to restart their lives. Thanks to Lord Tajima's command, the capital had not been breached by the Otsutsuki and the damage to the city was minimal. It was also the last bastion for the survivors to take shelter in because of the availability of food, shelter and the protection of thousands of soldiers. She had not been a part of the battle that happened here. To be honest, a part of her felt glad for it because many good warriors died for the victory achieved here, and another part felt angry for she could have saved many of those warriors if she had been present. But that choice was never hers to make, and her husband had deemed it fit to not include her in the battle. Just as he had decided not to include her in his mission to destroy the land of water. She understood why he was doing that, but it didn't make it any easier for her to stay behind while he risked his life. They had argued over it for so long that they stopped talking to each other for the past few days. Even Tajima's attempt to make them reconcile failed. Instead, Naruto had kept himself busy with the preparations for his mission while Tsunade diverted her focus on taking care of the wounded, including Hashirama and Madara, who were making a slow but definite recovery from their grave wounds suffered in battle. The distance created between them was not something either of them liked, but both were stubborn enough not to concede and attempt for an understanding. In that manner, their Uchiha and Senju blood made them act even more opposite. She froze when she felt another presence enter the garden she was currently sitting in, and that familiar aura only served to remind her that she had married in this very same place. Tsunade watched as her husband came beside her to gain a seat, but not long after he sprawled himself comfortably across the soft grass. A small luxury the overworked king could afford at the moment. "You okay?" he asked, with a gentle smile that only served to make her even more confused with her emotions. "Have you thought about my suggestion of sending someone else to lead this mission? You are our king, we need you here," insisted Tsunade, her hazel eyes burning with worry and hidden anger. He sighed and got up to face her and cupped her cheeks tenderly. "I wish I could, but there is no one else strong enough. I cannot wait for Madara and Hashirama to get back to full strength, because by that time the Otsutsuki will come back for vengeance," he explained, never once losing his cool. "What of this child then?" she asked solemnly, and he couldn't stop the guilt flooding through his heart on seeing her hand placed upon her growing belly. If only he could tell her how much he wanted to be by her side, to watch their child be born and grow, but for that to happen he had to fight. He had to be strong no matter how much it hurt. "Have you thought of a name?" she asked in a soft voice, her hopes and dreams bare for him to see. "I haven't, yet. But if I can suggest something else," he said hesitantly, but was relieved when she gave him an encouraging smile as she took his hand and placed it upon her belly. "You're his father. You can tell him anything," she said kindly with a smile, earning a surprised look from him for that statement. "His? Are you sure?" he asked uncertainly, making her chuckle. "If the strong kicks I usually receive are any indication, then yes," she confirmed happily, which brought a warm smile on his face which greatly pleased her as well. Tsunade watched him intensely stare at her belly with such happiness in his eyes, which made her own worries about his upcoming mission fade just for now. "I haven't thought of a name for you yet, but I will do everything in my power to give you the world which your mother and I never had. You will never have to take up arms as soon as you can stand," whispered Naruto. "You will never fight meaningless battles and endure the horrors that we went through." Tsunade clutched his own hand over belly as memories of the Clan Wars era came rushing back in her heart. She looked into his eyes and saw he too remembered that time. They both remembered their first battle, of facing each other, of the fear that had threatened to consume them, the horror and agony of watching their siblings be cut down before their very eyes, the pointlessness of that bloodshed. "You will never have to suffer the way we did. She lost a brother that day, he lost 3. You will never have to fear being alone in this world because you will always have people who would do anything for you," he pledged. She felt his loneliness and could only imagine the burdens he carried his entire life. As a kin slayer, and then as a king. You will grow up with friends in times of peace and enjoy a life free of terror. And I know it deep in my heart that one day you shall surpass me, that you will be a far better man than I could ever hope to be, and no matter what, know this. He looked right into her eyes, and this time there was no doubt in his gaze. I love you. Tsunade froze even as her eyes widened in shock on hearing him say the words she had wanted to hear from him for so long. She waited for him to waver, but he never did, and continued looking into her eyes and even smiled. She kissed him fiercely even as tears slipped from her eyes, and he returned the gesture with equal passion. You mean it? She asked breathlessly between kisses, and swelled with even more happiness when he sighed in defeat. Not at first. But you are quite stubborn, if I may say, he said with a slight chuckle, and blushed when she narrowed her eyes at him dangerously. Still, he didn't falter because he wanted her to know the whole truth instead of saying only what she wanted to hear. He owed her that honesty. What changed the way you thought about me? She asked hesitantly, afraid and eager at the same time for his answer. You fight for what you believe in with all your heart. I came to respect that strength. You stood by me despite all the trials we faced. You accepted me for the person I am, but most importantly never allowed that to stop you from giving me the right advice. When I was a new king full of hesitation, you became the friend I needed. You proved yourself a better person than me when you accepted the existence of my unborn children with Shizuka. You saved my friendship with Kurama by giving me the right advice even if it meant becoming the attention of my misguided anger. You are carrying my child, and even now I see a desire to protect my life in your eyes, even before I confessed my love for you. You are the most frustrating, stubborn woman I have ever known, and I love you for that, he confessed shyly with a faint blush tinting his fair cheeks. I never thought you'd feel what I feel for you. She confessed hesitantly, but her tearful smile negated any doubts from arising in her husband's heart. I'm hard to please, he whispered. What was that? She asked sharply, earning a nervous chuckle from him as he rubbed the back of his head. Nothing. It just takes me some time to get to know people, a childhood habit, he said with a nervous laugh, which made her sigh. You really think we have no other choice? She asked worriedly, and saw his smile disappear to be replaced by an iron gaze full of determination and conviction. It always amazed her how quickly he could go from being her friend to being her king. We have to. She bit her lip in worry even as her hands found his, and she looked him right in the eye. Then do what must be done. He gave her a grave but determined nod in return. Tajima sat in the vast room alongside the bed where his eldest son was currently sleeping. Watching Madara's erratic breathing and painful groans made the lord clench his fist. It pained him to see his strongest son be reduced to this pitiful state, and his only solace was the fact that Madara suffered so much pain in the defense of his people. Tsunade and the other medical ninjas had somehow managed to save the Hokage's life, but it would be weeks, if not months, before Madara recovered from his grave wounds. Naruto might have saved his brother by sacrificing one of his eyes, but even before that Madara had suffered critical wounds that would take time to heal. Tajima observed his only other living son also present in the room, observing the vast city beneath them from the lone window. Snow fell like heavy rains from the skies, blanketing the crimson lands in a strange but distinct beauty, but for the Uchiha family it only created another set of problems. It's finally here, whispered Naruto, as he caught a few snowflakes in his gloved hand. How fares the city? Asked Tajima, and if the grim expression on his son's face was any indicator, then the answer would not be to Tajima's liking. We're holding for now. However, we are falling short of every critical resources. When the Otsutsuki lost the battle they fled, but not before pillaging the remaining of our farmlands, granaries, water lakes, and even destroying whole villages. I've got more than 100,000 humans spread across these lands, but not enough food, water, and most importantly shelter to protect them from the cruel winter, said Naruto bitterly, his worry open for Tajima to see. You must send riders to search for resources, no matter how far, or we'll face a riot very soon, warned Tajima, even as Naruto clenched his fists. The Land of Wind never had much resources to begin with, and due to this war it's almost a wasteland now. The Land of Whirlpools is still under enemy occupation and in ruins. I have sent search parties to seize every resource available from the Land of Earth and Land of Lightning, but it will be weeks before they return. Till then, we have to keep the peace, explained Naruto. Then can't you wait to restore order to your subjects before marching towards the Land of Water? Asked Tajima, but deep down he already knew the answer, much to his disappointment. I can't. Right now the Otsutsuki are believing that they'll face an invasion and are preparing for the same. If we delay, they might see through our ruse and come back again to our lands. And this time, We don't have the strength to stop them. I have to do this if humanity is to survive past this winter, emphasized Naruto. Then let me come with you. I may not be as powerful as the Otsutsuki queen, but I can lead your men, insisted Tajima, which earned him a soft look from his son. I wish I could take you, father. But with Madara, Hashirama, Sakumo and Den gravely injured, you are my last capable supporter who can look after these people. Protect our people, no matter what, commanded Naruto. Tajima lowered his head, accepting the command but also relenting to his son's wish. He saw Naruto step away from the window and walk towards his sleeping brother's bed. The king stood at the edge observing his only living brother fight for his life. It was hard for him to see Madara in this state, but never once could he doubt that Madara would not pull through. It would take a lot more than the Otsutsuki to put Madara down. He could already imagine his brother getting back on his feet and still be eager for a good fight against the Otsutsuki. It brought a smile to his face, something which Tajima didn't miss. He sat on the bed and gently grasped Madara's hand. For a few moments, he waited as if expecting Madara would recognize his touch and wake up from his sleep, but the bitter truth was that the Hokage had broken most of his bones, his internal organs were a mess that Tsunade was trying to heal, but most of all the severe loss of blood had directly hit his brain, rendering him in this state. The fact that even Hashirama was in a similar state did not ease Naruto's worries, for if the Otsutsuki queen could do something like that to Hashirama Senju, then she was a force to be feared. And he had to kill her. She had done this to Madara, to Hashirama, and to all of mankind. Gently caressing his brother's hand, he looked at him with conviction in his eyes. I will kill them all, Ni-san. I promise. Tajima was surprised when Naruto grabbed Madara's personal gunbai from the corner of the man's bed as he got up and turned to face Tajima. The Uchiha lord was surprised when the king took out a sealed parchment from his pocket and presented it to him. Wordlessly, Tajima took it, and as he read through the contents of the royal decree he was left shocked. Are you sure about this? Asked Tajima hesitantly. The rational side of him knew it was a wise move, but the part of his heart that worried for his son knew exactly under what circumstances would this decree be carried out. Fight for the best. Hope for the worst, advised Naruto with his usual cocky smirk, but Tajima saw right through him. You are our king, our people chose you, reminded Tajima. And I will serve them with all my power. This makes sure that they are still cared for no matter what, insisted Naruto without hesitation, earning a resigned nod from his father. Then let's pray that I don't have to enforce this decree under any circumstances, said Tajima, his unspoken command easily recognized by his son, who hugged him. Tajima placed his hands around his son's back and hugged him back. They slowly parted ways after a few moments, but not before looking each other in the eye and nodding. Tajima watched the king march out of the room and never looked back once. Land of water. Tell your queen, fire and blood will come to her lands when 15,000 humans will invade her home to see if it's really impenetrable. No sooner were those words said did the entire courtroom erupt into chaos. It was important to note that the 24 men and women in this room were the last remaining Otsutsuki and were ones who were far older than any human alive today, and yet after that declaration they just heard, many were angry, some were nervous, and only a few were silent, just like the woman sitting at the center of the room on a simple throne. She surprised her people with her smile. My queen, said one of her subordinates in surprise, unable to believe she was taking this threat lightly. Fear not, Keiji. I am well aware of the threat, but it simply amuses me that the boy king thinks he can defeat us with his pitiful army, said Hinata Otsutsuki calmly. We may outnumber him, but we must not forget that he is dangerous, warned Shinzo Otsutsuki. He was one of the few of his kind to survive an encounter with the young dragon. Shinzo had followed Lord Kimimaro and their victory had been all but assured with their gigantic army, but when Naruto Uchiha slaughtered Kimimaro, the battle was over. Thousands of their dead thralls were slaughtered, hundreds more from the Kaguya, Hagoromo and Otsutsuki also fell that day. And that was not taking into account the thousands more they had lost during their most recent defeat. Naruto Uchiha is just a child with some luck, dismissed Hotari Otsutsuki in her rich but soft feminine voice, earning a nod from their queen. He may be a child, but it does not change the fact that he has won almost every battle he has fought, argued Hiro Otsutsuki. He was the only one of his kind that was taken prisoner after the battle at the Fire Capital, and was the only one who had directly looked into Naruto Uchiha's eyes when the king had promised vengeance for what was done to his people. Hinata Otsutsuki was surprised to see her clansmen divided for the first time in their history. Even in their war with Indra and Ashura, they had not lost faith until they were utterly crushed. She got up from her seat, making the rest of them stand up as well out of respect. In silence, She walked towards the balcony of her palace from where she could clearly observe the sprawling city beneath her. It had taken her a long time and effort to rebuild the Land of Water after their defeat in the last war, but she had never given up. It had taken even more effort to persuade the other minor human clans to follow her leadership by citing the unstoppable threat that would arrive on Earth in the near future. It had taken so many years to build the army of dead, so much hard work, so much patience, all of that undone by one man. More than a year ago, she had marched out with her entire army to conquer the human race and in time make them ready to face the entire Otsutsuki clan when they came to destroy Earth. She had everything in her power to achieve victory, yet the humans had resisted her fiercely. She had thought them to be weak and divided until the Uzumaki proved them wrong. Just when she was about to annihilate them for their insolence, the Dragon King, defying all her expectations, came to their aid. Hinata had watched him fight valiantly on the battlefield. No matter the foe he faced, he never gave up and fought with everything he had. It was his bravery and fierceness that inspired all those humans to keep on fighting. In that aspect, he was a very good military commander whose battle tactics had resulted into the deaths of thousands of Otsutsuki armed forces. More terrifyingly, Naruto Uchiha had managed to unite the human race under one banner, a task deemed impossible to achieve. He had defeated Kimimaro in single combat, another feat deemed impossible. Despite everything, Hinata found herself becoming more curious about this human to the extent that she now wanted to face him herself and see if he really was the man people thought that he was. Her clansmen had gathered around her and together they watched their own army residing in the city. I want to win this war, and the way I see, it can only be achieved if we kill the young dragon. Tell me how we can make it happen, instructed Hinata firmly, earning nods from her people. My queen, he has already lost one of his Mangekyo, which has weakened him, informed Hiro, having already seen the one-eyed king in person. He was pleased when that bit of information relived some of the tension his clansmen were feeling. Don't be so complacent. Not counting the Kyuubi, he still has 4-tailed beasts in his control. We made a terrible mistake when we lost them, warned Shinzo bitterly. Even their queen acknowledged the threat with a nod. It had been a terrible blow when Naruto captured those tailed beasts in his space-time dimension. Hinata could not deny the man's bravery of facing 4 of those monsters at once and his ingenious when he captured them with a smart move, further weakening the Otsutsuki army's strength. She looked at 2 of her subordinates specifically. Kimimaro had strength, but he was arrogant enough to underestimate the boy king, and as a result he lost his head. But the same could not be said for the man's followers, Shinzo and Hayate. Both men were veterans of countless battles. Shinzo's self-awareness and ability to understand the enemy was an invaluable trait, while Hayate was a silent man, a proof being his stony silence during this entire conversation. But on the battlefield he was a different person, one who had no fear. Shinzo, what do you think the young dragon really intends to do? Asked Hinata curiously, earning a thoughtful look from her clansman. I think he's partially bluffing, my queen. He may have 15,000 men, but those are the last fighters of his race. If he takes them all to assault the Land of Water and loses, then his race is doomed. If I know the young dragon, he would not be so foolish to leave his people defenseless in case of his defeat, advised Shinzo honestly. So he's even a bigger fool if he's bringing an even smaller force to attack us, mocked Hotari, but froze when Hayate gave her a stony glare. What is it, Hayate? Demanded Hinata, as she saw the man had something on his mind. Shinzo is right, the young dragon is up to something nasty. He is smart enough to understand that he cannot conquer these lands even if he had a massive army at his back, so what options does that leave him with if he wants to win this war? Asked Hayate calmly, as he looked at his queen and fellow clansmen. Hinata's eyes slightly widened in surprise before a soft smile came on her lips. He's really bold, she thought with hidden admiration. He wants to kill me, answered Hinata, earning a grave nod from Hayate and surprised looks from the others. We'll kill him before he even reaches anywhere near you, my queen promised Hotari murderously, but was surprised when her queen shook her head. If I know him, then he has already planned his move for such a counteraction from us. I will have to face him, answered Hinata. My queen. Any other protests died instantly when those icy white eyes glared at them all. I will face him, and I will look him in the eyes, and then I'll take his head myself. She was satisfied when all her clansmen silently accepted her decision with nods until she looked directly at Shinzo and Hayate. Shinzo, I leave the command of our forces to you. Hayate shall lead them in the field with the others supporting you both. Do not fail me, commanded Hinata coldly, as both men knelt in front of her respectively. I'll take command of our forces and reinforce our coasts just in case if the young dragon is foolish enough to follow through with his threat of an invasion. We will crush his army before they even set foot on our lands, promised Hayate mercilessly. See that you do, ordered Hinata. I will oversee the deployment of hidden forces across our territory to prevent any infiltration bids. Hotari, Hiro and the others shall command the respective squads. Together, we will stop the young dragon from reaching you, my queen, promised Shinzo confidently. He will reach me despite your best attempts, countered Hinata with a knowing smile, as she remembered the Uchiha's teleportation ability. We will stop. She dismissed any false promises with a sharp look at her clansmen. I will deal with him personally. Just make sure to stop any of the other human forces from interfering. Am I clear? She demanded. Hi, they all chorused in unison. She gave a final nod, which was enough for her clansmen as they quickly left to carry out their assigned tasks, leaving her alone to observe the city beneath her. If she was being honest, Hinata found herself actually anticipating the upcoming battle. Naruto Uchiha had defied all her expectations and was an extremely unpredictable military commander, which only made it more enticing for her. Let's see what you can do, young dragon. Land of Fire. Tsunade heard the monstrous city bells ring loudly even as the morning rays of the sun slowly started to grace the snow-covered lands. Around her, she saw almost the entire city was awake, with almost every human presently watching the small army waiting at the city gates. On the other side, a small fleet of ships full of warriors were also leaving the docks under the command of one veteran samurai leader. She saw Lord Tajima calmly staring at the 245 men and women currently dressed in battle armor and mounted upon the few wooden horses take positions behind the young one-eyed boy sitting atop a massive fox with numerous tails. Tajima watched Shisui approach the king. My king, Mifune has departed with the fleet, informed Shisui, earning a nod from the king. It's time then, Shisui, was all the king said, before he looked at the squads guarding the gate, who instantly nodded and went to work. As the massive city gates started to be opened, Naruto allowed his lone Mangekyo to activate and create a massive dark portal right outside the gates. Get ready! Shisui's bellowing battle cry was heard not just by the troops following him but also half the city as the king's army commander looked at the 245 men and women. They were a mixed group of people, starting from young boys and girls to veterans of war, from noble samurai of the north to the fierce fighters of the Land of Fire, and so many more. It was a strange but beautiful picture of humanity being united, ignoring the clans or nations or ideologies these people belonged to. Shisui looked at his own two friends, Itachi and Mikoto, who nodded their approval as he unleashed his sword, making their small army do the same. Let us show the true power of humanity to the Otsutsuki bastards. The deafening roars of approval and victory given by the fighters echoed throughout the entire city, bringing small smiles and faint hopes in the defeated hearts of the people. Maybe these warriors would succeed where all of mankind had failed. It was all anyone could hope for. Naruto caught sight of Nagato Uzumaki placing a hand on his sister's shoulder in comfort and whisper something that made the worried Uzumaki female smile. That sight alone brought back painful memories for the king, as he was reminded of a boy lost long ago. It also reminded him of another older boy whom the king dearly wished to be present here, but couldn't. But then he looked at his three friends who smiled at him, which brought back some of his lost confidence. He then looked at Kurama, who gave him a feral grin, earning a slight chuckle from the king in return. Finally, Naruto glanced at his father, followed by his wife, both of whom gave him proud smiles. He looked at his wife's belly where his unborn son was resting. He remembered the promise he had given, and it gave him the strength to unleash his sword and turn to face his men. His lone eye caught sight of the royal palace where Madara was resting before he turned back towards his men. He found himself at a loss of words, so he chose to say the only thing that felt right to him. For humanity. A thundering battle cry was unleashed by each and every warrior as the king mounted atop the fox turned forward towards the gates and the awaiting dark portal that would take them to a place from where no man had ever returned. Yet the king fiercely raised his sword as the fox started galloping towards the space portal without fear. Charge! Chapter 40. Land of Water, Part 1. Coastal Zone, Land of Fire. Mikoto sat alone in the cold night watching the borders of their small camp, as was her duty. All around her the lands were bathed in snow and the air was full of cold breezes, the only comfort being the presence of the shining moon in the sky. If she looked below the hill where she was currently sitting, she could see her comrades resting in their makeshift tents and relishing the last few hours before their inevitable battle. In the heavy silence, the Uchiha warrior could not help but reflect how her life had changed in the past 1 year. Not so long ago, she had been a part of the infamous Kinsguard whom many feared and hated, but for her it was the one place she had always belonged. She had friends there, comrades who respected her, A brother who worried for her safety every day and a man she had loved with all her heart. A year later, her brother who was her only family was dead, one of her closest friends had too perished and the man she loved had disappeared from her life. She had fought and fought for so long only to realize that most of the things worth fighting for were long gone from her life. Revenge was all that kept her going. She had to make the Otsutsuki pay for what they did to her brother, her friends, her comrades, her family, and her world. In a way, she was glad to be a part of this suicide mission and could care less if she survived or not, because that would be a relief against the harsh loneliness that would await her if she actually did. If only she could go back in time, if only she could have saved her brother, if only she could have been with him. Her thoughts were disrupted and she was alarmed when someone placed a hand on her shoulder from behind, how the person crept so dangerously close without her knowing. She was about to go on the defensive when that familiar voice relaxed her instantly. A beautiful night, don't you think? She turned to face the king who gave her a warm smile, taking away a lot of the pain and guilt she was feeling just moments before. It pained her to see him staring at her with just one eye, but she would take that over anything worse any time. Yeah, it is, she whispered solemnly. He surprised her when he brought forward his hand holding 2 steaming cups of instant ramen. She looked at his smiling face for a few moments before a sweet laugh escaped her lips. Of all the things in the world, of all the times, only he could do something so strange, yet endearing. Her eyes twinkled with joy and gratitude as she accepted his small gift by taking one of the cups from him, which made him smile again. They both sat there in that peaceful silence eating that delicious ramen while glancing at that beautiful sky. It was all Mikoto could ask for right now, to have her best friend by her side in this hour. Even if he was the king of the elemental nations, never once did she feel him to have changed. Her old kind but annoying Naruto was still there somewhere, hidden underneath mountains of duty and worries. I miss this, she confessed without hesitation, unable to recall the last time they had spent such a peaceful time together. Now that she thought about it, they had always been at war due to the never-ending conflicts between clans. It was always one battle after another, one threat after another. I miss you. His sincere but heartbreaking words caught her off guard, and one look in his eyes showed that he too felt something for her. You're married now and a soon-to-be father. She reminded him, despite how much she wanted to take him in her arms and forget the past year had ever happened. He too knew that as he nodded truthfully, but did not stop himself from grabbing her hand gently. I know. But you are important to me and it pains me that I couldn't be there for you when you needed me most, he admitted, voice full of guilt and shame. You are a king responsible for more than just one person's well-being. Besides, I can take care of myself. She tried to say, but he would not listen. He lifted his hands to gently cup her cheeks and looked her in the eyes. She fought back the lump in her throat as her own hidden feelings threatened to consume her when she was this close to him. I am truly sorry for Takeshi. I failed him, and I failed you, he confessed, wanting to make her understand that he had not forgotten his failure of not being able to save her only brother. We are shinobi, Naruto. Death is a part of us, and Takeshi died because he wanted to protect his people. He died for his king. It pains me to be without him, but I don't hold anyone but the Otsutsuki responsible for his death. Give me my vengeance, that is all I ask, answered Mikoto seriously, much to his own sorrow. I promise. But I will also ask something of you in return, he said, as she raised one of her eyebrows in curiosity. What is it? She asked. Once we return from this mission, I want you to find your own happiness. You will not wallow in grief any more than necessary, he said sternly, earning a short smirk from her. Is that an order? She asked amusedly. If it has to be, he countered stubbornly. You say that as if any of us will actually survive this. Be honest with me, we're not coming back, are we? She asked him in a resigned voice, and was surprised by the determined gaze of his. You will. As shall Shisui, Itachi, Kurama and many others. I will make sure of it, he promised fiercely. You say that as if it's so easy, she whispered. Her heart wanted to believe him, but her rational mind knew their chances were very low. I want to go home. She looked at him understandingly as she saw the longing ever present in his lone eye. I want to see my wife again. She gave him a pained smile at that statement, knowing that despite all the odds, Naruto had come to care for Tsunade if the look in his eye was any proof. I want to see my children be born and grow peacefully in this world. I want my father and our people to rebuild their lives again. I want to be there for my brother. Most of all, I want to be the king our people wanted. It is these things that keep me going, that make me want to fight regardless of the odds. Because this is my home, and I will never stop fighting for it, he promised. She grasped his hand gently, offering him a warm and proud smile. It was just yesterday when she still remembered people calling him a kin slayer, the center of everyone's loathing including that of his own clan. Yet he had kept on fighting, facing his own success and failures. Mikoto laid her head on his shoulder as she glanced at the sky and felt him relax as well. "I'm proud of you." She felt him squeeze her hand, and the lone drop that fell on her head told her all she needed to know. She held on to him and he did the same for her, and it was enough. Nagato Uzumaki sat in the shade of a tree with his sister by his side, a comfortable silence present between them which was much needed as both siblings were well aware of their crucial role in the upcoming mission. If they failed in their task, then everyone would die. Their king, their comrades, their clansmen, and ultimately humanity. It was a heavy burden to bear, but they had taken it up knowing there was no one else better suited for this task. Nagato heaved a tired sigh as he thought back to how long had this war lasted. His clan had been the first to face the Otsutsuki and had all been wiped out, and Uzu was in ruins. It pained him to remember of how he had failed his people. His father would be so disappointed in him. And now a man like him was tasked with the responsibility of saving the entire world. If not for Mito, he didn't think he could have even agreed to bear such a great burden. He glanced down their camp to see the king himself sitting among a group of samurai. It was a well-known truth that shinobi and samurai never got along, but this war had diminished much of that. When there was a choice between siding with the living or the dead, the choice was pretty much simple for most humans. Still, it felt strange to see the samurai actually chuckle at something Naruto said, and eventually even the king smiled at his own unknown joke. "Strange days these are," brother commented Mito with a peaceful smile. "That they are." Both siblings were not surprised to hear another voice speak, having already sensed their approach a few moments ago, but that did not stop them from looking up at Lord Hanzo, who was the de facto leader of the samurai along with Mifune. The older warrior was keenly watching the king interacting with the samurai, and Mito didn't miss the satisfaction in his eyes. Yet it also raised another important question which she needed to ask this man. "What made you and your men follow the king in this mission, Lord Hanzo?" "My clansmen are with him because he fought for us when no one else did." "You had a choice not to follow him," reminded Mito curiously, and saw even Nagato was intrigued by her question. Salamander Hanzo stared at the young Uchiha boy currently engaging his men in a friendly sword fight. The king was battling 4 samurai who were some of Hanzo's finest swordsmen, and even then the older man could see how his men were being toyed with. "Samurai have wanted peace to prevail in this world, for the weak to be protected, for the wicked to punished. We value honor and loyalty above all else," said Hanzo quietly. "But you are a shinobi," Lord Hanzo reminded Nagato, earning an amused look from the older man. "A man does not have to necessarily be a shinobi or samurai to fight for justice. You have to look down deep into your own heart and determine the kind of person you want to be. I may be a shinobi to you and a samurai for my men, but all I am is a person willing to fight for his beliefs," answered Hanzo calmly, making Nagato blush in embarrassment of his stupid question. Surprisingly, it was Mito who caught the greater meaning behind Hanzo's words. "You see these same qualities in the king, don't you?" asked Mito knowingly. Hanzo looked at the Uzumaki woman with a curious gaze but gave a nod of confirmation before focusing back on Naruto as he just disarmed 2 of his opponents, knocked down another and outmatched the last. Instead of looking smug, the king actually offered his hand to the samurai knocked on the ground, much to the men's surprise. He fights for what is right and does not hesitate even if it endangers everything he holds dear. I'm not saying that all his decisions have been right, but it does not change the fact that he truly cares for all of humanity. In him, the samurai see a hope for a peaceful existence with the shinobi, for they have found Naruto Uchiha to be an honorable man, answered Hanzo honestly, earning a knowing smile from Nagato and Mito as they all glanced at the young dragon walking across the camp interacting with all his men, and it did wonders to improve the morale of the warriors knowing that their king shared their worries, considered them someone he could spend time with but still remained brave and determined. Mito had only one reply to that. "Perhaps he is." Naruto sat in his tent surrounded by 3 of his oldest friends. He saw Shisui calmly sitting in his chair sipping sake from a small cup while Itachi stood in a corner glancing at the map of the elemental nations, while Kurama dozed in the corner. Mikoto had been tired and had decided to get some sleep, telling the boys to have some last man-to-man moments before the mission commenced. Yet Naruto could still not forget that the room was short of his 2 other friends, ones he would never see again. There were many people who admired him, for he had won almost every battle in this war. They thought him invincible and maybe he was on the battlefield, but he had paid dearly for those victories. He had lost Naori, Kagami, Itachi, most of his clansmen and a large portion of his army. Not to mention the thousands of civilians who had perished without anyone knowing. Even the Senjus had lost Tobarama and Atama, so many of their clansmen. Many minor ninja clans had gone extinct, some ancient ones like the Hatake were down to their last members. So were the Uzumaki. He had to succeed here or else they too would soon become history. He was surprised when a cup of sake was offered to him and saw his best friend smiling at him knowingly. He shook his head, but Shisui placed the cup before him regardless. "What am I drinking to?" asked Naruto, his curiosity piqued. "To the end of this war," toasted Shisui, as he raised his cup, earning a skeptical look from Itachi, who approached his two friends. "Don't be so overconfident, Shisui. We might have a great plan, but the enemy still outnumbers us 4-1 and we might not just survive this," warned Itachi frankly, and was surprised when Shisui shrugged calmly, surprising even the king. "Then we die. All I know is I'm going to do everything in my power to defeat them. I really can't see the future, so I try not to worry too much," answered Shisui with a chuckle, making Naruto smile as well. "A luxury not all of us can afford," grumbled Itachi, but Shisui shrugged the comment off and forced Itachi to sit down beside them, offering him a similar cup of sake. They both saw Naruto grin before picking up a stray paper and throwing it right at the fox. "Come on, lazy fox. We're having fun," invited Naruto. Kurama snorted and went back to sleep, making Naruto's eyebrows twitch while his friends laughed at the blatant insult suffered by the king, but then again the fox had always been moody to begin with. However, the king also knew which buttons the beast didn't like to be pushed on. "Chicken," whispered Naruto, not too loudly, but enough for the fox to open his eyes with a dangerous glint. The Kyuubi got up on all four and walked towards the boys. When he finally reached their side, Itachi and Shisui glanced at each other before looking back at the king and the fox. "You do know these stupid drinks won't have any effect on me like it has on your weak body," scolded Kurama. "It's called participating, dumb fox," mocked Naruto, earning a snort in return. "I have better things to do," mumbled Kurama. "Like sleep your ass off? Lazy." Shisui and Itachi watched in mild curiosity as Naruto and the fox went back and forth with their silly jibes. It pleased them to watch their friend smile, and if it meant his worries and guilt were being set aside for now, then it was worth bickering with the fox. Finally, Kurama begrudgingly consented to take part in the stupid human activity and was challenged to a full battle of sake. The king grinned triumphantly as he poured a small amount of sake into Kurama's large mouth. At first nothing happened, but a second later all three boys burst out laughing when Kurama spewed all the sake he had just gulped and glared bloody murder at Naruto. "What kind of god-awful shit is this?" asked Kurama angrily. "It's called alcohol," fox deadpanned Itachi with a smirk, inwardly surprised at the beast's reaction but enjoying it nonetheless. "It tastes like shit," grumbled Kurama, earning a teasing look from Shisui. "You'll get used to it. It's honestly surprising someone as ancient as you hasn't tried alcohol before," commented Shisui dryly, making Kurama's eyebrows twitch. "I'm not ancient," hissed the beast. "Stop pestering the poor beast," said Naruto calmly, earning reluctant nods from his human friends and a grateful one from his beast one. Kurama glanced at the laughing boy before him and could not help but remember how they had met. The boy had been a child back then, but one so different from the others. While most grown men would have shit themselves on finding themselves accidentally facing the Kyuubi, this boy had not just stood his ground. But he had fought back. He had kept faith in his family even when Kurama had berated them. He had promised never to tell anyone about Kurama's existence, and he had honored that promise for as long as possible. Thinking about the great many battles they had fought together brought a warm feeling in the Bijuu's heart, one which was reflected by the soft smile on the king's face. They had been through a lot, but they were still friends, which was all that mattered. It was why he looked at the other two boys in the room seriously. "If the plan fails, I don't care how many have to die, but you two will get the king back to safety. As for the Otsutsuki, I'll stop them for as long as I can," instructed Kurama fiercely, surprising both Shisui and Itachi. Kurama watched Naruto get up from his seat and tensed, expecting the boy to lash out in anger, but instead he simply knelt beside the beast and placed a hand on his head. "And why is my life so important than those of others?" asked Naruto gently, earning a sharp glare from his oldest friend. "You're the king. The people will get another monarch if I die. It may be my unborn son or Madara or Hashirama or some new system entirely, but the world will not stop. However, it will cease to exist if we fail here. My men have put their faith in me, my people are looking at me to save them from this enemy. So I shall fight and win, no matter the cost," answered Naruto pointedly. "Same goes for us as well, Fox. We stand by our king," said Shisui honestly, earning a respectful nod from Naruto. Kurama looked at Itachi hoping the rational boy would see the reason why he was making such a demand, but was sorely disappointed when Itachi nodded at Naruto instead of the fox. I appreciate your concern, Kurama. But we are fighting for the survival of this world and I know our chances of winning are bleak, but we cannot lose hope. We cannot give up, urged Naruto, even as he saw the worry in the fox's eyes. Shisui and Itachi as well as Kurama saw the king stand back on his feet and look at all of them with unwavering determination ever present in his eyes. All of you have been fighting by my side for as long as I can remember. They say I never lost any battles in my life, but I could only do that knowing that I had people like you by my side. Each of you is worth 1,000 of the dead thralls the Otsutsuki queen commands. I'll take you over an entire army every time. Shisui smiled and Itachi smirked while Kurama could only stare at these young boys curiously. The beast could not understand these humans sometimes. Unlike them, Kurama was immortal. He was energy and that could not be killed. They could seal him, they could twist him, but they could never truly kill him. But these humans were mortal and yet they thought so differently than him. Even in this dark hour, he just had to cast one glance at Naruto, which was all that would be needed to restore his faith that humanity still had a future despite the odds against them. Maybe it was what the Sage of Six Paths saw in them no matter how far these creatures went astray from the old man's dreams. He looked at his friend one more time. You are looking at a future I cannot even see, you always have. Naruto looked at the fox for an answer, hoping the beast's concerns were allayed. He waited as Kurama clenched his jaw before looking him in the eye without hesitation. I will help you defeat those bastards, promised Kurama. The king smiled at him as Shisui and Itachi got up as well. Together, all of us. 3 days later, Land of Water. Hinata Otsutsuki stood at the coasts of her land observing the approaching fleet floating the three-headed dragon banner on its masts. It was an armada comprised of war galleys, merchant vessels and even medium-sized cogs. It would seem Naruto Uchiha had used every available resource at his hand to march his army. Her pale white eyes could easily see the thousands of warriors on those ships, waiting to bring carnage to her lands. That crazy bastard actually did it. I never thought he would be foolish enough to march his entire remaining army into a death trap, whispered Shinzo, one of her top 2 commanders. She glanced at her other commander and saw the man keenly observing the enemy fleet start to spread out. What do you see, Hayate? Asked the queen calmly. He is spreading his ships, most probably he plans to disembark his forces across multiple points to pierce through. My queen, I think it's a ploy meant to let us disperse our strength. I suggest we consolidate our forces and wait for him to come to us. We still outnumber him almost 4 to 1, advised Hayate honestly, earning a sharp glare from his fellow commander. I think not. We don't know what tricks they are up to. We cannot let them infiltrate our lands at any cost. My queen, we need to stop them on the beaches, implored Shinzo earnestly, hoping she would see reason. She bit her lip, pondering over both suggestions. They were both right and she could not help but admire the young dragon's intelligence. Even before the battle had begun, he had already started to confuse his enemies and sow discontent. Then she also remembered the way they had lost the last battle. The Otsutsuki army had allowed itself to be surrounded, being overconfident of their superior numbers, and that mistake had cost them the entire battle as the young dragon and his men mercilessly tore them apart. This time she barely had 70,000 forces under her command, 4 times more than her enemy, but she could not afford the same mistake again. Disperse our forces. Keep 40,000 here and the remaining 30,000 shall cover all our coastal fronts. Go, she commanded, earning a reluctant nod from Hayate and a relieved nod from Shinzo. As her orders started to be implemented, her large army made up of her own clansmen, Hagoromo, Kaguya and the dead started to spread across the vast beaches. I bet the king will be in the rear, suggested Shinzo, but she shook her head knowing otherwise. As if even the gods agreed with her assessment, her pale Byakugan watched the man on the lead ship unleash his sword. A moment later a jet of pure energy screeched out of the sword, piercing the dark skies, making the clouds scream in agony. My queen. She didn't need her commander to tell her what she already knew, for she felt that power rise from the hidden depths of the ocean. Right before her very eyes, she saw the entire enemy fleet be obscured as a monstrous wave started to rise from the oceans. Even her own clansmen took a step back when the body of water spanning several miles and close to 100 feet in height stood before them ready to charge. A smile broke across her face as she walked forward, ignoring the cries of her subordinates. She walked in silence until she stood at the front of her army, watching the tsunami staring right back at her. And then it charged. It was a bloody nightmare coming to life, and the silent but terrifying sound of the approaching tsunami was enough to make several of the Hagoromo tremble in fear. Ignoring their terror, the queen allowed the veins around her eyes to materialize as she raised her hands forward. Shinra Tensai. Her battle cry unleashed another force of nature as the shockwave tore through the beach, rushing straight towards the approaching tsunami. She watched in satisfaction as her attack took momentum, creating its own massive tsunami which charged straight towards the one unleashed by her enemy. With a thundering roar, both bodies of water clashed against each other, shaking the entire battlefield and even the seas. Large water waves roared in fury, as thousands upon thousands of water droplets fell from the skies, drenching warriors of both sides evenly. Her eyes tried to catch sight of any damage the enemy fleet might have suffered due to the collision of the tsunami waves. She was startled when a very familiar cry tore through the skies, and not a moment later it was deafened by the murderous war cries of thousands of warriors. As the raging waters finally subsided, she watched a massive shape in the sky and another shorter form upon it. The sight of that bringing up old memories from the last great war she had fought against Indra and Ashura. Tell your queen, fire and blood will come to her lands when 15,000 humans will invade her home to see if it's really impenetrable. She had watched these creatures be torn apart by Madara completely, except for one that had fallen gravely injured on the battlefield. Now the very same creature was being ridden by her archenemy. The sight of that dark green-scaled dragon flying ahead of thousands of humans warriors was a striking blow to the self-superiority of the Otsutsuki. If that was not enough, she also saw the nine-tailed fox take its full form as it charged straight at her army from the sea with an army of humans by his side. Her gaze caught sight of the lone-eyed boy riding atop the dragon, and despite her situation she couldn't help but find it fitting. She watched him fly his dragon close to her left flank where Hayate was still in the process of deploying his forces. Fire! Flames as scorching hot as the sun erupted from the reptile creature's massive mouth and soon enough bathed hundreds of her forces. Their agonizing cries finally snapping her out her dazed state. She saw the Kyuubi preparing a Baijudama and was torn between stopping the beast or the Dragon King that was currently roasting hundreds of her men alive every second. At this rate, her numerical superiority would be lost. My queen, we are with you, declared Shinzo bravely. Her faith returned when her clansmen and followers unleashed their own ancient weapons with murder ever present in their eyes. Giving them a thankful nod, she made a hand seal, creating 24 of her own shadow clones who all looked at her unflinchingly. Capture the Kyuubi, she instructed coldly. Hi, replied her clones in unison, before they all vanished to carry out their orders. Shinzo, I leave the command of our forces to you. Hold the lines, she ordered, as the man slapped a hand to his chest. We won't let them pass, my queen, promised her commander. She nodded before she took to the skies as she summoned her own ancestral sword. The pale blade appeared in her hand along with the chakra balls around her body as she glared hatefully at the dragon and its rider. It had finished another pass, burning hundreds more of her men, but as if sensing her approach it turned, and it was then she first caught sight of Naruto Uchiha himself. His lone eye burning with the Mangekyo narrowed down on her as he turned his dragon straight towards her. They both charged against each other, knowing only one would survive. Chapter 41. Land of Water, Part 2. He sailed towards her and watched as she charged right at him without hesitation. Perhaps, he even saw a glint of excitement in those pale white eyes. The power he felt within her was enough to make him grip Dawn firmly, but despite the danger she was to him, he could not help but also witness how beautiful she was in a strange fashion. The roar of his dragon, followed by the beast unleashing a tornado of burning flames towards the Otsutsuki queen, was enough to snap him out of his daze as he prepared himself. Much to his disappointment, he saw her simply observing the flames with the help of her Rinnegan. He carefully watched her movements. His research on this dojutsu had revealed a great many interesting things about its power. Apart from her display on the battlefield that had been witnessed by countless of his men, Tajima, who had actually read the Uchiha tablet before Naruto destroyed it years ago, also revealed a few key facts. It allowed its user 7 various forms of powers, the most important being its ability to revive the dead and the power to control the 10 tails. Apart from that, it also allowed its user to summon various creatures, use of unconventional weapons, the power of attraction and repulsion, and even the ability to absorb chakra, which was currently being used by Hinata Otsutsuki. But even if she was busy fending his attack, she had already made her own offense. Naruto saw several ball-sized objects rushing towards him from all sides, only his Mangekyo showing him the dangerous power within each of them, ready to blast him to oblivion. Grabbing his brother's gun by from his back, he quickly jumped in the air, watching each and every movement of the incoming projectiles. His Mangekyo turned just in time to save his dragon from getting pierced by the chakra balls. He focused on them until they were completely absorbed into his space portal before focusing directly on the Otsutsuki forces on the ground. The Otsutsuki queen's hateful cry was drowned over the painful screams of her own forces as they were butchered by the very same chakra balls as they suddenly smashed in their ranks, obliterating dozens in a flash. She saw him falling down at her, his sword ready to cleave her in half, which made her raise her own weapon. Their blades clashed with a ferocious cry, and she did well not to look into his lone eye. His dragon backed away and went off to burn other enemies as its master and Hinata both fell towards the ground. She quickly used the short respite to create some distance between them and was pleased when swarms of her dead thralls charged towards him. Her joy turned to ashes when each and every one of her thralls were set on fire courtesy of the power of Amaterasu unleashed by his lone eye. But it also showed her the slight painful twitch of his eyes and the blood that leaked out of it. "You have used them too much in this war," she remarked. He remained silent, but his pain said all that she needed to know. Throughout this war, he had used his Mangekyo ruthlessly. Transporting entire armies across thousands of miles through space-time portals was a destructive exercise, and he had done that twice in a row apart from using them in his various battles. And that was when he had 2 Mangekyo. Now with just one of those lethal dojutsu, it put even more strain on his vision. The Mangekyo was a double-edged sword, after all. Still, she could not help but admire the boy in front of her. At 16, he had accomplished more than what most humans ever achieved in their entire lives. Despite not an equal in power to her or her army, he had won all but one battle. Even now, watching him fearlessly stand in front of her increased her respect of him. "We'll need generals like you in the final war against my clansmen. Why don't you join us? In return, I'll spare your life and those of the people you love," she offered with a smile. Seeing that it didn't even move a muscle on his face, she decided to offer the real deal. "How about your aunt? Your mother? Your friends? Your brothers? I can give them back to you. My Rinnegan gives me the power to bring back the dead to life," she offered. And there it was. Even hardened men like Naruto loved their families, and the sheer grief that momentarily clouded his eyes showed how much the loss of those people affected him. "All my life I only wanted to live with my family. To serve them and keep them safe," he confessed, unable to stop the memories of his dead brothers, best friends, a mother he never knew, but most of all he felt the absence of Izuna and Naori in his life every day. "Kneel before me and fight for me in the wars to come, and I will give you your family back," offered Hinata calmly, and was disappointed when he shook his head. "I know the Otsutsuki clan is coming to destroy this world and we have to stop them. But my people will never bow to you, not after what you did. All you had to do was ask for help," he chastised, earning a scoff from her. "Do you think your race has ever learned to be united even in the face of annihilation? You know better, King Naruto. I am not going to waste my time making blind creatures see reason. If they cannot take action to save themselves, I am not going to help them. Those who follow me shall have my protection, those who don't can die," she declared icily, projecting a monstrous amount of her killing intent. Even then, he stood before her tall and unwavering. "It's fear and blood that made many of your followers accept you as their king. If they can do it to save themselves, why can't you make the right choice to save your people? Isn't that your responsibility as their king?" asked Hinata curiously. "Maybe you're right. But what I do know is that they never want you to rule over them or decide how they live their lives. They want you dead, and I am here to make it happen," he answered defiantly. Despite everything, it made her smile as he reminded her of another one like him whom she had fought against in the past. "You're as stubborn as Indra," she whispered. "I can imagine no higher praise than that," replied Naruto with a firm nod, but the queen shook her head. She sighed in defeat. There was no point in arguing with humans. They all kept on repeating the mistakes of the past again and again, never learning from history. Her gaze hardened, and at a flick of her fingers, nearly 10 of her fellow Otsutsuki clansmen gathered around him with their weapons raised. "They say you're the finest swordsman in 100 generations. Let's see how far that claim is true," she declared. His lone Mangekyo narrowed as he raised Dawn in one hand and Madara's gunbai in the other. The first Otsutsuki warrior lunged at the queen and watched with his Byakugan as the king fiercely slashed his gunbai. Monstrous gusts of winds ripped across the area, and the Otsutsuki warrior was forced to defend himself. Hakushu! He managed to save himself by expelling his chakra that fought off the winds that would have shredded him to pieces, but when he finally stopped, his eyes widened when he saw 4 of his comrades were already lying dead on the ground with their throats slit. The clash of steel pierced his ears, and he saw one of his clansmen was barely able to scream as the king made a horizontal slash, severing the man's head off in one blow. Even the man's sword had been torn in half courtesy of Dawn's ancient power. Not even looking fazed a little bit, Naruto watched the remaining 4 Otsutsuki surround him. If he was them, he would use their Byakugan to deliver close but deadly strikes, but it would seem they were too blindly loyal to their queen and wanted to win her favor by crushing him in sword combat. Either way, they were welcome to try. The 6 he had already cut down were so confident of their power that they had not even considered that a faster opponent could still cut them down even if they had the Byakugan that allowed them to see from almost all directions. He parried his sword against the first attacker and clashed his gunbai against the other. They had him pinned from the front and rear, leaving his sides undefended, an advantage the remaining 2 enemy warriors were keen to utilize as they closed in him. Their confident grins soon turned into blood-curdling screams as they were bathed in the flames of Amaterasu, an attack not even the Byakugan could save them from. The remaining 2 enemies lost their focus just for a second, watching their comrades be set on fire, which was all Naruto needed. Silent as a snake, he batted away the sword of his enemy before burying the weapon in his precious eye and tore clean through his brain. The king had to fight back a grimace as the man shat himself before falling dead on the beach like a sack of potatoes. His gunbai had held back the other attacker, who quickly tried to create distance from him after seeing the fate of his comrades. His Byakugan saw the enemy king swiftly rushing towards him, and he roared in fury, about to show the human his place, only to cough in pain when something pierced his chest. He looked down to see Dawn had pierced him from behind, and the king standing behind him with a cold look in his lone eye. "Never look into my eye." The Otsutsuki realized his mistake before he departed from the world, leaving the king alone to face the Otsutsuki queen. To Naruto's surprise, she took the deaths of her man in a very composed manner, as if they meant nothing to her, which was probably true. He flinched when a monstrous aura descended around him, its presence crushing him like an insect against a mountain. Every muscle in his body screamed against the agony as his mind was assaulted by countless brutal sights. He watched the day when his brothers were cut down. He watched as Nauri gave her life to save his own. Never before had he felt killing intent so dark and malicious, making him glare at the woman doing this, only to find her gone. His eyes widened as dark fabrics of space opened all around him, and his lone Mangekyo watched several forms of the Otsutsuki queen emerging with their ancient swords ready to skewer him from all sides. "You gauged my reaction time as I killed your men and now want to use that to kill me." He would have called her move impressive had it not been used against him. Instead, he quickly raised his sword upwards and sank to his knees. Naruto grimaced as multiple swords clashed against his own, and if not for his years of experience and inner strength, he would have been cut down in half. Even so, his hand trembled against the pressure before he gave a mighty roar and pushed every one of the enemy forms away from him. They all backflipped in the air and had already prepared their next move. Tomagoroshi no Haikotsu, all killing ash bones. Hundreds of bone shards were unleashed by the dozen clones which charged straight at him. His Mangekyo saw the cursed power in those projectiles, knowing one hit would be enough to finish him off. He remembered Hashirama had been brought down by attacks of similar nature, and if not for the Senju's extreme strong healing abilities, he would have perished. But unlike Hashirama, he didn't possess that vitality which would prove fatal for him. Amaterasu. An inferno of black flames rose all around him and instantly served as his shield against the storm of deadly bone projectiles. Hundreds of them clashed against the deadly flames and turned to ashes. He could see the minor annoyance visible on the Otsutsuki queen's replicas as their attacks were being met with equal force, but their bitterness soon turned to horror when the ground beneath their feet vanished and was replaced by the darkness of space. They never got the chance to react as they were sucked inside his personal dimension. Naruto's triumph was short-lived as he had to quickly jump when the ground beneath his own feet vanished and the real Hinata Otsutsuki appeared with her blade ready to slice him. As he tried to create distance between them, she raised her only free hand right at him. He prepared to defend only to see her suddenly turn around and point the same hand at his army currently fighting against her forces on the beaches. "Shinra Tensei!" He roared furiously and jumped towards her, but it was already too late. Naruto watched in dismay as hundreds upon hundreds of men were hit by the gravitational wave that not just destroyed the ground but also each and every part of their body. The entire battlefield was covered in large columns of smoke, and it was the moment when the Otsutsuki commanders blinked in surprise. She swiftly turned around and parried his slash while her cruel smile mocked him. 15,000 shadow clones? That's something I have never seen before, she commented, admiration along with mockery ever present in her smooth voice. He remained silent, knowing that sooner or later his trick would be exposed. Now, he watched the Otsutsuki commanders be emboldened beyond control, having realized that they were up against a clone army instead of a real one. He looked at Kurama, who was his strongest card on the battlefield, but to his dismay the beast was engaged in a bitter fight against Hinata's clones and could not be of help to the clone forces currently facing a furious onslaught of the emboldened Otsutsuki army. His lone dragon was doing well so far and was the only thing keeping the majority of the Otsutsuki's army left flank from closing in on the ninja clone army. Mifune was doing well in holding the center and right flank assault but was facing difficulty in making any breakthrough. It was to be expected, after all. When he had asked every one of his soldiers back home to make shadow clones, many had questioned him as to where he would be using them. But he had promised them that they would be put to good use against the enemy, yet even so clones could never replace the strength of a real warrior, and it showed as he saw his forces being pushed on the defensive. It was a desperate gamble he had taken and one which had worked so far in keeping the entire or at least most of the Otsutsuki fighters occupied on the coasts. He pushed the Otsutsuki queen back and created distance between them. The woman glanced at him with something close to sympathy and admiration. "You cannot defeat me, Naruto," she stated calmly. "Maybe not," he agreed, much to her surprise. "Then why come here? You knew you would lose and die a horrible death," she stated curiously, and saw him clench his fists. "Possibly. It might all just be a fool's gamble, but I had to try for the sake of my people. They chose me as their king and I will fight for them until my dying breath," he promised fiercely, his lone eye glaring at her furiously. "Even if you somehow manage to kill me, then too you will die here at the hands of my forces." "All alone," said Hinata, and frowned when he smiled at her threat. "Not alone." She saw 3 shadows surround her with their swords ready to cut her down. They all were wearing the same golden armor with the dragon sigil as the king and had the similar facial looks. She recognized the 2 boys from the Battle of Uzu, where they along with their now dead comrades had stopped the Geto Mazo itself. The girl she didn't recognize, but her eyes were full of hatred and a desire for vengeance. "I wondered when you would show up." "It's right, you're his Kingsguard after all," said Hinata with a knowing smile. "It does not matter as to what happens here, but you will die here at our hands," promised Itachi coldly. Screaming, whispered Mikoto with hatred burning in her eyes. "You should run while you have the chance," mocked Hinata, and clenched her teeth when Shisui looked at her without any fear present in his eyes. "The Kingsguard doesn't flee." Naruto smiled on watching his friends stand up to their archenemy. They had no fear in their hearts and were fully determined to fight bravely. It was all he could ask of them as he raised his own sword. No matter what happened, he had to keep Hinata Otsutsuki and her forces occupied. "I leave the rest to you, Mito." Danzo and Kakashi were the first warriors to jump out of the space dimension, their sharp eyes scanning the nearby area for any sign of ninja forces. To their relief, there were none, just as the king had promised them. They both nodded as more and more of their comrades came charging out of the space dimension, led by none other than Nagato and Mito Uzumaki themselves. Salamander Hanzo also arrived with the remaining 240 ninjas, and when everyone had finally reached, they saw a clone of their king step outside. The poor man looked a bit worn out while he glanced at Danzo and the others. "How is the battle?" asked Hanzo seriously, making the king's clone sigh. "You need to hurry." Kakashi clenched his fist as he realized how dear the situation must be. He could only imagine the dire circumstances their comrades were in. Once the Otsutsuki realized they were facing a clone army, it would only be a matter of time before they went wild and slaughtered everyone. "We are ready," my king promised Mito, earning confirmation nods from her brother and clansmen alike. Defensive formation. Danzo's firm command had every ninja scrambling across all 4 directions as the few dozen Uzumaki started performing a familiar set of hand seals. 4 seals barrier. Soon enough, a large red-colored barrier rose across the barren ground surrounding the Uzumaki fighters and the king's clone inside of it. Meanwhile, the remaining ninjas all took up defensive formations all around the barrier. They had practiced for this task so many times that there were no mistakes or unnecessary confusion. Danzo commanded the northern flank with around 60 men. Kakashi commanded the southern flank with around 60 men. Hanzo Salamander had command over both the western and eastern flanks with around 100 men. The rest were Uzumaki tasked with maintaining the barrier and assisting their clan leaders alongside their king. "Nagato, Mito, once we do this the Otsutsuki will be alarmed. Our forces on the coasts will try to keep them occupied, but I'm afraid our tricks will be finished and their full power will descend on this position," warned the king's clone gravely. "We will defend them to the death, my king," promised Danzo, determination ever present in his dark eyes. "Same here," promised Kakashi. Hanzo merely gave a firm nod which brought a thin smile to the clone's face. We will do our best to get them ready, assured Nagato, earning a nod from his sister. We can begin, my king, replied Mito. The clone nodded as his Mangekyo spun to open a massive portal, and moments later 4 gigantic forms were dumped roughly across the ground inside the barrier. The dangerous beasts were docile thanks to the king's use of the Mangekyo over the past few weeks, but Mito still extended her chakra chains and bound them. Mito watched the king's clone fall to its knees as blood leaked from its eyes. She could only imagine how much chakra was the real king expending throughout this battle. Nagato went to help the clone, but he denied the aid. Do what must be done. The clone vanished in a puff of smoke, giving that last command, his energy all but spent. Nagato steeled himself as he took in a deep breath. The only solace he had was the fact that the space-time dimension was still open, courtesy of another clone on the other side holding it. If not for its presence, every person involved in this task would never get enough time to escape away to safety. He glanced at the 4 terrifying tailed beasts that were currently put into a deep sleep. At one point, he had suggested the king to use them in battle against the Otsutsuki queen, but Naruto had ruled out that possibility with a dangerous suggestion. It is true that using them will increase our chances in battle, but the queen will know that I am the one controlling them. If she manages to kill me, then we lose control over them and they might just fall into Otsutsuki hands again. I cannot take that risk. I can trust the fox because it's my friend and would sooner die than allow himself to be made a pawn. We have to do this, Nagato. His king's words rang true in his heart as Nagato Uzumaki stepped beside his sister. She nodded gravely as they both started to perform a very lengthy and detailed set of hand seals. Naraka Fun, seals of hell. Dark seals extended out of the ground and started to crawl all over the massive forms of the 4, 6, and 8-tailed beasts. Mito, warned Nagato. His sister heeded his warning and strengthened the hold of her chains just in time as all 4 beasts howled in agony. The ground shook violently as the dangerous creatures tried to break free despite Mito's best attempts to keep them in control. The rest of their clansmen rushed forward and increased the speed of the same jutsu by adding their own power, but the tailed beasts were going berserk as their very essence was being torn apart and consumed between each other. Nagato flinched when 2 of his clansmen were suddenly smashed to death by an enraged 4 tails. Another Uzumaki barely managed to jump out of the fist launched by the 5-tailed beast only to be eaten alive by the 6 tails. It was chaos and madness even as Mito roared in fury, bringing the beasts crashing back to the ground. Despite her best attempts and the king's mental command, the subdued beasts were thrashing to regain control as all 4 of them were slowly but surely becoming a part of a massive ball of chakra. Nagato watched his sister cough blood due to terrible strain the beasts were putting down on her, but he ignored it just as he ignored the fact that the earth was shaking around him, or the screams of the tailed beasts was driving him mad, or some of his clansmen were desperately fighting for their lives. To overcome monsters, we must become one ourselves. There is no other way to survive in this cruel world. With that dark thought, Nagato discarded his last shred of doubt and mercilessly channeled his power to create the biggest devastation their world had ever seen. The guttural screams of deranged beasts cut through the entire battlefield like a shockwave, leaving every living soul on either side terrified. Those were the cries of a cornered animal who was about to be butchered. Hinata Otsutsuki's eyes widened as she felt that immense power bubbling in the center of her lands. There could be no mistake about it. Her shocked gaze connected with that of the young dragon and saw him smiling back at her grimly. His 3 friends surrounded her from all sides, prepared to stop her at any costs. You suicidal bastard. She cursed, making Naruto laugh. It would seem you have seen our guts now, answered Naruto coldly. She wanted to scream at these insane people. Did they even have any clue about the amount of destruction such a move would cause? It would quite possibly destroy the entire land of water, taking the lives of every single person in it, they're included. But one look in their eyes showed her that they came here to destroy their enemy, no matter the cost. Even if it meant sacrificing all their lives. She snarled and opened her space-time dimension only to be blocked by a counter-dimension blocking her way courtesy of Naruto. She tried again only to meet the same result. Her furious gaze met his own, knowing that as long as he lived, she could not rush to stop his comrades who were literally going to detonate 4 monstrous bijou. Her fists clenched, and it was at that moment when Naruto grimaced as thousands of Otsutsuki thralls broke formation and started running towards the central lands where Danzo and the Uzumaki were. Mifune and the clone army tried their best to stop as many as they could, but even so thousands of dead thralls, hundreds of Kaguya and Hagoromo along with a handful Otsutsuki ran on the silent command of their queen. Such was their urgency that they did not even stop to protect or help their comrades running alongside them who were suddenly burned alive by the furious dragon in the sky. The Kyuubi was still on the back foot against the Queen's clones, and its best attempts to stop the enemy were being blocked. He glanced at his three friends, who gave him grim nods, knowing there was nothing they could do in this situation, except stop and kill the Queen. If her murderous gaze was any indication, she wanted to do the same to them, albeit more cruelly. She leaned forward with her sword ready and dojutsu full of cold fury, ready to burn them to ashes. Now it begins. She charged forward, making Naruto raise his sword. Now it ends. Chapter 42. Indra's Heir. She charged at him with her pale moonlight-colored blade shining in the darkness. In return, he charged forward bravely with Dawn and his gunbai in his arms. A powerful stream of chakra was released from the blade, which soon coated all over his body, giving him an unearthly appearance. Around him, three more shadows all moved at the same time with the intent of putting her down. Hinata unleashed a stream of deep and thick mist that threatened to enshroud the entire battlefield in effort to reduce the sight of their enemy, but her plan was reduced to ashes when the Dragon King slashed his gunbai, unleashing powerful wind waves that nipped the dangerous jutsu completely. She was surprised when his eye bled again, and this time they bathed Dawn in the flames of Amaterasu. Instead of melting, the ancient Uchiha sword only grew stronger. Her powerful Byakugan saw the boy named Itachi switch to twin kunai and move in closer, while his other two comrades wove through a familiar set of hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Hinata easily jumped, evading the jutsu that would have incinerated her, only to come face to face with Itachi Uchiha. She grinned as she raised her palm forward towards the boy. Shinra Tensei. Instead of watching the boy crumble before her, he only dissipated into a flock of crows, much to her annoyance. A bloody clone. She gripped her sword fiercely as her key opponent closed in. He was right there before her very eyes until he vanished. Any other person, including many younger ninjas of her clan, would not have been able to keep up, but her Byakugan alerted her as she flicked her sword backwards, meeting his vertical slash that was aimed to split her from behind. Not wasting any moment, he made his next move. Amaterasu. Naruto grimaced as, instead of his black flames burning her alive, they simply seemed to get absorbed into her skin, thanks to the Rinnegan. As he kept her locked, all three of his friends appeared behind the Queen, unleashing dozens of kunai laced with explosive tags. The king flipped away just in time as the explosions consumed the enemy queen. He was not happy when the smoke and dust settled, only to see Hinata had simply created layers of earthen walls to save her from the explosion. Without any hand seals. Now, she looked beyond annoyed as she clasped her fingers, creating three more clones who instantly jumped to engage his friends in a fierce duel. The king wanted to help them out but had no choice but to focus on the real enemy. In a futile move, the enemy queen tried to swarm Naruto with hordes of her dead thralls, only to grit her teeth when the king set them all on fire, courtesy of Amaterasu. Realizing she would have to deal with him personally without any external aid, she charged back at him. Their blades clashed with a fierce roar, sending sparks everywhere. She dared to look into his eye and surprised him even further when his attempt to cast a genjutsu on her had no effect. She had too much power and experience to fall for his tricks. At least not yet. He parried a horizontal slash of her blade and ducked in order to avoid her fingers from touching his heart. Having received intelligence about the Byakugan and its powers, he was in no mood to test its ability to render him devoid of his chakra and possibly even steal his life. Only years of his training and experience allowed him to keep his composure as she attacked him ruthlessly. To his surprise, she was not using any jutsu and was actually interested in seeing his skill with the blade. He was only glad to oblige her desire, as it bought him more time to study her fighting style. Hinata dodged another powerful gutso of wind released by Naruto's gunbai and blocked his sword from slicing her legs. She twisted her head sharply, barely dodging the water bullets released from his mouth. He had already used that little distraction to twist her sword around and brutally smacked her on the cheek with his gunbai, making her sail away. She twisted mid-air in fury and one of her arms transformed into a dozen missiles, all of which she launched at him at once. Instead of using his teleportation jutsu, he swiftly ran straight towards the nearest horde of her dead thralls currently trying to hold back the king's clone army. Hinata didn't relent even when the first batch of her missiles obliterated dozens of her thralls. If it was the price she had to pay for her archenemy's death, then so be it. But he exceeded her expectations by dodging every one of her missiles, which in turn only costed her more men. He's saving as much of his chakra as he can. Smart boy. Shinra Tensei. The king blinked as the gravitational force tore towards him, destroying every inch of ground in its path. Knowing he had no choice, he was forced to jump into his space dimension and emerge right behind the queen, who had already anticipated such an attack as she was ready to face him and was quick to pounce. Naruto blocked her sword with his own, but her chakra fist pierced through his gun by connecting directly with his left shoulder, which sent him crashing away. Anger tore through his heart on seeing his brother's prized weapon broken, more than that his left arm went limp courtesy of her blocking several of his chakra points. Believing her advantage achieved, Hinata was left stunned when Naruto coated his fingers with precise amount of chakra and gazed at the blocked points with the help of his Mangekyo. In quick touches, he managed to open them all back up, regaining feeling in his left shoulder, much to the queen's surprise. Of course, he's married to the bloody Senju. His wife is one of the finest medics. She must have taught him how to counter my move after seeing what it did to her eldest brother. The only way to defeat him quickly was to rob him of his precious chakra. For all his skill and valor, Naruto did not have as vast reserves as Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha. Already he had used a plenty to get his forces this far, just a little bit more and he would finally crumble. Shinzo. To her utter satisfaction, one of her two primary commanders quickly answered her call, and behind him came thousands of warriors. Most of them were dead thralls, several were Hagoromo and Kaguya, a few Otsutsuki, but one face elicited just the reaction from Naruto that the queen was hoping for. Naruto clenched his fist shut, drawing blood as among the enemy forces, he saw the familiar face of Atama Senju and many of his clansmen. Shisui had not failed to inform him of the young boy's sacrifice that allowed the Uzumaki clan and the allied forces to flee. The boy who had once been weak became the one to save thousands of lives. To see him reduced to this. If that was not enough, he saw hundreds of Uchiha dead as his enemies. His people. There were so many others he recognized. Hatake, Aburame, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Kurama. Hinata saw Naruto literally grinding his own teeth, his lone eye ablaze with dangerous fury. She felt the entire beach tremble violently and felt the king's chakra spike violently. What she had not imagined was the entire sea to rumble. Attack! Commander Shinzo had realized the growing threat and swiftly gave the command, unleashing nearly a few thousand former shinobi at the Dragon King. Hundreds rushed towards him while hundreds more skilled ones weaved through several dozen sets of hand seals. The king himself charged forward with righteous fury burning in his lone eye and his ancestral sword burning even more greatly. Naruto's charge gained dangerous momentum as he neared the army of dead. A wall of kunai, shuriken, explosive tags were immediately thrown towards the king, and it was then the king himself grabbed his own set of kunai and effortlessly threw them forward. Without any seals, he created hundreds of replica which not only defeated the attacks aimed at him but also managed to hit dozens of his enemies, all of whom soon exploded courtesy of the hidden explosive tags on the kunai. Haunting screams echoed across the battlefield as a wall of dark Amaterasu flame surged forward, burning every single person in its way. It was so vast and so tall beyond any mercy as it burned alive, living and dead alike. Still, the enemies of the king were just too many and they charged at him as his attack died down. In return, the king set the sky on fire. Hinata's eyes widened as she felt the Dragon King literally set clouds on fire with the help of the flames of Amaterasu. The amount of energy being churned in the sky was beyond belief, and she flew immediately just moments before the heavens cried. She watched Naruto clench his fist and then a blinding light exploded over the land of water. Kurama blinked his eyes open after what felt like several long minutes, which in reality had barely been a few moments, yet a lot had changed in that short period. His eyes widened as he saw a massive crater born on the beach with its sand turned black. He also spotted the enemy army devoid of a few thousand of their soldiers, and one look at that dark sand lying on the beach told him of their fate. He had remembered Naruto fighting against a small enemy army all alone before he set the sky on fire with the help of Amaterasu. He had heard the thunder as the clouds had screamed in agony, before a single flash of lightning had fell from the heavens. Only instead of the lightning being dark blue in color, it had been dark black. All the energy of the clouds converted into one single attack combined with the speed, distance and devastation of Amaterasu. The end result was utter annihilation. Both armies had momentarily stopped fighting to witness the sheer amount of destruction. Even the Otsutsuki commanders leading their army froze on seeing the fate of their comrades. And for the first time, their queen looked rattled. Justifiably, as Naruto's murderous gaze landed on her. She had been too late. For all her talent, she was not more powerful than nature. Despite her best attempts, she had been unable to stop that attack, and it had butchered a large chunk of her forces. An entire flank of her army was now wavering and would soon collapse, with that dragon still wreaking havoc on her remaining corpses. A scenario she had never thought possible in her wildest dreams. Her eyes met the gaze of the king and she flinched when she saw the raw hatred in his eyes. She imagined herself being butchered in the most gruesome ways. She had underestimated him and his hate of seeing his people be turned against him. He was unpredictable, unlike most humans. She had never anticipated him wielding so much power or control. He was supposed to be the better general. A master of tactical warfare, while Madara and Hashirama were his two strongest fighters. But unlike those two men whose powers were legendary, Naruto had a power of his own. Even now she could not bring herself to read his next move. He never screamed or raged, he never gave away his emotions even in the most dire situations, he was silent as a whisper when he attacked, never allowing his enemies any time to counter his moves. Shinzo alongside his little army never had a chance as they were all turned to ashes. The fact that the king had not even spared Atama Senju was a stark proof of his lack of mercy or hesitation. He had just killed them all. And now those murderous eyes were glaring at her. She had to stop him. Summoning jutsu. Naruto panted harshly as his body still recovered from the shock of dispensing Kami no Raijin, Divine Thunder, so quickly. It was one of his most expensive chakra-consuming jutsu, made even more deadly by the speed of his execution. The result had been complete annihilation of his enemies, but it had costed him. His muscles ached as his body tried to reduce the impact of that much chakra being exhausted at once. He had already used quite a lot to transport his army here, then fighting against the queen and her forces. Yet, she seemed hardly injured. Now, he watched as she unleashed an army of dangerous summoning creatures at him. The entire group was strange: a giant dog, a giant drilled-beaked bird, a fuming rhino, a dangerous ox, even a centipede, panda, and crustacean. They were so massive and he knew he could not fight them all at the same time. They were falling towards him and he quickly gathered another wave of his chakra. Only to watch the skies above him set alight in scorching flames as a Ryu consumed everything. The green-scaled dragon roared furiously as its flames caught the ox and panda. The creatures screamed in agony but were instantly silenced as another wave of fire consumed them. The remaining summons scattered away in order to avoid the dangerous flying mass of death. Naruto could not help but be surprised at the dragon's actions. He had commanded the creature to destroy the Otsutsuki army, yet it had overcame that order given by a Mangekyo and came to his rescue. It truly was a frightening beast as it swooped down from the sky and snatched the crustacean in its maw, crushing it to death before swallowing the beast even as it disappeared in a huge plume of smoke. The dragon was suddenly attacked by dangerous winds, a courtesy of the beaked bird flying above it. But the beast's scales held and soon the dragon found the creature who had the nerve to attack him. The beaked bird tried to flee but the dragon was faster and set its enemy on fire. Watching that summon vanish in a plume of smoke was a satisfying sight. The dragon circled around before landing beside him in a protective manner, spreading its large wings and bellowing a battle cry that momentarily stopped the three-headed dog, panda and centipede, the only three summons that were still alive. Not a second later, the three beasts screamed in unbearable agony and collapsed. Seconds later, dark flames of Amaterasu erupted from their insides and consumed their outer bodies as well. Naruto felt a stinging pain in his lone eye as a stream of blood flooded down his face. He fell to one knee and had to grasp Dawn for support as the pain consumed his body. He barely had any time to react as the hidden chameleon emerged from the shadows, its long and monstrous snake-like tail smashed against the dragon's face, sending the beast crashing away. It roared a massive plume of purple smoke and Naruto knew it was dangerous if he got caught. But before he could move, a sticky but strong tail emerged from the smoke and wrapped him in a vice-like grip. Wind style, hurricane. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A gust of powerful wind rushed past him and collided straight with the approaching smoke, dispersing it easily. Not a second later, dozens of fireballs descended from the skies right upon the exposed chameleon. A quick slash from the sword had the creature's tongue be severed, separating the trapped king from its hold. The fireballs hit home, and from the huge plume of smoke that happened, everybody knew the beast was finished. A thin smile came upon Naruto's lips as his three friends took up positions around him. Mikoto cleaned the blood of the chameleon from her sword in one reflexive slash, while Shisui and Itachi grabbed their friend by his shoulders to keep him steady. Before they could say anything, they watched Naruto's eyes go wide in horror as he pushed past them, already weaving his hands through several hand seals. Shinra Tensei. Kakashi Hatake gripped his tanto fiercely as he felt the earth beneath him tremble. Looking at his men, he saw they also felt the power approaching towards them. If the roars weren't terrifying enough, then the sheer wave of darkness rushing towards them was enough to make even the most hardened veterans nervous. He could be wrong, but he easily spotted thousands rushing towards him. Maybe 10,000 strong. His only solace was the fact that the enemy forces were confident in their superior numbers and had decided to storm through their front lines instead of surrounding the barrier on all four sides. It had forced Danzo and Mifune to reassemble their entire force on the northern flank. 220 against 10,000. The men and women were grim, with some even imagining that the only way these many enemy could have reached here would be on the sole possibility of their king dying in battle. But Danzo was quick to point out the still open space-time portal in their rear lines, and it could only function in the event of the king still fighting. It gave the men hope just as Hanzo stepped before them. Even if Danzo had command over the fighters, the young Shimura had deferred that role to the more experienced Hanzo, who had lived through 2 decades of the Clan Wars era. "They'll try to come at us in multiple waves. But we will hold them," commanded Hanzo, no trace of hesitation or doubt present in his grave voice. The older commander was pleased when the distinct thump of clenched fist colliding against armor reached him. Looking into the eyes of these warriors, Hanzo now understood why Naruto only wanted those willing to risk everything to be a part of this mission. There was no honor or glory to be gained from this battle, only death. Only those with a strong heart and determined mind could make that choice. "Danzo, take command of the left flank. Kakashi, hold the right flank." Both boys gave swift nods as they took up their respective positions on the battlefield. If by any chance, the enemy managed to break through or try to reach the barrier from other directions, then Hanzo had his dangerous salamander hidden to deal with the situation. The beast was barely visible and would do well in crushing anyone who tried to destroy the barrier in order to reach the Uzumaki trying to set off 4-tailed beasts. Kakashi dared not look back inside the barrier at that growing mass of violent chakra. He could feel its power even from here and felt his bones rattle as he tried to imagine what it would do to him once it went off. He would simply vanish from this world along with an entire continent. The enemy felt that danger too, which was why the first wave charged at them without any further delay. The battle had begun. "Scrolls," bellowed Kakashi. Similar cries were issued by Hanzo, who was commanding the center of their formation, and Danzo, who was on the left flank. Dozens of ninjas in their rear ranks unleashed multiple scrolls from their holsters and jumped high in the air. The first wave of scrolls unleashed a rain of kunai that sailed high in the air before landing upon the battlefield. Dozens upon dozens of explosions tore through enemy ranks, but it hardly had any effect as their charge never faltered. Even more of the enemy ranks fell prey to the deadly traps that Kakashi and his men had set underground. Hundreds of the enemy perished, leading to their charge being brought down to a halt. Their ranks parted until 24 Otsutsuki stepped forward, leading to many of the allied ninjas to take a step back. Their infamous dojutsu manifested in their eyes, and Kakashi instantly sensed the massive buildup of chakra. "Samurai, to the front. Shield wall," he roared, and was glad the veterans stepped forward, forming the first line and locked their shields together. "Earth-style users, Formation Z," bellowed Kakashi. Kakashi himself performed a set of hand seals alongside 36 other ninjas in the center of their formation before they all slammed their palms on the ground. 8 trigrams, air palm wall. The Otsutsuki unleashed their attack as a massive force of lethal chakra charged forth in a roaring wave, crushing boulders, rocks, and the very earth itself in its path. Earth style, multiple earth walls. Kakashi and his men erected at least a dozen large earth walls covering their entire formation, and grimaced when they felt their defenses being destroyed one after another. Fortunately, their final earth wall managed to stop the attack, if only barely. A heavy mist started to spread across the area as the roars of thousands of enemy forces echoed across the valley. The final earth wall crumbled, and much to everyone's surprise, the Otsutsuki commanders were themselves leading the charge, which only went to show how desperate they were to stop the ninjas. Uchihas. The last of the dragon descendants stepped forward with their attack ready. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Kakashi watched the last of the Uchiha warriors set the entire field on fire as a raging inferno of flames rushed towards the Otsutsuki army, intending to burn everyone alive. In retaliation, the enemy forces joined together to unleash their own water tsunami that clashed against the fire tsunami. In the chaos, Hanzo turned towards his samurai warriors with his wicked scythe burning with chakra. The samurai infantry brought forward their own swords glowing with their own inner energy. Together, as one, they roared and attacked. Divine Slash. Kakashi watched waves of chakra laced with wind, fire, and lightning chakra be unleashed by the samurai, which charged straight into the enemy ranks, eliciting pain screams. "Danzo, unleash the aerial forces. We need to keep them away from us as long as possible," ordered Hanzo. "Understood, my lord," replied the Shimura heir. Danzo unleashed a current of lightning from one of his hands into the air, leading to a group of hawks to descend from the skies. The few namikaze that had taken part in this mission mercilessly unleashed their payload of hundreds of explosives right on top of the exposed enemy forces. The battlefield came alive as explosions tore through living and dead alike, their screams echoing far and wide for both sides to hear. Not wanting to give any quarter to the enemy, Danzo took command of their rear ranks as the Earth-style specialists made their next move. Earth-style, heavy bombardment. Rocks the size of small houses were created by the ninjas and soon hurled across the field into the midst of the disarrayed enemy forces. They were doing heavy damage, yet Kakashi smelled several approaching forms from the mist. He glanced at Hanzo, who gave a confirmation nod, which was all the permission Kakashi needed. Uchihas and Senjus, with me. The last living son of Sakumo Hatake charged forward with the most skilled warriors of two powerful clans at his back. He could already make out the forms of the Otsutsuki commanders rushing towards them. They had to be put down, because if even half of them reached their formation, then their close-quarter combat would result into the ninjas suffering severe casualties. A price they could not afford to pay under any situation. Fortunately, King Naruto had anticipated quite a few of these scenarios and had prepared each and every one of his men for the same. It was why there was no unnecessary panic or hesitation in the hearts of Kakashi's vanguard as they were about to clash against their feared enemy. Behind them, their comrades continued to keep the bulk of the enemy army pinned under heavy bombardment from the land and sky. It was a new concept of land artillery and aerial bombardment that had been invented during this war, one which might just give their side a small edge against their overwhelming foe. He grinned when several hundred shuriken and kunai whizzed past them courtesy of the accurate Uchiha warriors, making the charging Otsutsuki abruptly stop and suddenly rotate at rapid speed, expelling great amount of chakra that destroyed any attack that would have harmed them. But it also gave Kakashi and the Senjus a precious few seconds to close the distance completely. Reikiri. One of the Otsutsuki had just finished his rotational defense when a lance of lightning shot forward from Kakashi's left arm. He managed to sidestep a little, thereby saving his heart from getting impaled, but the attack still connected with his chest, making him cough blood. Kakashi never gave his opponent any quarter as he charged past him with his tanto, cleaving the shocked Otsutsuki's head off. His victory earned him the wrath of another Otsutsuki as the female warrior instantly appeared inside his space and delivered a bone-crushing palm to Kakashi's chest, only to scream in agony as the Hatake dissolved into lightning and electrocuted her in the process. The real Kakashi emerged from beneath the ground and cleaved her in half mercilessly. He risked a glance across the battlefield and flinched on seeing 4 Senjus and 3 Uchiha lying dead on the ground. The remaining were trying their best to murder 16 Otsutsuki but were only making minimal progress. 2 Otsutsuki also lay dead on the field, so at least his comrades hadn't died in vain. Kakashi flinched when a few Otsutsuki shifted away from the front lines and instead unleashed their deadly vacuum air palm attacks right at the skies. 2 of the summoning birds were instantly murdered, leading to their respective namikaze riders being plunged to a gruesome death on the ground. The remaining 3 namikaze riders didn't let their grief overpower their rationality and instead distanced themselves away across the battlefield to wreak havoc on the enemy forces, in an area where the Otsutsuki couldn't reach them. But their defenses were weakening, a stark proof of which was the renewed assault of the Otsutsuki army. Leading the assault were the mad Kaguya, whose bloodthirsty eyes unnerved Kakashi, for he saw the sheer madness in them. He gripped his tanto fiercely as he remembered the promise he had made to his king. Biting his thumb, he performed a quick set of hand seals. Summoning jutsu. 6 of the Otsutsuki cried out in pain and surprise as vicious ninja dogs appeared beside their feet, only to pierce their sharp teeth into flesh and bone. That momentary lapse was enough for the Uchiha and Senju warriors to pierce their swords into their foes. Their heads rolled to the ground, earning a loud cheer from the remaining ninja forces in the rear. The last 10 Otsutsuki warriors glanced at each other before simply retreating back into their charging army, content to have their superior numbers overwhelm the enemy. Kakashi stood atop a 3-headed dog summon, watching as the rest of the surviving Uchiha and Senju gathered around him. A smirk graced his lips as he could not help but admire the irony. All his life his clansmen had served both of these clans, and today he, the son of a minor lord, was leading them in battle. Kakashi, regroup. Despite his urge to fight, the Hatake warrior obeyed Hanzo's command and retreated alongside his surviving fighters back into their own ranks. He glanced at the left flank and saw Danzo had also summoned his own partner, Baku. Even Hanzo had mounted atop his own salamander while the rest of their men readied themselves. Not a moment later, the enemy was upon them. Hold the line. Mikoto gingerly opened her eyes and hesitantly glanced around to see her 2 other friends doing the same. The three of them gasped when they saw the state of the battlefield. Their army was almost finished. The beach was now turned into a mass grave where thousands of ninja clones alongside Otsutsuki forces had been crushed to death. But while the clones died, the dead rose back up again. Only 2,000 clones had survived the devastating attack and were now staring in horror as their enemy gathered their strength to surround them from all sides. Looking ahead, Mikoto saw Naruto was the only reason they had survived, as their king stood before them to protect them from that attack with the help of opening a seamless space-time dimension. But when they saw the Kyuubi lying beneath the Otsutsuki queen's knees, they knew it was over. Naruto had watched his enemy use her gravitational attack to destroy the majority of his forces. Using the shock and awe, she yanked the Kyuubi towards her with the help of her Rinnegan, piercing the beast all across its body with the help of her chakra rods. The difference in power and strength was too great for them to ignore any longer. Naruto, get away from here, save yourself, urged the beast, as two more rods pierced his abdomen, yet he hoped his friend would listen to him. Commander Mifune and the remaining clone forces started falling back to take up defensive positions around their king and his friends. They watched as the enemy swarmed them from all sides, effectively trapping them. It was the end. The Kingsguard stepped beside their friend and king only to watch him grip his ancestral sword tightly. The wounded dragon also screeched angrily as the enemies got closer and closer. "Your orders, my king?" asked Shisui calmly. He got his answer when a monstrous chakra erupted across the battlefield. "Leave it to me." A beam of golden chakra pierced the dark skies and the oceans trembled as a massive form rose from the earth. Hinata Otsutsuki narrowed her eyes in anger and disbelief as the monstrosity arose. The lone dragon had merged with the entity, with its entire body covered in dark golden armor. Its large wings extended from the back of the humanoid warrior, and in its right hand it held a celestial sword which was the true extension of dawn. Even Kurama, despite his pain, was relieved to see the Susanoo be reborn. It was eerily similar to the one Indra had wielded in his time, with its torso, arms, and legs in human form, while its head was that of a dragon. The amount of chakra possessed by this entity was enough to make even the Otsutsuki forces take a step back. How can he create this with just one Mangekyo? It's impossible, thought Hinata in disbelief. She narrowed her Byakugan and saw the massive amount of chakra that had not only formed but made this Susanoo was in part provided by Naruto's chakra and the other by Indra, as well as every Uchiha leader's chakra stored chakra in Dawn itself. She was not facing one man but an entire clan across generations. She looked into his eyes and shivered when that lone eye glared at her murderously and when the beast roared. The land of water trembled.